right, welcome to Digital Learning Conference 2024. I'm so glad you can be here. Before the event actually gets started, I want to go ahead and make sure that you and anyone who has this video knows how to get into everything because our website recently changed. So I'm going to go ahead and show you my screen and then move these controls out of the way. So the easiest place to start is if you just go to cfisd.net/DLC. That'll take you to our main website. In this part, you can learn all about the event. We've also got Start Here with more information. Really, I want to make sure you can get to two things. The first is this participant planning sheet, and the second is the conference site. So if you click on the participant planning sheet, you'll be prompted to make a copy of the file. And once you make the copy, this is what the sheet will look like. So this is for your use. You're not going to turn it into us, but it allows you to come in and keep track of which sessions you attend and their attendance codes. And then at the top of each day, you have links to all the attendance forms. And keep in mind, these will open at 3 p.m. So you're going to collect all the attendance throughout the day for as many sessions as you attend, and then click on the button, one of the blue ones if you're Sci-Fair, or if you're new to CFISD, you'll use the yellow or the purple for out of district. And then the second thing I want to make sure you can access is the conference site. When you click on this button, it'll take you into the app. And the easiest way to get started, you can look at I'm looking at 724 at a glance. This will give you a visual of the whole schedule. And if you want to make that a little bit larger, you can just click and it'll give you a larger version of the image. Okay, so that can be used to help plan out your day. And then when you're ready to go to the sessions on the left, just go to the next one down where it says 724 sessions. So that way you can come in and find the session you want to attend. I'm hoping since you're with us here in room 6, you're going to come learn about the Customer Care Center. So when you click on that, this blue button is how you're getting to the live stream right now. So if you're already here, you figured out how to join us, and I'm so glad. Please feel free, share this video in YouTube if one of your coworkers or one of your friends is having trouble getting to us, okay? If they're having issues, another good thing to know is on the website, we have some frequently asked questions, and then we also have an email address if they're having issues and they need more help and support. And that's just cfisddlc@cfisd.net. All right, so that's how to get to us. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get us started on our first session. I'll repeat this throughout the day as needed, but I just like to make sure at the beginning of the day that everyone knows how to get in and what we're doing, because that can be a challenge at times. So if you are here for our first session, we're still a few minutes before 8, but I'm a fan of getting started early. You know, it's always good. The early bird gets the worm in my world. So our first session, we have two great Sci-Fair employees with us. We have Scottie Stevens, who brings over 13 years of dedicated service to the Cypress Fairbanks Independent School District, where he is currently the Customer Care Center Supervisor. And a lot of times you'll hear us call that the CCC. In this role, Scottie is pivotal in overseeing the daily operations of CFISD's Customer Care Center. And then with him, we're going to have Melissa Cantu, who is a Senior Customer Care Analyst at the CCC. And during this session, they're going to be giving us an overview and just sort of welcoming us to the Customer Care Center. So we're still a few minutes early, but Scottie and Melissa, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you and hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, if you're ready, I think we're ready for you. And if anyone has any questions in the chat, we'll help get them caught up.
All right, so good morning. We're gonna go and get our PowerPoint up and just bear with us for just a second.
Absolutely. And just so you know, we can't see your camera right now.
I haven't started
Okay.
up. Give me one moment.
Awesome.
Oh, bear with me.
No problem. This is the fun of the live event.
Sometimes I'm not doing what I wanted to do.
Well, and I guess since we're still a little early, I'll go ahead and let you know if you're an early bird, tomorrow morning we're going to have a special little contest where Sci-Fair folks can win a prize. So join us. We're thinking like 7:40, 7:45, and we'll just have a fun little game with some trivia. So if you're an early bird or if you want to try to win some prizes, just join us a little early. It'll be running in every single one of the rooms.
All right, just bear with us. We're working through camera.
Uh-oh.
Did they not do this yesterday?
You gotta love when things don't do the same thing the day of as they do in the practice. Well, and I mean, y'all are welcome to go ahead and start your presentation if you want to try to troubleshoot the camera, since there's two of you while you go. I mean, that's another option.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll go ahead and get started. And once again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. Once again, my name's Scottie Stevens. I'm the Customer Care Center supervisor. And today we're just going to give you an overview of the Customer Care Center. So mainly our responsibilities, we're the central dispatch for Cy-Fair Independent School District. And we provide technology support for teachers, students, instructional staff, as well as administrative staff.
Okay. And just to clarify, Amanda, you can see your screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen, and it looks good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the Customer Care Center, we're also known as the Help Desk. So regardless of what you call us, the CCC, the Customer Care Center, or the Help Desk, we're able to assist you. And just a backdrop behind the name Customer Care Center versus the Help Desk. If you've been with the district over 10 years or more, normally you probably say, I'm going to call the Help Desk. If you've been with the district, maybe say within the last 5 years or so, you may say the Customer Care Center. Our focus kind of shifted, say, anywhere between the 2016, 2017 school year, where we kind of converted over to the Customer Care Center, and that was to be more focused on customer service as well as technology support. So that's where the Customer Care Center name kind of came from, as well as, we're called the Help Desk. But as indicated, either way, we're here to assist you. So you can see our phone number is listed at 281-897-HELP. So it's 281-897-4357. So if you need to give us a call and you can't remember the number right offhand, the last four numbers are going to translate to the word help, H-E-L-P. So mainly what we do, once again, we're the central dispatch for the district. We provide technology support for the entire district. Mainly, most of our interactions evolves around creating I-support tickets, which is the ticketing system that we actually use. So we create tickets that generated by calls that we receive at the customer care center, and we route those to different departments to get resolutions. We also provide information for known issues throughout the district. So like, as you all know, with technology, you will have glitches. There will be some instances where things are just not going to work. That's just how technology is. So we provide that information to the campuses and throughout the district. So whether it's a system outage or either a network outage, our main responsibility is to make sure that we get that information to the campuses through the district so that they're aware of any issues that we, that we may encounter. Also, what we also do, password resets for students, parents through the Home Access Center portal, teachers, even contractors are in the district. I'd probably say maybe about 70-80% of our calls are password resets related. So we do assist, district employees and actually the whole CFISD community with those actual issues. As stated earlier, we provide technical assistance for district employees, the CFISD community in general. So if you have any technical issues regarding software issues, hardware issues, applications that you're using in the classroom, feel free to give us a call. If we're not able to assist you instantly with that particular call, we create a service request, which is through our I-support ticketing system, and then that's either routed to a second level of support to make sure that your issue is resolved. Okay, so with us, our focus on the customer care center is just basically providing, technical support and assistance to the Site-Fair Independent School District community as a whole. So our main priority is technical support. So once again, if you have any issues with your devices, applications, just something that's interrupting you in the classroom, please give us a call. That is one of our key things that we do is we do extensive troubleshooting. We have the tools to remote into computers to kind of see the same issues that you're experiencing or either duplicate those issues to make sure that your issues are resolved. So please give us a call. We're more than happy to assist you. You can also email us at isupport@cfisd.net. That's an easier way to get to us. And, sometimes we get busy where we get a lot of calls in queue if there's an issue or something going on. But the I-support system, which is going to be your best friend, and if you've been with the district for a while, that's how technical issues are actually, routed to us. So that's a good way to reach us as well. Another one of our focuses is software assistance. So basically, we help users navigate through different software platforms and tools that you use in the district. And I know as teachers in the classroom, there's a lot of software applications that you utilize. So we do provide support for that. If we're not able to assist you with that particular issue, we do have a desktop support team that we route those tickets to, which is our second tier of support, and they'll be able to assist you with those issues as well. Network support. So we also have a focus on network support. So that's a different area outside of the customer care center. But just keep in mind, we're all technology services kind of intertwines with all these different departments, software, network, and so forth. But with network support, if you have any connectivity issues at your campuses, and when I mean connectivity issues, that can be you're unable to connect to the Wi-Fi, you're not able to print on a network printer, whatever those particular issues is, you can contact the help desk. I'm sorry, the customer care center, and we'll do the same as well. Create a ticket for you, get detailed and general information, and those tickets will be routed to our network support team. Now, when you are speaking with us, we ask that give us as much information as possible so that we can pinpoint exactly what the issue is. So, an example of that, if you're calling and saying, hey, I can't connect to the Wi-Fi, then we have some, not scripted, but we have some general questions that troubleshooting or fact-finding questions that we'll actually ask. You know, is it in your classroom? Is it impacting just you? Is it impacting everybody on your wing or your hallway or wherever your classrooms, located? So just provide us with as much information as you possibly can. And if it's a severe network outage where it's impacting the entire district or your entire campus, then that is escalated to a team that will look into that issue and see if we can get that resolved as much as possible. If there's some communication that needs to be provided to campuses or just to the district in general, then that goes to our leadership team and they will, provide you all with that information. Device management, that's another focus of support for the customer care center. So basically, we configure and set up devices for students and staff, including laptops, tablets, and other technology that you actually use. So we want to make sure that you have the necessary set up on your devices, or they're configured properly so that you can, instruct your classes as you would expect. Training, user training. So if you have any questions or concerns about certain applications, or you're needing training, with technology resources, please contact us at the customer care center. We're able to assist you with that. If not, we have a coexisting relationship, I guess, with our instructional technology support team, in which if it's something that you need some guidance on or training, then we can also reach out to them to assist you as well, with any type of training that you would need also. Service requests. Okay, so majority of the interactions that we have with the district is through our ticketing system, which is called iSupport, or either MySupport. So basically, everyone in the district should have access to the ticketing system. So if there's any issues that you may encounter, that's how you get your issues resolved. So mainly what we do at the customer care center, not only do we receive calls and we route tickets, but we also manage service requests through our ticketing system. So each campus, each department in the district has a specialized queue in which we actually monitor each day to make sure that those tickets are addressed in a timely manner, as well as making sure that they're getting to the correct teams or departments for a resolution. So as I stated earlier, iSupport's your best friend as far as wanting to get issues resolved. You can call us if time allows you to, but an easier way as well is just to send an email to isupport@cfisd.net, and that's an easier way to get in touch with us as well. Communication. That's a key, an integral part of not only just the customer care center, but I think with technology services in general, is just make sure that we're providing updates and information about technology services, maintenance schedules, and system upgrades, to the CFISD community. And so with that information, just to keep you informed, maintenance schedules in most of our systems, if there's some type of scheduled maintenance, and when you log into that system, you may see a little blurb or something saying that we have a scheduled maintenance on such and such date. That's just to give you an indication that the system's going to be down for a certain period of time or not available for a certain period of time. And so that way you'll kind of be prepared and know what to expect. But that's one of the key components of not only the customer care center, but technology services in general. Just making sure that we're communicating that information to you all. Policy adherence, just ensure that technology usage within the district is used appropriately, and all the district policies and guidelines are followed. We have our acceptable use policies, as well as our data privacy regulations. So I guess the key thing is just making sure that we are aligned with the district policies. We want to make sure that everyone's using their technology as well as their devices the way that they should be used without doing anything out of the normal processes or standards that we have in place. Continuous improvement. We're always trying to improve and finding better ways that we can support Site-Fair Independent School District in mainly instructional in all our instructional areas in the classroom as well. So we're always trying to find solutions to make things easier for you all, make sure that you all have a better user experience when you call us, make sure that we're efficient in resolving your issues. And once again, my name's Scottie Stevens. I'm the customer care supervisor. If you have any questions or concerns, or whatever it may be, feel free to email me. I'll be more than happy to assist you in any way that you can. First name is spelled Scottie. I know I get a lot of times my name is misspelled with the TTY, but that's not an issue. Just make sure. I think I'm the only Scottie Stevens in the district. So feel free to reach out to me, as well as you can reach out to Melissa Cantu. Melissa is one of our senior help desk analysts, with our team. So feel free to reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to assist you. So pretty much, hopefully this information that I've provided to you on this segment here, kind of give you a little insight as to what we do with the, do at the customer care center. We're a small team, but we create, not create, but we provide substantial services to the district. And our main focus is just making sure that we are supporting you in any way possible that we can. So that was just a focus on the customer care center. So we'll move over to the next segment. And I think I may have gone over some of this information. So services that we offer or provide at the customer care center. So most of you all, the district is Google. We do a lot of things through Google, the Google platform. So We provide technical support for Google products. We provide support for Microsoft, emails, printer connections. So anything that you rely on in the classroom for instructional means, we are here to assist you. Password assistance, as I stated earlier, that we receive a large amount, not a large amount of calls, but most of our calls are password related issues. Normally that happens at the beginning of the school year, and depending on what transpires during the middle of the school year, or even when your password expires, you may be giving us a call. But password assistance, Employee Access Center, we provide assistance for that. And that's for if there's any new teachers in the audience, Employee Access Center, that's where all of your personal employee information is housed, as well as other information like payroll and contract information and those sorts of things. That's housed in that particular area. We also provide assistance for network passwords. That's the passwords that you log into the network system with. And we also provide student password assistance. We provide assistance with printers, laptops. Of course, everyone that's instructional or a teacher should have access to a laptop. We provide assistance with that. And we also assist and work with the one-to-one program in providing assistance with student Chromebooks. Good. All right, so things we cannot assist with. As I stated earlier, we provide technical support, but you'd be surprised some of the calls we get at the customer care center that's not really technology related. It goes as far as we may get food delivery calls at the CCC. Hey, I'm here at the front desk, or I'm out in the parking lot. I have a food delivery. Of course, that has nothing to do with technology support, but we get those calls. I'm just waiting on a call to say, hey, my keys are locked in my car one day. Can you guys help me with? But our number is kind of distributed throughout the district, and sometimes we're the most accessible place to really call for information. You know, I was just kind of joking about that, but we do get those calls. But if we do get calls that are not related to technology, we normally get you over to the correct team to make sure your questions are answered or issues are resolved. But some of the things that we do not assist with, and most of those has to be done through a maintenance request. So like problems with doors or badge readers. So you may have an issue with the door, or the badge reader is not working. That's something that we do not support because we don't have the necessary systems or access to those. But if you do have those, that goes through School Dude. So if you're not familiar with School Dude or know how it works, you may want to get with your campus secretary to provide you with that information. That's how to log in and what you would use it for. Same thing for building security issues, electrical issues that you may have. You know, you may have a power, you may have some power issues at your campuses or whatever it may be. Excuse me, that will go to maintenance. AC issues is the same. Problems with frontline absence tracking. So basically frontline, if you're not aware of what that is, that's just basically how your absences are tracked. If you want to approve time off or whatever it may be, and you don't have access to that system, then you would want to contact the sub office at the number that's listed 281-897-4023. Or either you can email them at suboffice@cfisd.net. And that's an easier way to get to them as well if you're not able to reach them on the phone. Same thing with badges. There's a contact number there as well. you can also give them a call regarding that. Payroll discrepancies, which pay is very important. You want to make sure that we're getting paid properly. But if you have any questions or concerns or issues regarding payroll, that's not something that we can directly assist you with, but we can get you over to the correct team to get those issues resolved. And the numbers listed on the board here as well: 281-897-4092. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and pass everything along to Melissa, and she'll finish the presentation.
Hi, good morning. If you have called the CCC within the last 4 years, you've probably gotten me at least once. My name is Melissa, and I'm one of the analysts through the department. So covering a little bit about the numbers for our department. As some of you have seen, sometimes our wait time is from 5 minutes. Sometimes it could be an hour. Just to annotate a couple of our busy periods so that we can help you not have to hold online for too long. We do average about 150 calls a day on a regular business day, while we can go upwards of 500 to 800 during our peak times. As of right now, our maximum has been 1,600 calls. Some of our busy seasons tend to be between mid-July, which marks the beginning of our annual enrollment, and going through to the beginning of the school year. We also cover during finals, which is end of December and end of May. Income tax season, which covers typically the last week of January going through April, with the highest peak being the second week of April, and the first 2 days after any holidays. We understand if you've been off, you tend to forget your passwords. That's why we're here to help. But understand that during Thanksgiving, Christmas, spring break, and New Year's, we are going to be a little bit busier than normal. During these peak times, we do recommend staff members to use the iSupport service request, also known as MySupport, which we will be covering in just a few minutes. Located through the staff portal to submit non-password related tickets, as this will help alleviate call volume while also allowing staff members to submit their tickets without having to wait on hold and on the phone. I'm going to take a quick break for attendance.
All right, thank you, Melissa. I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code. And if you are new to DLC, or if it's just been a year since you've done this, keep in mind you need to write down or somehow record this attendance code, because you will submit it at the end of the day for credit. So each session has their own code. You can see ours on the screen right now. And also, please keep in mind, do not put this in the chat, because we want to ensure that people are actually watching and learning, because we're getting all this great information about the customer care center. And on that same note, the only question that's really come through is asking about how to do the ticketing process. And I saw Melissa in the chat say that y'all are going to cover that soon. So far, we've got a lot of people joining us. Very glad to be here, and I'm glad to get a good refresher. It's easy to take the customer care center for granted. So I guess related to what you were just sharing by the numbers, is there anything that staff can do proactively to try to avoid those days where they're more heavily hit at the CCC?
So there are several ways, especially for when it comes to passwords. We do recommend for staff members to either write down their password at the end of the year, but also we recommend, if your password is going to expire, to change it right before it ends. So for example, if you don't want to change your password during the summer, change it the last week of May. That will carry you over up until school starts back up, typically around August 20th through August 25th, which gives staff members the ability to skip the peak of the year hassle. Vice versa, we also recommend, if you know your password's going to expire, don't wait until the last day it expires. Do it while you're at work. A quick reminder is that if you are using a campus-based device, your password will not recognize until it's connected back to district Wi-Fi. Our devices can recognize from any building as long as it's not under construction, which allows any staff member to change from any location, not necessarily being their home campus. So that would help alleviate a little bit some of the issues if they're able to change their own passwords outside of the peak areas.
Okay, well, those are all good tips. Thank you. And we're good with attendance, so take it away.
Let me go back. All right. So, following up with Miss Kate, who mentioned our ticketing system. Absolutely, I would love nothing more than to explain it to you. Known as My Support or I Support Service Request, it is an application that can be found inside of the staff portal, also known as my.cfisd.net. This application would use the exact same credentials used to get into school computers, and it's a general network access. Once you sign in, this gives you the ability to create, monitor, and do all of your ticketing without needing to call the help desk and wait online. This allows staff members, be it teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, technicians, and contractors, the ability to create and monitor their own ticketing. A brief view of what it looks like. Our page is housing several options, which should now be visible on your screen, which allows for request service located on the top left. This function allows you to create a ticket, tell us exactly what your issue is, when you need it to be resolved by, how we can contact you, and any resolution notes that a technician or the help desk can add at any time. My service request, located in the second row, allows you to view any tickets you have submitted, opened, closed, or suspended within the last 365 days. If it's something you've submitted but you didn't get a resolution on, you can find it in My Service Request and follow up with any commentary added by any member of the technician team. If you need to focus exclusively on your open tickets, you can use My Open Service, which will showcase any open and pending request for your account. Now, a tool that we also do offer is called Campus Service, which allows you to look at any open-based tickets for your location itself. If you're ever wondering if something is down for your building or if it's just you, using the Campus Service allows you to view what is going on at your campus. This is a really good way to note if it's just affecting your area, your class, your wing, or if it's something affecting your entire building. We do try to aim for an easy layout, which allows you to just go in, go out, and do what you need to do without having to click around or get lost in all the buttons. Any important information will also be located at the top under the welcome format. For example, where we currently are showing our business hours. Keep in mind that you can always check there throughout the year, as our hours may change due to different circumstances, summer schedules, and holidays. A brief look at what the ticket itself looks like. Our tickets allow you to type in a description. Branching off to what Mr. Scottie said earlier, details are key. Without sufficient information, we cannot assist with the ticket, which can often lead to delays and things that will hold your work up. What we do recommend is putting as much as possible. There's no such thing as too much detail. We can always work with what you give us, and we can work a lot faster if we know what we're looking for. Some of the key things that we ask are phone number so that we can contact you if we need additional information or to even give you the solution to what your problem may be. Room number so that we can find you or we can send a technician to you. Best time frame to visit. There's nothing worse than being interrupted in the middle of a lesson or to have a technician walk in on you during your very, very short lunchtime. Giving us a best time frame to visit allows us to schedule around you. When is a good time for us to go visit you to get your issue resolved? Sometimes the best key of action is just typing in as soon as possible, which allows us to see a level of urgency that you may need. Ideally, though, we do request that you put in the best time and or date for when you would like for us to go. In the description, you do have the option to type out exactly what is going on. Tickets that say, my device isn't working, might take us a little bit longer as we do not know what is not working. By providing us a barcode, the detail of the problem, when it started, what you were doing beforehand, and what you would wish the outcome could be, allows us to sort and work through your ticket. Additionally, you can add attachments to include pictures, receipts, or any other files that you feel may be needed for us to complete this tickets. Again, as much detail as possible is what we need. It takes a few minutes and it helps us out tremendously while allowing us to help you. At any point in time, you can find your ticket as well and add additional notes if you remember something or if you find other details that may be necessary. So going back to the ticketing, one of the things about our tickets is that we are able to view and monitor. If ever you have any issues that require us to take a look and you have not heard from us in a while, it allows you to go in through the My Support system and review our information, as well as viewing any notes from your technician or from any technicians available from the main campus as well, allowing you to keep up to date. One of the key things that often stumps our teachers is not being able to know what is going on. By going through My Support and the iSupport system, you're able to monitor live what is being updated. As our updates are being completed, as soon as it is saved, you'll receive the update for it through this ticketing system. Vice versa, if you are using our emailing system, we can create the ticket for you as well, which can also be viewed in the same format. Now, something that we can mention about our ticketing is that, again, this is primarily done for our tech support issues, such as your computer not working, your student devices having issues, needing software downloads, troubleshooting for monitors, and ordering products and pieces. Things that we cannot support on this option are issues with passwords, as you may not be able to sign in for it, and we are unable to provide your private passwords through the tickets. So those calls would be what we are still needing to be submitted through the call system. So again, if you're having a problem with a password, we do recommend that you continue to call the help desk to get those particular issues resolved. Now, as far as our department goes, we do try to be well-rounded in the sense that we offer support for both our parents, our students, and our staff members, be it contract, para, substitutes. So as you are calling, please be sure that you have your information available, such as your employee number or your contractor-based username. This will allow us easy access to find your account and update you as needed. So as for our presentation, we are opening the floor for any questions at this time.
Thanks, Melissa and Scottie. So far, there's no questions in the chat. We can see if more come in, but I really like that distinction you made between, passwords. We can't give those to you in a ticket. You still need to call in.
Yes.
And that might seem a bit inconvenient, but we do try to do that for our security purposes. Another quick thing that was not mentioned is also the multi-factor. The multi-factor was a brand new program that was launched in January of this year for our emails. So if you are unable to access your email while you are away from district, be it at home or just not at work, we are able to troubleshoot those systems as well by helping you set up so that you can get to the emails. I know that is one of the biggest issues we're currently having as staff members are coming into their role and just upgrading their devices during the summer.
That makes sense. We did get one question from Ronald in the chat. For schools that are just finishing a renovation, in the event that a network drop was mistakenly not replaced in the same spot it was before the reno, would this be a help desk issue or would that go through school, Jude? Do y'all know in that situation?
Okay.
Yes, that would be a help desk issue. So basically, the campus and whomever it would be would provide or submit a iSupport request, and we would get it over to our networking team. If they're able to just specify, the area, provide us with the drop number, that's for that particular drop, then yes, we would be able to assist them, but that would go over to our networking team to assist them.
Okay, good to know. And then we have another question trying to clarify. Is iSupport for both student and staff issues, or is there a different program that students should use?
So this would actually be varied based on what the issue is itself. If the student is having a problem with their account or having issues with their student access center or general stuff like their programs, a teacher or a parent or the student themselves can contact the help desk and have a ticket open. At this time, students cannot open their own iSupport ticket. It would have to be, they would have to call us and we would have to create it for them. Now, if it's a device issue, such as the Chromebook is no longer working, lost, broken, damaged, or just something wrong with their particular device or devices, they would have to create a ticket using LTE Central, which is the student-based device ticketing system, which can be accessed through the student portal, which is also under my.cfisd.net.
Okay, that's a good distinction to know. So if it's accounts for students, it still goes through iSupport. If it's the device itself, that Chromebook, that's when it goes through LTE Central?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then we've got another question from Grace. Do I take my computer to my campus to resolve a ticket I put in last week, or should she take it somewhere else?
So unfortunately, as this week is coming to an end, we have closed out our summer repair location, which would be where we would normally offer it during the summer. Just as a quick note on that, during the summer times, if a teacher or staff member is not working summer school, we typically offer a summer repair location where teachers and staff members can go take their device to be looked at, replaced, worked on. Unfortunately, as it is ending, as of right now, unfortunately, Ms. Grace, you would have to wait for your campus technician. If your ticket has already been submitted, your technician should be able to view it, as most technicians are coming back this week and everybody else coming back next week.
Okay, good to know. And then we've got another question about where to find the phone numbers. So Patricia asked, where can I go to find all the phone numbers that Scottie was mentioning, that the help desk doesn't take care of those issues?
Okay, so for Ms. Patricia, that is a great question. A lot of these phone numbers can actually be found on our main website by looking up that particular department. We also do have a really good who to contact form if you look through the CFISD directory, which gives you a list of what the department is, what they handle, and what is their phone number. Vice versa, you can always contact our building receptionist. For ISC, we have Mr. Roland Roberts under 281-517-2020, who can provide you any numbers you need, as well as contacting the main building at Mark Henry under 281-897-4000. Both of the receptionists are incredibly well trained to be able to provide any phone numbers for any department. At this time, we don't have a go-to 1, 2, 3, here's your number list. So if you are needing a full list of these, that might be something to contact us for, and we can see if we can put one together. So if that is something that Mr.
That was Patricia.
Patricia. So if that is something that Miss Patricia would need, calling us for those numbers would be a good way to start as well.
Good point. Well, and typically if you're on a campus, the campus secretary would also know some of those people, and can help with making those decisions about who's best to contact or at least where to start.
Also there was a question on here for Ms. Raquel, Ms. De Leon. Just to touch base with her right quick. We totally understand sometimes students, especially some of our younger babies, might struggle with ticketing. In those particular cases, if it's a system issue, a teacher is more than welcome to help the student create the ticket through them, as long as they help the student sign in through MyDot. Using the student portal can be accessed from any device, being a cell phone, another student Chromebook, even the teacher's device can be used to sign in a student and create an LTE Central ticket. Additionally, if it's something that just needs to be created through iSupport, teachers are more than welcome to give us a call, explain to us what is happening with the device, and we can help assist with those tickets as well, especially for our kiddos who are having a hard time inputting the ticket for themselves.
That's a great note. Yeah, definitely. You can always help the kids put the tickets in and get it started. Absolutely. And if I missed any questions in the YouTube chat, please go ahead and put them back in. We still have a few minutes, so have these questions made y'all think of anything else you'd like to share?
Yeah, while we
Okay.
wait, any questions that they may have, just want to just finally just kind of emphasize, feel free to give us a call for any technology issues that you actually have. We are here to assist you, as well as make sure that your instructional classroom instruction is not interrupted. So feel free to call us or email me. We're definitely here for you guys. We want to make sure that not only do you have a good experience in the classroom, but a good experience with the customer care center, and making sure that we're resolving the issues in an efficient manner. So feel free to reach out to us for whatever you need.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great note, Scottie. Like, we're all here to support what happens in the classroom. Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you, Scottie and Melissa. I've been in the district quite a while, and it's always good to have the refreshers. I'm going to go ahead and take over the screen, just so that I can show where to go if you don't want to hang out for this next session. So coming up, we're going to have a session about the one-to-one program. If that is not for you, you're sitting in this YouTube stream right now. You can either go back to our main website, which you can just type in cfisd.net/DLC. Or if you already have the app open, if you scroll down, you can access the conference app through this button. You can just go back to the 724 sessions, and we're wrapping up the 8 o'clock hour now. So you can look and see what's available during the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, so you are welcome to stay here. I'm going to run a brief video so that you can take a stretch break, and feel free to find whatever session best fits your need, or just hang out with us here, and we'll be back right around 9 o'clock.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the digital learning conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame and then click on Applications. Then click on Updates. And if there are any updates, then you will have the gray box will be purple, and you just click on that and wait for them to install.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a Cyfair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new Cyfair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for Cyfair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode In the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Okay, welcome. I hope that you're here for our 9 o'clock session where we're going to talk all about one-to-one programs. With us for this session, we have Sci-Fair's own Shay Stuckett, whose passion has been education for over 20 years. From Ole Miss to multiple roles in Sci-Fair, including as the current assistant director for the one-to-one program, her extensive knowledge in technology. I have lost the ability to speak. Her extensive knowledge in technology and exceptional leadership skills are instrumental in propelling the program forward and fostering stronger bonds within the campus community. So Shay, welcome to tell us how to optimize one-to-one programs.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for inviting me and giving the opportunity to share a little bit about the one-to-one program and how that can look in your district and on your campus. And so hopefully everyone can see the presentation and can hear me well. As we go through, if you have questions, you can add them to the chat and Amanda will let me know and we will stop and pause and answer those questions as we continue this journey. When we think about one-to-one, we think about students first because they're the ones that are handling the devices and the Chromebooks. But then we also have to think about what does that look like in the classroom for the teachers for curriculum? What does that look like when you are sharing your information with students, when they're accessing that information, then making sure that the technology is working and doing what you all needed to do in the classroom. And so looking at ways to optimize that in the classroom, but then also the ways to improve that for all stakeholders that are involved. One of the things that we have to focus on is prioritizing student learning outcomes in this process. What is it that we want students to get from using this technology, and how can we better set them up for success, not just while they're here in the district, but once they get out and they go to whatever their next is. And so we have to emphasize what those learning outcomes are, and then how we as educators can design learning experiences that are not only effective for this, but also more engaging for the students. Because just giving them the device and saying, okay, do this, this, and this, that may not effectively engage them in the learning lesson. And so we have to work on the ways that we can do that as well. So we have a little clip.
Oh, Shay, we can't hear the audio.
Oh, couldn't hear the audio?
We could not hear the audio. You may want to share your screen again, and then make sure you check that little button.
Yes.
Because no one wants to miss Jerry Brooks.
No, they don't. Okay. Put out. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, everyone.
No problem. We'll be here.
And which one am I clicking on?
When you share the screen, make sure that you share the sound.
Okay. I'll try this one more time.
Absolutely.
There we go. So hopefully it will play this time.
Here's a quick public service announcement for all those that are not educators, because sometimes you just don't understand something. This is a Chromebook. Now, when we got lots of extra money due to the COVIDs, and the government just gave millions of dollars to schools to make sure kids had what they need, this is what we got a lot of. Now, this is not quite a laptop, and it's definitely not a desktop. How do I explain what a Chromebook is? It's like the McDonald's ice cream cone machines of computers. So for 1 year, we were teaching all the kids how to use these. We were setting them up. We were putting everything in there. For the second half of the year, we had a pretty good time. And for the past 2.5 years, we've done nothing but fix these things all day long. Now you know. Chromebooks, the McDonald's ice cream machines of the school world.
So thinking about that and looking at that and thinking about where we were in Sci-Fair, where we were in the country 4 years ago, and thinking about what that looked like trying to get all these devices to students in the midst of a pandemic. And Jerry's right, we did, of course, get a lot of money from the government to be able to make sure that students were still learning, but we all had a learning curve. We were all kind of behind the 8 ball when it came to this. And then we've hopefully progressed quite a way in that time, in ensuring that we have different things in place that need to be in place in order to make sure that a one-to-one program is successful. And so we're going to look at some different things dealing with the one-to-one program that you would need to be successful for the district and then for the campus level as well. So we'll look at infrastructure readiness, device management, user support and training, security and privacy, curriculum integration, feedback and evaluation, and collaboration and communication. So when we look at infrastructure and we talk about what that looks like and what that feels like currently, we want to begin by assessing where your campus level is and where your district level is when it comes to network capabilities, to internet bandwidth, in order to support a full Chromebook deployment. And so that means that you have to look at any upgrades that you may need to your system to make sure that it is reliable when we're looking at connectivity. So network stability. So of course, like any device that we have now, it relies heavily on an internet connectivity for accessing online resources, whether it be different items that they're looking for on the internet, whether they are looking for things on our server, anything that would be considered collaborative tools. And so that infrastructure has to be strong enough or robust enough that it ensures that teachers and staff can consistently connect to the network without disruptions. Because we know what happens when we have disruptions in the internet. When we have disruptions with connectivity, then lesson plans fall to the side. They're scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do now as we wait for for the connectivity to return. And we want to make sure that we do everything that we can on the district level to ensure that those disruptions do not happen or happen as infrequently as possible, because as you know, we can't control certain things outside of us, especially as we have seen in Texas lately, the weather. And then looking at the bandwidth. So in Sci-Fair, we average 119, 120,000 students. And so in a district this size, we have students, staff, all types of things that are connecting to the online simultaneously. And so we have to make sure that we have a sufficient bandwidth to prevent any kind of congestion, slowdowns, the lagging that can happen sometimes. And so making sure that that framework is adequate for that as well. And because we don't want the slowdown. And so hopefully there's never a choice where you have to choose between the stability of the network and the bandwidth, but having both of those things to work together simultaneously. This brings us into device management. We want to make sure that we don't catch on fire with our devices. We want to make sure that we are managing all of the equipment well, that we are not leaving anything to chance when it comes to that. This includes providing enrollment, provisions, updates, monitoring, troubleshooting, all of those things when we're looking at managing Chromebooks across the district. And then making sure that we emphasize the importance of a centralized management, which we have come to now at Sci-Fair, to help streamline all of those operations and to ensure consistent performance. And so the first thing we want to look at is Google Management Console. And so with the use of the Management Console, it allows for the updates that we need. We can automatically configure things in the background with the devices. It helps with deploying new apps and extensions that students and staff may need. But then we're able to manage all of those across all of the devices versus having to stop and pick up devices to do updates. And so the Google Admin Console has been great for us, making sure that all of our devices are up to date. Making sure that our infrastructure is effective, because we do now, like I said, have a centralized device management system for the Chromebooks, and we're working on what all of that looks like from a district level and then that trickle down effect to the campuses. One of the things that we look at, and we'll look at this in a moment, includes that enhanced efficiency and security, and then again, ensuring the up-to-date. And then you have asset tracking. When you have millions and millions of dollars that are spread out over 90 plus campuses, then you have to make sure that you're able to track those devices. And so we're able to do that through a system that we have called LTech and Absolute. And so we're able to track our devices. We know where they are. We can pinpoint them, I think, within 100 yards. If the device has been on recently, and be able to make sure that we are able to manage our inventory and then schedule maintenance as needed. We also work with a great vendor, Prime. Prime deals with the pickup and repair of devices. And so when we first started with Chromebooks, everything was decentralized. And so it was at the district level, devices would come from the campus to a particular point in the district, and then Prime would come to that point, pick up the devices, they would bring it back once they were done with repair, and then those devices would go back out to the campus. But now that we are centralized and each campus is responsible for their devices, Prime picks up from the campus and then they return to the campus. And so that takes a lot of time from campuses not having the spares or the available devices that they need to run the one-to-one program successfully on their campus. And we understand that technology is not slowing down, it's only speeding up. And then we get into that where we ask that question as to how can I meet students where they are and ensure that learning is happening? And as a former CTE teacher, one of the things that I would always say, because people are like, oh, well, students should know how to do this and this when it comes to use of applications and the devices. Our students previously were very proficient when it came to things like social media, but not necessarily those things that they needed to be successful when using the device. And I think now, as we've gone these last 3.5 years, that has shifted some. And so it's great to see the students using the devices, understanding what they're doing with the devices, but also being able to manage these in the classroom and how it goes as far as their instruction. I'm going to pause here with I'm going to talk about some things, but I'm going to let Amanda take over for attendance.
Thanks, Shay. I'm going to go ahead and get our attendance code up. And keep in mind, there's a different attendance code for each session. So make sure you go ahead and write down, record this attendance code somehow. Because again, the forms open at 3 p.m. and you'll want to put in all the codes that you collect for today. Because we do have separate forms for each day and separate codes. So just make sure that you get these put in today. And good news, Shay, I haven't seen any questions come in on the chat, but it looks like the videos are getting good comments and, you know, haha, sure are the McDonald's ice cream machine type comments. So.
Oh, well, thank you for checking that for me, Amanda.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got just a little bit longer, and again, make sure you record this attendance code because it's going to be going away and we're going to resume with the session. Lots of good information. All right, Shay, so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, and it is all yours.
Go back in and reshare.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that the sound was still shared. So we saw the frustration. I'm not sure if I could have sat as quietly as the lady in the background did. I'm sure I would have gotten my belongings and left. But we don't want the students and we don't want our staff with a level of frustration at all when it comes to technology, regardless of what type of technology it is. And so in technology services, we try to black hat anything that we bring out to make sure that staff and students are able to use it, that is user friendly, and there aren't any type levels of frustration. And our district website provides many helpful links for many questions and issues. We also have our user support and training. And so first is the technology support. And so this is support that is established for teachers, students, and staff, and clear channels for reporting any issues and hopefully getting it resolved in a timely manner. So we use something called iSupport. And so students and staff are able to go into this system and put in what we call a ticket. And so if you have a student who, for some reason, maybe their keyboard's not working, there's an issue with the battery, they plug it in, and then when they unplug it, the battery dies very quickly. Any list of those issues, then they're able to do that. With staff, same thing. If they have an issue with a printer or their devices, then we have technicians. The high schools have 2, the middle schools have 1, and then the elementaries have a technician that shares 2 or 3 campuses in order to provide that support. We were able to get some great information and feedback about training for our technicians. And so next week, our technicians are in a technicians camp. And so we'll be providing more information for them to make sure that that support is being utilized correctly on campuses. And again, that we can get the turnaround time down very low when there are issues and things need to be addressed. And then, of course, we have our training programs that offer information through PD that are offered through our educational side, instructional side of the district, that will offer those training sessions, resources to help teachers and students on using the Chromebooks, and then all of our Google Space tools as well. And we really want to make sure that everyone knows how to access this information, and so that will be shared as well. So thinking about security and privacy, I know I can't see you, but wave your hands if you remember the emails that we get a few times a year, and they're called Know Before trainings. And so these are just-in-time trainings that we receive as reminders of things that we should and should not be sharing when it comes to security and privacy measures, of course, with this. And we have to think about, as educators, what information we're sharing, whether it's personal information that we're sharing, whether it is student information that we're sharing, it may be information that is just for your building that you may be sharing. And so you have to think about the levels of who you're sharing this information with. For example, you wouldn't share a listing of if you're a principal secretary, you would be sharing a listing of staff emails and addresses that you may collect every year for personal reasons. You wouldn't share that with the whole district, or you wouldn't share that to a link for parents and things of that nature. And so thinking about the levels of which you share things, certain things can be shared, amongst the staff. Certain things may only need to be shared within your group. If you're English on a campus, or if you are CTE on a campus, then thinking about the level in which you share, but then also being very careful, like the video talked about what you share, links that you may click on, because we get tons of emails that are outside of the district every day, but making sure that you're careful with the things that you click on. And so then when we look at it from the Chromebooks perspective, we're looking at measures such as device encryption, regular updates, and then the authentication protocols. It's kind of like when you're in Google or iCloud and it's asking you for a password and it's telling you that you have to use the password that has to be at least 8 characters. It must involve a symbol, a number, a uppercase. You have to have all of these things. And it's like, how in the world am I going to remember all of these different passwords? I remember years and years ago, I used the same 2 passwords all the time. And so I don't do that anymore, but definitely able to update that so that that you don't have that issue. We also have where every few weeks or so, we're required to update our passwords on our devices, and students are prompted to do that as well, so that if information does get out, then hopefully it's information that is dated and not new, and then we're able to adjust and make those changes as needed. And then privacy, big word, FERPA. We've heard of FERPA. And so ensuring that we are in compliance with all of our data privacy regulations that the state requires of us, and then making sure that students understand those protocols as well. And so looking at a couple of those, it's talking about the protection of student data. And so Chromebooks store and assess sensitive student information, such as personal details, academic records, and their login credentials. So we have to have a strong security plan in place that ensures that this data is protected from any unauthorized users, breaches, misuse, and then safeguarding the students' privacy, and again, making sure that we are complying with all privacy regulations that have been established. Cyber attack prevention. Hopefully nobody has been traveling or flying in the last couple of weeks, because we've had so many things go on with that, and it is still ongoing. But looking to prevent cyber attacks with the Chromebooks, because like with any digital service, is susceptible to that, such as malware, to phishing attacks, breaches, things, all of those natures. But having a comprehensive security plan in place includes measures like our antivirus software that we have, our firewalls that we use, and then again, regular security updates to help mitigate. Unfortunately, we can't stop it all, but we do want to try to help mitigate those risks and maintain as secure computing environment as we can. Then when you look at content filtering, and so making sure that that we're able to filter out lots and lots of things that that students may want to, or even staff, unfortunately, may want to try to access. And sometimes there's a level of frustration with the adults, because there are things that we are trying to access for student use. And because we have such a strong content filter on in the district, that sometimes we have to find different means or different avenues of accessing information or sharing information with students. But again, that is built to stop students from being exposed to inappropriate content, but also any type of cyberbullying and predatory behavior. And so having a well-designed content filtering and monitoring helps promote that safeguard and then the responsible internet use among our students and staff. And then last but not least, when we look at, unfortunately, because this happens, looking at theft of Chromebooks, because they're a mobile device, they can, of course, it's not a desktop, they can be easily lost or stolen. But like I talked about earlier, we do have Absolute and LTEC, which help us track devices. We can do remote locking. There is a part where we can wipe data to help mitigate the risk of unauthorized access to any sensitive information in case of a loss or theft, and then making sure that that our police are involved in helping to recover said devices as well. So you're like, okay, well, Shay, what can we do? What does this look like when we're integrating this in curriculum? And so we talk about digital learning tools. And so we have apps that are available to help enhance teaching and the learning experience. And then we have to make sure on this side that it is compatible with the devices that students and teachers use, and that it is functional with them as well. And then one of the other things is digital citizenship. So being able to promote responsible use of technology and online safety among students through digital citizenship programs. One of the things that we're looking at to do this year is to share with students through a method where we're talking to them about digital citizenship. What does that look like online? What does that look like with the Chromebook and the care of the Chromebooks, so that we can make sure that all students are safe? So we look at enhanced learning opportunities. And so Chromebooks enable access to a wide variety of digital resources, educational apps, and online tools that can help enrich curriculum. And so being able to integrate Chromebooks into the curriculum allows for educators to hopefully create more engaging and interactive learning experiences for our students. And then you look at personalized learning, because we know that learning, as with everything else, is not a one-size-fits-all type of learning. And so Chromebooks can help, if used correctly, to support those personalized learning approaches by allowing students to progress at their own pace. They're able to explore topics of interest through adaptive software and then those digital resources. Curriculum integration ensures that Chromebooks are used effectively to cater to the diverse needs of students and their preferences. And then we have access to update information. It is amazing that we now have information at our fingertips. It's easy to Google something, to look up something very quickly, and you have access to information so quickly. And so Chromebooks help provide access to current information and resources from around the world. I'm going to date myself and say I remember using encyclopedias to look up information. And when I think about it now, that information was very dated. It definitely wasn't anything in the last couple of years of information that I would have needed in order to either do a paper or research something. And so our students have those now. And so we're using that to integrate with curriculum. That means that students can use those resources and leverage that information to stay informed about global issues, developments in things that they're interested in, and then finding a path of study. And then last but not least, looking at equity, inclusivity. Chromebooks, technology in general, helps to bridge the digital divide by providing equal access to educational resources and opportunities for all students, regardless of their background or location. And then with that curriculum instruction, it helps to integrate the technology used to help, again, support the diverse learning needs of our students. Feedback and evaluation. We want to make sure that we are getting what we call just-in-time information or feedback from our campus admin, from our one-to-one LTE contacts on the campus, through students, and we do those through surveys during the year and campus visits. One of the things that I always caution people about, I used to be an associate principal in an AP, was don't ask for information if you don't use it for change. Because if you're putting surveys out there, if you're asking for feedback and you do nothing with that feedback, then people will stop sharing the information with you. And so you want to make sure that that whatever feedback you do get, that you are using it to help further and build the structure and that you have in place. And so again, looking at feedback mechanisms that we can use, you're gathering that information from stakeholders on their experience with the Chromebook and with the one-to-one program, and then using that feedback to identify areas for improvement. Of course, you will get tons and tons of information that is given back to you, and you have to shift through it. And we understand that there can be time constraints, there can be budget constraints in order to decide whether or not some of these things are done, but definitely having those conversations and then showing that, okay, this is the information that we received, and this is how we're going to help implement and answer those questions or those needs. Again, those surveys, being able to use that information, and then performance evaluation, and monitoring those key indicators such as device uptime, support response times. And again, that's going back to those tickets that we talked about earlier, and then student engagement with the digital tools. And the digital tools aren't just the Chromebook itself, but the different apps and things like that that they can access and be used in the classroom. So continuous improvement. So that feedback allows educators and administrators to gather insights into the effectiveness of the Chromebook integration strategies. And so those instructional practices and those educational technologies. Evaluating feedback, it just helps identify what our strengths are, what our areas of improvement are, and it leads to that continuous refinement of the program, because it'll never get to the point where we'll be like, we've arrived. It's like with learning. You can never stop learning. There's always something new to learn. And so we'll never arrive, but we always want to make sure that we are continuously looking at ways to improve the program. User satisfaction. That means, again, that we are asking for information from our stakeholders to get their perspective, because as a district administrator, my perspective is different than the perspective of a campus administrator, from a teacher, from a student, from a parent use. And so wanting to make sure that we are talking to everyone to understand their satisfaction levels, the challenges they may encounter, and then the suggestions that they have for improvement to make sure that their needs are met and that it enhances the overall user satisfaction. And again, like I said, not everything can be done, but definitely with that information, there are things that we would be able to change to make sure that it is being utilized to the best of its ability. Optimizing your resource allocation, that's the feedback and evaluation that helps the district make informed decisions, and resource allocations such as technology investments, that's that word budget again, professional development opportunities. What do we need to be teaching, showing, what do we need to offer so that all of our stakeholders understand the use and make sure that it is quality PD that they're getting, and then the curriculum enhancements that go along with that as well. Looking at support and training, wanting to make sure that the feedback helps identify specific areas where additional support and training may be needed, not just for the students and the teachers, but it may be something that our technicians need additional training on. It may be something that us at the district level need additional training on to make sure that we are getting the right information out, getting it out quickly, and enabling and being able to tailor that all of our PD and the resources so that it is user specific. And then adapting to changing needs. We have to be open to change and understanding that because this is something that worked last year, it may not necessarily work this year. And so our educational environments are dynamic and needs evolve over time, and we need to be prepared to do that and open to do that. And so the feedback and evaluation, we will help provide insights into emerging trends, technology advancements, and then evolving educational requirements. This also allows districts to adapt the Chromebook initiatives to meet those changing needs effectively. And so you have what we call the feedback loop. So we gather the information from our stakeholders, we analyze that information that we receive, we act on that feedback, then we follow up. Because again, we want to make sure that we are showing that we listen to the information that you gave us, and we want to make sure that we're able to present this information to you, because it may be that with the information we present to you, we end up gathering more feedback. And so this loop is continuous, and we want to make sure that we don't ever just stop at one or two, but that we continuously do this so that we can continue to improve the program. And so what we will look at is, as our last one, is communication. And so I like this from George Bernard Shaw that says the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and you walk away and you may be like, I'm not sure what just happened. I'm not sure what I just heard. I'm not sure what I communicated. But being able to have a clear and concise understanding is huge. And we know that with any area, any relationship, anything that you're doing, that clear communication is what you need to be successful. So stakeholder engagement. And so having that open communication between IT, between educators, administrators, parents, all to make sure that all of our goals are aligned and that any issues or challenges are addressed. Looking at our channels of communication, the clear communication keep the stakeholders informed about program updates, policies, and resources. And you have to think, how are we getting this information out? Are we doing an all call? Are we adding it to the district website? Are we making sure that the links are very easy to find to get information that students, parents, staff that they need? How open are we with the information and making sure that it is there for everyone? And so we want to make sure that our messages are consistent. We want to make sure that the information we share to the campuses is the information that the campuses are sharing to their staff, to their students, to the parents, so that it is that full loop of feedback and communication again that's happening. Because making sure that we have that clear communication ensures that the teachers and the administrators are able to convey the expectations that the district has when it comes to technology and Chromebooks, that they are able to consistently list the guidelines and the procedures that are related to Chromebook use across the district. And so that consistent messaging, again, promotes that uniformity in instructional practices, and it so much enhances the clarity for students and for parents to understand, okay, this is the path that the district is following, and they know how to access that information if needed. Effective deployment and management. Last semester in the spring, we deployed right about 15,000 devices, replacement devices to 9 middle schools. And so as you can imagine, that takes a lot of hands and a lot of talking and communicating with not just the district level and not just with our vendors, but campuses as well, because we want to make sure that these processes for campuses that we have, they are effective and that they don't feel overwhelmed when there are things that change and we have to make changes and sometimes, unfortunately, shift quickly to do that. And so having that clear communication with the campuses helps to facilitate a very smooth deployment and management of the Chromebooks that they have on the campus. It also ensures that our stakeholders are informed about distribution schedules, tech support availability updates, and then being able to minimize any confusion and logistical challenges that may arise. Transparency and accountability. As with, we've all been in talks and understanding about budget concerns and constraints that we currently have. And so we want our stakeholders, we want everyone to understand how money is being spent and making sure that it is being spent correctly when it comes to technology. And so being able to have that transparent communication will help to foster trust and accountability among the stakeholders, including, like I said, our students, our parents, our teachers, and then our community as well. It also helps ensure that decisions related to Chromebook initiatives are communicated openly and there is clear understanding, and that we give rationale behind these decisions. We just can't say, oh, we want to spend X amount of dollars for this particular technology without having a reasonable initiative behind why we do what we do. And then effective problem resolution, because as with anything, we will have problems, and being able to have a clear communication channel that enables timely identification and resolution of issues related to Chromebook usage, but then also so that teachers and staff and students can easily report any technology issues, problems, and then it allows us as the technology support staff to address those issues promptly and to minimize instruction, as I talked about earlier, to the learning environment. And so some final thoughts. So you want to make sure that you are searching for powerful infrastructure and device management platforms, that as a district or as a campus, that you align your objectives and illustrate the implementation of curriculum integration across all the education levels. Establish standards for assisting users, and those are our stakeholders as well, and providing training. And then being able to develop a strategy to engage your stakeholders through the collaboration, the communication, and then through the use of feedback and evaluation techniques. By doing all of these, you're able to ensure that there's a holistic understanding of how Chromebooks contribute to the enhancing educational practices and then making sure that those learning objectives are achieved. I thank you all so much for allowing me this time today. If you have questions or comments and you want to reach out to me, my email is listed below. And I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I hope that you enjoy DLC.
Thank you, Shay. That was a great session. So far, there aren't any questions in the chat. But the good news is, because there were several things that I'm like, oh, yeah, digital citizenship. Like, that's an ongoing thing. It's not just a one day. The good news is, if you missed any of these pieces, the sessions are being recorded and you can go back at any point, replay them, pause them. So all of these are here and you can access it later. Oh, and you're getting lots of thanks and hearts in the chat. So
thank you guys.
Shay. Yeah, well, now that I said it, there's more popping up. So thank you. That was a great session. And again, it's more of that partnership across Sci-Fair. We're so glad that you could join us for this session.
Thank you all so much.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and take over the screen just so that I can show how to get to your next session if you're not sure. So right now we're in this YouTube chat and YouTube video. If you want to go back to the app, hopefully you still have that tab open. You can just go down to the 10 o'clock session and see what's going to fit best for you and your needs and interest. If you don't have that tab open, you can always go to our main DLC website and you can just type in cfisd.net/DLC and you'll land on this page. And then if you go down a little bit, click on this button where it says access the conference site. And that'll bring you into this tab. So, excuse me. So we're about to go into that 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to go ahead and run a video so that if you need to move to another session, you can. If you want to hang out with us here, we've got another great session coming up. But I'm going to run that video and then we'll be back in right about 10 minutes. So let me get that queued up for you and we will be good to go. All right. Enjoy your break.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a Sci-Fair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new Sci-Fair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for Sci-Fair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame and then click on Applications. Then click on Updates. And if there are any updates, then you will have the gray box will be purple, and you just click on that and wait for them to install.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC.
All right, and welcome to our 10 o'clock session. So I'm very excited. With us, we have Jodi Barber-Harris from Explore Learning, and she is the Explore Learning Implementation Manager for Cypher ISD. Good to know she's also a former science teacher, instructional coach, and science coordinator. And I have to say, I'm kind of partial as a former science teacher because I know how powerful Gizmos can be. So in this session, she's going to be sharing how to use Gizmos to support the recurring themes and concepts, or RTCs, for elementary science. So Jodi, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can see you guys, and I can hear you.
Awesome. So whenever you are ready, it can be all yours. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And let's see which one I need to share. I think it's this one.
That's always a fun game.
I know. I have so many of them, and so I'm like, which one am I working on today? Well, good morning. I'm here in Texas. I know we don't use the phrase cross-cutting concepts, so I will be talking about recurring themes and concepts. But I'm here to show you, especially with our new standards and how they've written them, how to really focus on getting those RCTs embedded into your lessons while you're using Gizmos. So during today's session, we are going to look at different ways to use cross-cutting concepts. So we're going to talk about what cross-cutting concepts are. I'm going to model a lesson and we're going to have you guys identify which cross-cutting concepts are a part of that lesson, and then how to be intentional when you are choosing cross-cutting concepts to use in your classroom. And so in this workshop, we're going to move you through that transformation invention phase of adopting Gizmos, where you're going to start figuring out, how do I create these new lessons to support your students based on your comfort level. We do have some norms today, so I do have the YouTube chat open, so please drop information in the chat if you have questions for me. I am keeping up with that. And just, be great. If you have anything that you need, just let me know. Just be open. I'm going to show you some things that you may not have seen before, and I'm hoping that you are able to just walk away with one thing that you can use when your kids come into the classroom in the next couple weeks. If I do see a question in the chat and I don't answer it immediately, please don't fret about that. I'm probably going to answer it sometime in the presentation, but if not, I will directly answer that stuff in the chat for you if you have it. So let's go ahead and get started because our plan for today is to start looking at those three-dimensional learning. We're going to discuss those reoccurring themes and concepts. We're going to model that lesson, like I said, and we are definitely going to explore ways that you can integrate those into the classroom while you're using Gizmos. I'm going to skip past all of this sign-in stuff for me because we don't need to do that today. Good morning, Sandra, Michelle, Karen, and Mr. and Mrs. Lowe. Not sure. Hi, Kayla. But as we go along and we start learning about three-dimensional learning, the National Research Council definitely says and describes a vision of what science instruction and what science should look like in the classroom. And they look at it as both the body of knowledge and an evidence-based model with those three dimensions that are combined to form each of our standards. And so one dimension focuses on those science and engineering practices, and that is what students are going to do in our classroom. They're going to investigate, build models, design systems, things like that. The next dimension is going to be those reoccurring themes and concepts. And that is how we get our students to think and organize the content that we're teaching them and how to connect those pieces together. And this is a very different way to approach how we teach science in terms of getting our kids to think about science in a new way. And then lastly, we have those core ideas. And so those practices and the RCTs are going to work together to help teach those core ideas in that third dimension. And that's just the content that we have surrounding curriculum instruction, assessment, those things that make up what students know about the information. And these three dimensions are going to shift the focus of our classroom using all three of these pieces to be able to explore, examine, and explain how and why specific phenomenon occur in the world around us. So I'm going to have Amanda drop a link in the chat. This link is going to ask you to force copy our reflections and your thinkings for today. So keep that open, keep that tab open if you're on your computers. And first thing we're going to do is I want you in the K and the W boxes, I want you to start thinking about what do you already know about reoccurring themes and concepts? What have you dove into lately? What has the district mentioned in this shift of our standards and those TEKs? So take a minute or two, and I'm going to let you guys fill in what you know and wonder. And you are welcome to drop any of those into the chat just to give me some insight into what you're typing because I will not be able to see your reflection sheets. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Jodi. One quick thing over here, we're seeing that we have to request access to the file. Would you be able to adjust that?
Yes. Give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
I thought I had changed that earlier. All right, and they should be good to go.
Okay, it worked for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, everyone, about the access. You should have access to the link now. And Amanda, it is okay if you do not know much about these reoccurring themes and concepts. We're going to get you a quick introduction to them and hopefully help you out along the way. I'm going to give you guys maybe about one more, maybe 30, 45 seconds to think about what you know and what you're wondering about those reoccurring themes and concepts. And feel free to add any questions or wonderings in the chat, because again, I am not able to see your reflections. All right, if you are with Amanda and Kimberly, where you don't know much about the cross-cutting concepts, it's no worry. On the next slide in your reflection deck, we are going to align our understanding of these 7 cross-cutting concepts. So we're going to do a card sort. So I think it's slide number 3, if I'm not mistaken. It is slide number 3. You are going to see 3 piles of cards. Those 3 piles of cards, one of them is the cross-cutting concept itself, like patterns, systems, energy and matter. And then you're going to see another pile of questions that you would ask students, focusing on that cross-cutting concept or that recurring theme and concept. And then lastly, a description of that. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do is take that card sort, and I want you to organize those 3 sets of cards into piles. And you can use all the space that you need. You don't have to make it fit on the slide deck. Feel free to use that gray space. Use the information that you have in order to build that card sort. I'm going to just drag it over so that you can kind of see what you're looking at into your slide deck. But you're going to be on slide number 3 in your reflection document. And again, you're going to have cards for the reoccurring themes and concepts. You're going to have question cards about which questions you would ask for that reoccurring theme and concept. And again, a description. So again, use all the available space that you have. And I want you to go ahead and try to fit and do a card sort for those cross-cutting concepts. Please don't worry if you are like, I have no clue. Just do the best you can. I will be giving you an answer key in a little bit. I gave you about 1 more minute to sort your cards. And then I'm going to ask Amanda to put the link to the answer key in the chat for you guys so that you can review your work and check to see those alignments. And as you're looking over those answers, I want you to think about what was surprising to you and what did you learn when you were doing this card sort. All right, go ahead and check your work. The answer key is in the chat. Feel free to, again, put in the chat, was anything surprising to you? Was there any challenges that you ran into? What information did you have, or what did you learn by doing this card sort? Hopefully, as you're reviewing the information and you're starting to make some connections, we teach the reoccurring themes and concepts all the time in the classroom. We are asking kids to look for patterns. We are asking students to look for cause and effect. We're asking kids to look for structure function, depending on your content area. We're doing this already in our science classrooms, but what we have to do now is be more intentional about using them to get our kids to think in a specific way. So when we start thinking about the 3 dimensions, remember that you're looking at the science and engineering practices, you're looking at the reoccurring themes and concepts, and then you're looking at the content itself. It really does shift our learning and shifts that focus from learning about a topic to really figuring out why and how something happens. It is going to lead into a deeper and more transferable knowledge for your students because patterns can be seen across all disciplines. They're going to look for patterns in life science and physical science and earth science. And so that information and that the synthesis that they're doing is going to be able to use across the board. And then lastly, using that 3-dimensional learning, it's going to explain phenomenon by developing and applying the content, the reoccurring themes and concepts through the use of those science and engineering practices. So they're taking all of this information that they're learning, they're looking at it through a specific lens, and then they're doing something with our investigations or labs with those with that content so that they can understand what they're doing. So now that you've had that opportunity to kind of see what the cross-cutting concepts can do, I'm going to model a Gizmo lesson for you. We're going to use 2 different Gizmos. If you do not have your account open, it is okay. I'm going to be working the Gizmo itself. You do in your reflection document on slide number 4 and 5, you're going to be able to fill in some data as I collect it along the way. And so you can just watch my screen and fill in that information. Anything that has a light blue box around it is a text box that you can just type in your responses so that you have that information. So let's start and take a look at this. So just like the people that you see in this picture, I'm going to ask you to play kind of multiple roles. And since we don't have students here today, you guys are going to be my students. I'm going to be the teacher, and I'm going to assume that you already know the content. So I really just want you to focus on the strategies that I'm using and which reoccurring themes and concepts that maybe was the focus of my lesson. I also want you to think about if you want to take notes, you're more than welcome to do that. But if you have not logged into your Gizmo account and you have access to it, you are welcome to follow along with me. Just open a new tab. But again, it is not necessary. I'm going to model everything on my screen so that you can see that. So are you guys ready to be fifth graders in my classroom? All right, I think you guys are ready. So let's go ahead and get started. I am going to sorry about that. I am trying to close the screen over here. There we go. All right, thank you. I love it. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and get started. So good morning, class. Welcome. I'm so excited for you to be here. So class, today we are going to investigate why some things get damaged when they hit each other. So I'm going to ask you guys in the chat to answer this question. Why do you think some things get damaged when they hit each other? So in the chat, drop me a couple of answers as to why you think some things get damaged when they hit each other. It's okay, Karen, if you don't have one, you will have one by the beginning of the school year. We will hopefully get you set up if you teach math or science. So why do you think some things get damaged when they hit each other? All right, so we got forces, we have the rate of motion, we have the speed of that fall. So yeah, there are different reasons why some objects get damaged when they hit each other. So let's talk about a few of those things. So we know that energy is the ability to cause changes applied by a force, which you guys mentioned, or to do work. And we definitely take that unit and we use the unit of joules to denote energy. And the great thing about energy is that it comes in lots of different forms. And so some of those forms, does anybody remember some types of energy that we have available? What forms of energy do you remember? And you can just type that in the chat. Yeah, we have light energy, thermal energy, electric energy, mechanical energy, electrical. Yeah, so there are a lot of different types of energy. Electrical, kinetic, potential, chemical, thermal, nuclear, hydro, so water energy. So there is a lot of different forms of energy that we have. And the great thing about energy, yep, sound is absolutely one of them. The great thing about energy is that it does come in two big main forms or categories, potential energy and kinetic energy. So potential energy is going to be the energy that an object has because of its position or shape. And then kinetic energy is going to be the energy the object has because it's in motion. And we can actually calculate that information, which is great, by looking at the mass of an object and how fast that object is moving. So it is a great indicator that the force that causes that energy to change within potential and kinetic energy, we can actually calculate that information. So we're actually going to take a look at a gizmo to learn about the factors of kinetic energy. So I'm going to bring over my gizmo. Again, if you don't have your Gizmo account, it is okay. You will get one at the beginning of the school year along with your Sci-Fair account. You guys are rostered, and so your kids and classes will automatically be populated in there, and you will have access to the program. So we're going to take a look at my gizmo. I'm going to use Sled Wars. So I'm going to go ahead and just type Sled Wars into my search bar. And it's asking me to log in. So let me do that real quick. It timed me out. Yes, I have so many logins. But we're going to use Sled Wars first. And I'm going to go ahead and go into full screen mode by using these 4 arrows in the top right-hand corner. And let's take a look at this. So in our gizmo, we're going to learn about kinetic energy. So if I click play and my sled slides down the hill, what do you think are going to happen to the snowmen when I let that slide go? What do you think is going to happen? Yeah, so if I hit play, my sled should slide down the hill and hit the snowman, and hopefully they will fall down. So let's see what that looks like. Oh, we did. We hit the snowman. Some of our snowmen fell down. And the great thing about this gizmo is that we have some data in our collision box after the result. And so I can actually see the maximum speed of my sled. I can see how much energy my sled had. I can look at how many snowmen were destroyed, 1.23. And then I can look at the final speed and the final energy of that sled. And as you can see, I'm going to hit reset. As you can see, I can use my slider and adjust the number adjust the mass of my snowman, and just notice my Yeti just gets bigger or smaller to adjust that. I can also take my sled and I can drag it up and down the hill to adjust the height of the sled. And I can also change my number of snowmen. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hit reset. I'm going to make sure we are back at 100 grams for our sled and that my height is set to 25 meters. And we're going to take a closer look at my gizmo and get that information. So let's click on Show Energy. And I want you to notice that I have 24,500 joules of energy at the top of my hill. So right here where I clicked on Show Energy, I have 24,500 joules of energy at the top of my hill. And notice that I have 0 kinetic energy. Why do you think I have 24,500 joules of potential energy and no kinetic energy? Why do you think that? Yeah, definitely. So because our sled is not moving, yep, not in motion. So remember that potential energy is based on its position and size, and kinetic energy is based on motion. So yeah, we absolutely, it's not moving. Yep. So we have some potential energy. So that Yeti is giving us some energy that we can use. And because we are not moving, that energy is going to sit there and wait because it's the potential of moving. So I'm going to just drag an arrow real quick because I'm going to put it right here at the bottom of our hill. And I'm going to do my best to pause it right when we get there. So at the bottom of my hill, before I hit the snowman, I should see some kinetic energy in our energy transformation over here. And I should see this energy changing because we are moving from potential to kinetic energy. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play and pause it. So notice now that I still have the exact same amount of energy, 24,500, but we have converted that energy from potential energy to kinetic energy. And so we have a wonderful law called the conservation of energy that says energy cannot be created or destroyed. And because of that, we just changed energy into a different form of energy. So I'm going to go ahead and continue to hit play so that we can look at our results in our data. So notice that the speed of our sled was 22.14 meters per second. And notice that we destroyed 1.23 snowmen. And that information in that box is going to be really important as we continue and fill in our graphic and fill in our data table. So we're going to start looking at our test question, and this is going to be on slide number 4 in your reflection document. So slide number 4 is the slide that you should be on in your reflection slide deck. And we're going to start looking at the question, how does mass affect kinetic energy? And I'm going to use our gizmo to kind of help us do that. So how does mass affect kinetic energy? And so I'm going to run this simulation and I'm going to double the mass every time. And as I do that, I want you to fill in your data table on slide number 4. So remember, those light blue boxes are text boxes. So you can just type in the data as we go along and collect that information. So I'm going to reset. Let me get rid of my arrow real quick. And I am going to leave our 5 snowmen. I'm going to put us at 40 meters, and I am going to adjust our mass of our sled. And so the first mass we are going to do is 10. So 10 kilograms are going to be our first mass. And on slide number 4, we're going to start filling that information. So the first data point you should have is 10 grams. I'm going to click play. In that second column that says kinetic energy, notice that our maximum sled energy was 3,920. Go ahead and write that or type that in the box. And then notice that we destroyed 0.2 snowmen. So I want you to go ahead and type that information in that first row on slide 4. And I'm going to repeat this because we're going to double the math. And so I'm going to go ahead and hit reset. And we're going to double 10 to 20. I'm going to click play. And notice that our max sled energy was 7,840 joules. And this time we destroyed 0.39 snowmen. So making sure that you have that information in the second row on slide number 4. And again, I'm just going to double our mass from 20 to 40 and hit play. Again, 40 kilograms is our mass. This time we had 15,680 joules of energy, and we destroyed 0.78 snowmen. And I love that you guys are starting to look at the data and starting to make some conclusions and look at relationships and patterns in that information. And then again, let's double it from 40 to 80. Let's play it again. Again, this time we had 31,360 joules of energy, and we destroyed 1.57 snowmen. And then lastly, your last set of data points, we're going to double 80 to 160, again with 5 snowmen. Let's take a look at our energy. So the maximum amount of energy we had was 62,720 joules of energy, and we destroyed 3.14 snowmen. So now that you have that data recorded on your reflection sheet on slide 4, there are some orange dots off to the side of the graph. I want you to go ahead and drag those dots onto your graph, and I want you to graph that data onto slide 4. So there are some orange dots on the side of that slide deck. You can drag them onto the graph. And let's start analyzing and looking at the graph that you've created. And Cheryl has already put in a great observation, a great conclusion that she drew. It says, as the mass of the object increases, kinetic energy increases. Does anybody have any other conclusions that they can draw from our data table or the graph? All right, so hopefully as you're looking at your data, you also notice that, like you said, as mass increases, kinetic energy increases, but also as that kinetic energy increases, the number of snowmen destroyed increased as well. And that mass and kinetic energy are directly proportional to each other. So if you double the mass, that kinetic energy is doubled as well, so that you're starting to see that information in there. So let's take a look. So what do you think will happen if we were to scale up this model and look at something bigger, like a car? So right now we're just looking at a sled and some snowmen. What do you think is going to happen if I take this concept and let's look at a vehicle, let's look at some cars? Do you think we'll see the same trend in our data? So while you think about that and drop your thoughts in the chat, I am going to take a look at another gizmo. Yep, kinetic energy increases, the more snowmen get hit, absolutely. So I'm going to now look at crumple zones, which is another one of our fantastic gizmos that we have. And let's scale up our information. Let's take a look and see if we get the same patterns, that if mass increases, the kinetic energy increases, or that the mass increases, the destruction that we get increases because that kinetic energy is large. And so you guys are saying, yeah, we should see the same trend in our data, but let's take a look at that. So I have crumple zones here, and what I love about this gizmo is, if you've ever seen the crash test dummies, this is a gizmo that allows you to design a car, and then you get to run it and crash it to see what happens to that. So I have already set up some presets because we just wanted to see if the same pattern holds true if we scale up that information. And so we're going to look at the mass of our first car. So the first car that we're going to use is a subcompact car. It is 950 grams. Just so that you can see, we're using a subcompact car that's 950 kilograms. We are keeping the crumple zone length, the rigidity, and the safety rigidity the same for all of the vehicles so that we really can see how the mass of that vehicle, just like we did with our Yeti, impacts the amount of destruction or kinetic energy that is available. So I'm going to go ahead and click play. And notice when the car crashed, I now have some data and some information in here. So this car is fantastic. Notice that our crumple zone deformation was 0.3 meters. So that information is the damage on the front end of our car. And that's almost equivalent to the Yetis, being toppled over. And so with a subcompact car that's 950 kilograms, we only had 0.3 meters of damage on this vehicle. And so if I keep all of those variables the same, but I'm going to change the cars to have more mass, we should see, hopefully, right, more damage to the vehicle. So let's see what happens when I choose a sedan. So again, I have a preset. I've already set up the experiment and I've run the information so that I'm able just to click the information and pull it up quickly. So now I have a sedan. The sedan has a mass of 1,450 kilograms. So this is going to be equivalent to like a Toyota Corolla or a Camry or a Honda Accord, those types of vehicles. And I'm going to click play for this one. And let's see what happens with that. So the sedan itself, more mass, we had that crumple zone deformation of 0.46 meters. So again, the larger the car, the more damage that we saw. And let's test one more vehicle. We have an SUV that's available, and that SUV is 2,000 kilograms. And if I, again, run that simulation, I have that crumple zone deformation, or how much damage is in that car, is going to be 0.63 meters of damage. And so even though we've scaled up our experiment to cars rather than using that sled, we can see the same data and the same patterns in our data, that if we increase the mass of the object, we also increase the damage. And we know this is true because that kinetic energy, that potential energy, is directly related to the mass and the motion of that vehicle. And so class, what we're going to do on slide 4 is going to be your homework for tonight. You guys are going to test our next question. So how does speed affect kinetic energy? And you're going to use the Gizmo. So you would go back to Sled Wars Gizmo. And you're going to test that question. How does speed affect kinetic energy? You're going to do this for homework. We're not going to have time to do it today because the bell is about to ring. And so you will then use, slide 5 to collect your data, organize that information, and graph and, put that information on a table and graph that information. And with that, I'm going to end the lesson. So thank you for participating in my Gizmo lesson, but that just gives you a little sneak peek of how you can use a Gizmo in your classroom and then provide students information to be able to do that. But let's talk more about the actual information that we're talking about. So in the chat, I want you to think about what instructional strategies did we use for this lesson. So it was a quick snippet of what you can use for cross-cutting concepts and just for a sample lesson in your class. So what strategies did I use? Yeah, so I modeled as a teacher. So it was whole group. Maybe my kids weren't on their devices and I just had my, Promethean board up and just manipulating the Gizmo itself. And then the kids are recording their data either on a handout or a Google Slides if you want to keep it electronic. What other strategies did we use? Yeah, we did an I do, you do. So we did a lot of the data collecting together, but then they then had to demonstrate and practice their graphing skills. Yep, I asked some questions for you guys. And again, we're in a digital space, so it was hard to kind of interact here, but I would have definitely asked questions back and forth and gotten you to give me your, sharing your thoughts, telling me what you think before we were running that simulation. And yeah, it absolutely allows our kids to do kind of that trial and error to promote that higher level thinking. Yeah, a little bit of productive struggle, like what would happen if I scale up from a sled to a car? Do I see the same data and patterns and the information? We definitely changed some variables. So we looked at not only the sled, but we looked at the height and the mass. We would have worked whole group for this lesson. So those are some great strategies that you can think about when you're using Gizmos with your students. But the thing that I want you to think about and what you're really here to do is talk about cross-cutting concepts. So on slide number 6, I want you to think about, so there were 2 cross-cutting concepts that were my true focus of this lesson. 2 cross-cutting concepts. You're going to look at that pile. So there is a pile of those cards. You have your answer key. Which 2 do you think were my focus? And if you want to just drop in the chat which cross-cutting concepts or which reoccurring themes and concepts I did, that'll give me some insight to what you guys are dragging over there. But which cross-cutting concepts or reoccurring themes did I use in this lesson? And again, you can put that in the chat, but you have that option on your reflection slide deck to drag those cards onto the slide itself. So which reoccurring themes and concepts did we focus on during this lesson? Starting to see cause and effect pop up. So the 2 cross-cutting concepts that I actually used and that my focus of my lesson was scale and proportion, if I can spell, and energy and matter. Now, did we have to look at patterns and cause and effect while doing this? Absolutely, because it is important to understand that our cross-cutting concepts are going to help students make sense of what they're doing. It is going to provide the whys behind the information, and it's going to use a tool to help the kids think and allow us to ask some teacher questions. And then it gives them that lens to look at the science in a new way. And the great thing about those cross-cutting concepts is that even though all of these are correct, we looked at structure function, we looked at cause and effect, we looked at matter and energy, we looked at patterns, you as a teacher have to make those intentional decisions on which 1 or 2 is going to be the focus of your lesson. Because the interesting part of cross-cutting concepts is that there's just a lot of them to use. And the great thing about them is that patterns is the one that we can use with all of them. Patterns is the biggest one that we allow students to be able to make sense of the world around them. Patterns is the one that I can integrate into everything. And so those particular concepts, when we look at patterns, they're on its own because that's how we make sense of the world around us. And then you have the other 2 groups with cause and effect. It's going to go with structure function. They're just kind of a higher level of each other. And then you have all of these things about systems and system models and how things interact with each other. So as you're taking a look at this, Amanda is going to put the code on the screen for you guys so that you have that. And then I will close this out with a couple of closing information.
Thank you. Yeah, This has been a great session. So on the screen, you have the attendance code. So make sure you record this. You will want it at the end of the day when you submit your attendance. And really, Jodi, so far you've done a great job grabbing the questions as they show up in the chat. We did have a couple of people asking about like best practices for assigning to students. Do you have any suggestions there?
So when you start using Gizmos in your classroom, your kids will already be assigned, and then there are ways for you to add Gizmos to your classes. And so I will be working with your district coordinators to schedule some sessions available. So if you are new to using Gizmos, I will work with them to schedule some webinars, after school or in the evenings or whatever works for you guys, to kind of get you those best practices and strategies for using it with your kids. And then you also have teammates. So Sci-Fair has been using Gizmos for a very long time. And so there's probably someone on your team in the meantime that can help you navigate that until we can set some training up.
That's a great point. Yeah, because Sci-Fair is all about the team planning and collaboration. So even if you're new, work with those who've been in Sci-Fair and they'll probably have some great ideas too.
Absolutely.
So it's yours again, Jodi, for you to go ahead and wrap up.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna skip some slides here just so that you can see, but there is another reflection in terms of your slide decks that if you want to go through and think about the information that you've learned today, to think about like how would focusing, we have 7 reoccurring themes and concepts, why focusing on 1 or 2 is going to be a bigger impact in your classroom and for your students. And then with that, when you start planning with your students, think about what standard you're going to use, and then which cross-cutting concept matches that standard. And so to get you kind of in the mind frame of that, if I wanted to focus on structure function, so that's the cross-cutting concept I wanted, in the chat, in the last couple minutes that we have, what topics automatically come to mind when I say structure function? And just drop those in the chat. Because this is how you're going to have to start thinking about integrating the cross-cutting or the reoccurring themes and concepts into your lesson plans. So again, when you think of structure function, what content or what concepts come into mind? And that's how you're going to start thinking about it. So if you think of like parts of a cell or human body or plants or animals, anything like that, when you start thinking about structure function, that's how you're going to start getting your mind ready for that information. So we have a lot of information. We have a lot of things available. So again, as you go back and think about what you're doing, go back and fill in that L part of your KWL chart and think about what you've learned today and how you can apply that as you move forward as the school year starts. So again, pick 1 or 2 cross-cutting concepts to use. Be intentional about the questions that you ask. And Amanda is going to drop a folder to a public folder that has some more resources about reoccurring themes and concepts, and then use Gizmos. You guys have a ton of resources in Sci-Fair. Use any of them. I'm particular to Gizmos, but you can use any of them to start integrating those reoccurring themes and concepts into your classroom. And with that, I thank you for joining me today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thanks, Jodi. That was great. So good news, this session was all about elementary with those RTCs. If you want a little more, hang out with us. We'll be back in a few minutes for something very similar with secondary. Or keep in mind, you can always rewind. You can come back to these videos later and go at your own pace. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start a short video. Keep in mind, you can hang out with us here, or you can go back to the website or the app and find another session, but we'll be back again with Jodi in just a few minutes to talk about secondary with Gizmos.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information.
Okay, and welcome to our 11 o'clock session. If you were with us at 10, we're back with more from Jodi with Explore Learning. And if you don't know, and you're just joining us for this session, Jodi is the Explore Learning Implementation Manager for Cy-Fair ISD and works very closely with our department and team. And she's also a former science teacher, instructional coach, and science coordinator. And for this session, we're going to be looking at how to use Gizmos to support recurring themes and concepts, or RTCs, in secondary science. All right, and Jodi, it is all yours. You're welcome to take it away when you're ready.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome. If you came to the 10 o'clock session, it's going to be exactly the same. So if there's time to jump somewhere else, please do, so that you can increase your learning. Or if you just want to hear it again because you needed a little more processing time, please stay. I'm more than welcome to have you. But hello, everyone, and welcome. Today we are going to talk about using Gizmos for those recurring themes and concepts. And I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen so hopefully everyone can see that. Everyone other than Texas, we got new standards that are integrating these concepts and themes that we have, recurring themes and concepts, or cross-cutting concepts if you're outside of the state of Texas. So you're going to hear me say them interchangeably because I have to remember that we use a different word for that. But we are going to talk about how you can use those recurring themes and concepts with Gizmos to help students understand and explain phenomenon. And what I love about this workshop is that, or this, mini session that you're going to get, is that you're going to look at how those recurring themes and concepts are integrated into 3D learning. We are going to specifically start looking at those RCTs and what they are and how we can apply them to specific topics, and then talk about some strategies that you can use as you're planning and using Gizmos and RCTs in your classroom. We're going to move you into that transformation and invention phases of adopting Gizmos, where you're going to start thinking, how do I use Gizmos in a different way? Because I've been using it for a while now. And how do I create new lessons and new materials to support my kids based on how comfortable you are. If you're new to Gizmos, no worries. We're going to get you a little sneak peek of what you will have available when school starts in a couple weeks. So we do have a couple workshop norms that I do want us to consider. So take about 30 seconds, look over this while I'm chit-chatting. But if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I am following along on YouTube so that I can see your chat. So if you have questions, please drop them in there. This is an interactive session, so I will be asking you to put information in the chat for me. So if you could do that, it'll help me gain some insight and just see what you guys are thinking out there as you are learning from wherever you're learning from. And the lesson that I'm going to model today, you may not teach it the way that I do, and it's okay, but our focus is how did I integrate those reoccurring themes and concepts into that lesson, and which instructional strategies did I use to help my students understand that information. So again, if you have any questions, put it in the chat and I will come back, or if I have time, I definitely will have time, but I'll come back and start looking at that information. And if I can answer it in the moment, I definitely will put that stuff in the chat for you. So we are going to look at what the cross-cutting concepts are. Again, we're going to model a lesson so that you can see how I integrate them into a Gizmo lesson. And then we're going to talk about how to start thinking this new way as you're planning lessons and integrating Gizmos, or really any resource that you have available into your classrooms, but specifically Gizmos. I'm a little biased here. So I'm going to skip my sign-in workshop just because we don't need that. And we're going to talk about 3D learning. So three-dimensional learning is newer for us here in Texas, but we have been doing this already in our classrooms. This is the vision of what we describe science to be and what science is in terms of being a body of knowledge and an evidence-based model. And we take these three dimensions to form our TEKs, or our standards. And so one dimension is going to work and focus on those science and engineering practices. So think of our old process skills where they're analyzing data, they're doing investigations, collecting information. This is what kids do in our classroom. And we've been doing that. We're building models, looking at systems and things like that. The next dimension is really going to be that reoccurring theme and concept, or the cross-cutting concept dimension. This is how we get students to think about our content. This is going to provide students organization so that they can start making connections between what they're learning and what they're experiencing, and build that conceptual piece and that knowledge of the content around them. And so it does provide them a new lens to look at the content that we're sharing and we're teaching them. And then these practices and those reoccurring themes and concepts, they really do work together so that we can teach the disciplinary core ideas. And that is the actual content itself. That's what students need to know. And that's going to focus on your curriculum, instruction, assessment. But we have to have all of these pieces: what kids are doing, how they're thinking about the information, and what they know about the information, for them to be able to understand the world around them. And so for this session, we are really going to focus on that 3D piece of those reoccurring themes and concepts, so that we learn how and we can support students when they're exploring, examining, and explaining why phenomenon occur. So Amanda is going to put a link in a chat to a reflection slide deck. This is going to be your personal slide deck. I cannot see it, but this is what we're going to use to kind of gather your thoughts, start putting some information in there for you so that you can start thinking about reoccurring themes and concepts. So she's going to put that link in the chat for you, and go ahead and open it, because what I want you guys to do is on slide number 2, I want you to take a few moments and I want you to start listing out, what do you know and what do you wonder about reoccurring themes and concepts. So take a few minutes in your reflection slide deck and fill out the K and the W on that slide. And as you're filling out some of that information, feel free to jot some of those thoughts in the chat as well, so that I can, again, I cannot see what's on your reflection slide deck, but I would love to see and read what you're wondering. So any information you can give me in the chat would be much appreciated and very helpful. So fill out that K and the W. What do you know and what are you wondering about reoccurring themes and concepts? And I'm just going to give you about a minute or two to think about that. Amari, I love that you know what the RCTs are. That's amazing. And yeah, we're definitely going to start talking about and thinking about how do we connect them and integrate them into the content of those standards. Yeah, and those themes, they absolutely transcend across all concepts. So if you're teaching life, earth, space, physical science, chemistry, um, all of those themes definitely span across all disciplines, which then again allows students to make those connections between our content areas. Yeah, and Latoya, I say it all the time. It is definitely a lens at which students make sense of the content. They have to be able to see what that looks like and give them that view. So absolutely. So I love that you guys are already hearing and getting, enthralled and like into those cross-cutting concepts or those reoccurring themes and concepts. So let's take a look at them a little bit more. So those of you who are not as familiar with them, on slide number 3, we are going to do a card sort. So I'm just going to drag over the reflection Google Doc slide thing that we have so that you can kind of see what we have. So on slide number 3, there is a cross-cutting concept card sort in there. And within that card sort, there are piles of cards. So there are the 7 reoccurring themes and concepts. There are a pile of question cards. And there is a pile of a description of those cross-cutting concepts. What I want you to do, and I'm going to give you, again, some time to do that, is to group those 3 cards together. So I want you to match a title, a description, and a question card for each of the cross-cutting concepts. And again, you can use all of the space available, all of this gray space, the slide itself, the gray space on the right side of the slide. Use all the space to be able to organize your cards and think about how those cross-cutting concepts work together. Like, what questions could I ask for them? And then that the description. And as you're doing that, I want you to think about, was there anything surprising to you? Were there any challenges that you ran into where you were kind of matching the cards? And I will give you an answer key. So I'll give you a couple minutes, try to match those, and then I will give you an answer key. But think about, what did you learn as you were putting these cards together? I'm going to give you about 1 more minute. And then I'm going to have Amanda drop the link to the answer key in the chat. So the answer key is in the chat. As you are looking at the cards that you have sorted and the answer key, what did you find surprising and what did you learn about reoccurring themes and concepts? And were there any challenges, any thoughts about putting these cards together? Any thoughts or challenges? Mama. Mama. All right, so hopefully all of you are masters at the card sort. So if you did have any challenges or thoughts, just drop in the chat. I am following up with that. But as you started to look at those cross-cutting concepts, they are very unique and specific. And so when you start thinking about what 3D learning does, it helps us, and using those cross-cutting concepts, it is definitely going to help you shift your learning and focus about a topic to figuring out the hows and the why it works, which some of you have already put in the chat. And that understanding those reoccurring themes and concepts leads to a more deeper and more transferable knowledge base. And yeah, like Latoya and Amari, all of you saying, like the questions that they're asking and the questions that you ask in the classroom are going to drive that thought process and the lens that you are looking through. And so when you start thinking about what that information is, really start thinking about how do I take these reoccurring themes and concepts to help me develop and apply the content that they're doing and they're using in the classroom to go through. So again, it's just a deeper lens. And again, like a lot of you said already, it's going to allow my students to be able to take a deeper look at the content and transfer that knowledge. And it's just a new way to think about the information, to figuring out the hows and whys about things are working. So with that, and when you start thinking about those cross-cutting concepts, let's take a look at how this might look like in your classroom. So just like this picture that's going on, I'm going to ask you to play kind of multiple roles as we go through this lesson. We don't have students here today, so you guys are going to be my class, and I think there's a lot of you in here if that's the correct number at the bottom of the screen. So I have a very large class. All 7 of my classes are in together in one room. But I'm also going to need you to keep your teacher hat on so that you are engaged in the lesson, but thinking about how do I use this in the classroom. And then I also want you to think about the instructional strategies that I'm using, as well as the reoccurring themes and concepts that I was using during this lesson. And again, if you have a Gizmo account, you are more than welcome to follow along with me, but it is not necessary. I am going to do everything whole group, and you're just going to follow along with me as we go through. If you do not have a Gizmo account yet because you're new to the district, no worries, it's coming. We will have everything set up for you before the start of the school year. All of your classes will be in there, all of your students will be uploaded, and you'll have access to Gizmo once school begins. So with that, is everyone okay being, at this point, I think you could be a middle schooler for this lesson that we're going to go through. And let's go ahead and take a look at our Gizmo. So good morning, class. Welcome. We're going to continue our lesson and we're going to talk about energy. And the focus question that I want us to think about, that essential question that we're looking at, is why do some things get damaged when they hit each other? So why do some things get damaged when they hit each other? And so that's the question I want you to answer in the chat. Why do you think things get damaged when we hit each other? So put your thoughts in the chat. Why do things get damaged? All right, so we have momentum, collisions, time, force, a transfer of energy. They're going to apply equal and opposite forces. Energy has to go somewhere. Great. So I want you to think about this question, because what we do know is that energy is the ability to cause changes. It's the ability to apply a force or to do work, and we measure that in joules. And the great thing about energy is that it exists in many, many different forms. So does anyone know which forms, like the different types of forms of energy that we have? And you can drop those in the chat. So what forms of energy do we have? Yeah, we have potential and kinetic energy. We have thermal energy, mechanical energy, light energy, kinetic, heat energy. Yeah, so we have lots of different forms of energy. Gravitational, mechanical, and the great thing about energy is that we do group them into two big main categories, potential and kinetic. And so we know that potential energy is the energy of an object that has, because of its position or its shape, and that kinetic energy is the energy of an object because it's in motion. And those two big categories of energy are what we're going to focus on today. And so let's specifically talk about kinetic and potential energy. So kinetic energy is the energy of motion. And the great thing about that is that it is quantifiable with the equation of 1/2 mass times velocity squared, where mass is the amount of matter that's in that object that can be measured, and we measure that in kilograms. And then velocity is the speed of how quickly an object is moving. But when we talk about velocity, we have to talk about it in a particular direction. So we either need to say it's going up, down, east, west, and so that students get that, so that we understand that when we're looking at kinetic energy, we are looking at the relationship of mass and its velocity of that object. And so we're actually going to take a look at a gizmo. And as we look at sled wars, we are going to change some variables and look at some things. So on your reflection handout, like your reflection slide deck, we are going to be on slide number 4. And anything that is light blue, it's got a light blue box around it, is a text box that you can just type in. But we're going to be on slide 4 of your reflection slide deck. And while you guys are getting that open, I am going to pull my Gizmo over, and I'm already logged into my Gizmo account. And again, you do not have to have your Gizmo account open. I am going to model this whole group. So the first Gizmo we're going to use is Sled Wars. And we are going to take a look at our Gizmo and to learn about the factors of kinetic energy. And the great thing about this Gizmo, and I'm going to put it into full screen mode with these 4 arrows in the top right-hand corner so that, you're not distracted by all of my buttons and things that I have going on my computer. And so I have a Yeti on a sled, and I have some snowmen at the bottom of the hill. If I click play, what do you think is going to happen? I click play, what do you think is going to happen? Yep. What's going to happen if I start the sled? Okay, Deborah thinks that only one snowman is going to be impacted. It's going to slide down and hit the snowman. We're going to knock down some snowmen. So let's see what we got And then Jonathan says potential energy is going to change into kinetic energy. Yeah, so I hit the snowman. So just like you said, he knocked down some snowmen. We have a box of results that is available for me. And so when I take a look at that box, I can see how fast my sled was going, 22.14 meters per second. I can see how much energy I had, which is 24,500 joules. And I can see that 1.23 snowmen were destroyed. And then I can also see the final sled and the final energy, its final speed and the final energy of my sled after the collision. The great thing about this gizmo is that all of this information is available, and I can also change the mass of my sled by dragging my slider. And notice my Yeti just gets bigger and smaller. I can drag my sled up and down the hill to change the height of that. And I can also use my slider to adjust the number of snowmen. And we're going to keep it at 5, and we're going to look at 5 snowmen. And I'm going to put my Yeti back to 25 meters and leave him back at 100 kilograms. And now the other thing you can do is that in this top corner, in the middle of my screen, it says show energy. So someone mentioned that potential energy will turn into kinetic energy. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So right now I have 24,500 joules of potential energy because my Yeti is sitting 25 meters up on my hill. And notice that I don't have any kinetic energy. So remember, potential energy is stored energy because of position and size. Kinetic energy is the energy of motion. And I'm going to hit play. And when I hit play, I want you guys, and I'm going to hit pause right here. I'm going to hit play, and I want you to watch my energy up here from potential to kinetic. And I'm going to hopefully pause it at the right place at the bottom of this hill. And notice what happened to my potential energy. My potential energy was converted into kinetic energy. So that 24,500 joules definitely changed from potential energy to kinetic energy as my sled went down the hill. And so let's go ahead and continue our slide and see what we do. So notice again, we had the same controls as before. So my speed of my sled was 22.4 meters per second. And then I destroyed 1.23 snowmen, and my total energy was 24,500 joules. And we're going to use this information to work on slide number 4 in your reflection deck, because what we're going to test is how does mass affect kinetic energy, and how can this gizmo help me? And so I am going to start looking at our information. So I'm going to put our Yeti at 40 meters. And because we're doubling our mass, we're going to start at 10 kilograms. So on your slide deck, on slide number 4, you have a data table. Again, the blue boxes are text boxes. You can type your information in there. But in that first box under mass, I want you to put 10, because we're going to look at 10 kilograms of our Yeti, the mass of our sled. And then I'm going to click play. And in the second column under kinetic energy, we are going to put, and look at our collision results, we're going to put the max sled energy we had was 3,920 joules. So right now you should have 10 in that first box, 3,920 under kinetic energy, and then snowmen destroyed was 0.2. So we're going to collect some data together as a class, and I'm just going to keep doubling the mass of our sled and Yeti so that we can see what that information provides us. So I'm going to hit reset. We're going to double 10 to 20. I'm going to hit play. Our max sled energy was 7,840 joules, and we destroyed 0.39 snowmen. So I want you to write that in the second row on your data table on slide number 4. And again, I'm going to go ahead and repeat this. So we're going to double our 20 kilograms. So I'm going to double 20 to 40 and hit play. We had 15,680 joules of energy, and we destroyed 0.78 snowmen. So 15,680 and then 0.78 snowmen. I'm going to double my 40 to 80 and hit play. Again, my energy that I had was 31,360 joules. And the number of snowmen destroyed was 1.57. And then let's double our 80 one more time to 160 and collect our last piece of data. So at 160 kilograms, we had 62,720 joules, and we destroyed 3.14 snowmen. So now that we've collected some data, you have a graph underneath your data table, and there are some orange dots off to the side. I want you to drag those dots onto the data table, onto the graph, and I want you to graph that information. And as you're graphing, I want you to think about what conclusions can you draw from this graph or your data table? What conclusions can you draw looking at the data? So take those orange dots, drag them onto your graph and graph your data. And then what conclusions can you draw by looking at that data, and place that in the chat. Yeah, Rubina is already seeing that when you increase mass, you increase that energy. The mass increased, kinetic energy increased. You also start to see that as that kinetic energy increases, the number of snowmen destroyed increases, and that they are directly proportional to that information. So when I doubled the mass, that kinetic energy was doubled. And so when you start thinking about that relationship, and remember the formula is 1/2 mass velocity squared, that is a relationship between the mass and the speed of that object, and then how much kinetic energy that it will produce. So I want you to think about this. What do you think will happen if I scale up a model to something larger, like looking at a car? So same concept, let's see like how mass impacts damage of snowmen. What would happen? Am I going to see the same trend in our data if we look at a car and what damage is caused by cars? And so I'm going to exit out of my Sled Wars gizmo, and I am going to search for crumple zones. So if you know about crash test dummies, crumple zones, excuse me, crumple zones allows you to design a car, build the body, do a seatbelt, no seatbelt, airbag, all of those things. And you can design a car and then crash it and see what happens. And so kids get to see all kinds of concepts that they're looking at. But we're specifically looking at energy and that kinetic and potential energy. And so we're going to scale this up. And we're going to look at cars. And can we see the same data in our cars? And so I have already created some presets. So I have run some experiments already for us just that we can kind of do this pretty quickly. And the first thing that we're going to do is look at a subcompact car. So in my preset, and a subcompact car is 950 kilograms. And I'm going to go ahead and click on that and think of this car like the little smart car, or those energy efficient cars that we have. And I wanted to see, when I click play, I want to see how much damage this car will sustain. And for this design, I have 90 centimeters as my crumple zone length, and then my rigidity and my cell rigidity are both at 1,000. And it's going to be the same for all of the cars that I select. So let's hit play. So I set up my car, it clicked play. Notice that my crumple zone deformation is 0.3 meters. So at 950 kilograms, I have 0.3 meters of damage to my vehicle. So let's take a look at a larger car. So if we keep the same variables and change the car with more mass, I should think that that car would have more damage. So let's see. I'm going to choose a sedan. And this sedan is going to be 1,450 kilograms. So think of like a Toyota Corolla or a Camry or a Honda Accord, those kind of vehicles. And let's see what happens when I crash this vehicle. Same thing. So crumple zone, we've crashed our car. The crumple zone deformation has now increased, and it is it's 0.46 meters. So larger mass, more damage. Let's take a look at one more car, which is an SUV. And this SUV has a mass of 2,000 kilograms. So think of your Mountaineers or your Explorers, Range Rovers, any car like that. And so let's click play and see how much damage. So our crumple zone deformation, or the damage we had, was 0.63 meters, which is about 70% of our car was damaged in the front. And so even though we've scaled our experiment up to cars rather than a sled, you can see that we kind of see the same relationship in that you increase the mass of an object, we also increase the amount of damage because there's more kinetic energy. And we know that is true because we understand that kinetic energy is directly related to the mass and the speed of that vehicle. So what we're going to do tomorrow is on slide number 5. You guys are going to take the Sled Wars Gizmo, and we're going to investigate how does speed affect kinetic energy. So for that, you are going to design your own experiment. You're going to want to change the height of the sled in order to change the speed. And based on what we've learned so far, I'm going to have you make a claim about that and record your thoughts on that data sheet. And it's on slide number 5. But we're not going to do that today. So we're going to end our lesson. But this is how we would have taken it to the next level to get kids to understand the relationship of that formula and think about energy in connection to the formula of kinetic energy. So with that, let's talk about best practices. So this was our lesson on Sled Wars. So when you think about this, what instructional strategies did I use during this lesson? And put those in the chat. What strategies did I use? I'm starting to see answers come in. So yeah, I did some modeling. We definitely talked about elastic collisions. We scaffolded. So we just did a little bit of time. We asked questions. We had students do some thinking, making observations, collecting data. We did some experimentation. So like our next activity, the kids would have done their own and collected data and graphed that information. Yep, we had some modeling. We did some thinking. Yeah, so as you start thinking about using Gizmos, how do I integrate these great instructional strategies in there? And now that we've talked about that instructional strategies, let's shift our focus to thinking about those cross-cutting concepts. So on the next slide, on slide 5, or I think it's slide 6, let me just double check. Yep, slide 6 on your deck. I want you to think about the cross-cutting concepts that we used in this lesson, and I want you to drop them in the chat. So which of the 7 cross-cutting concepts did we use during this lesson? And Shannon, I hope I'm saying your name right, already said that we used energy and matter and systems models. Are there any other cross-cutting concepts that you think we covered or used in this lesson? And on slide 6, I want you to think about, of those 7, which 2 were my main focus? So which 2 were the main focus? So I'm seeing cause and effect. I'm seeing energy and matter, system models, any other cross-cutting concepts or reoccurring themes and concepts that we used. Great. I love seeing these strategies come in. We looked at patterns, cause and effect. So if I tell you that the 2 that I focused on to when I wrote this lesson were these 2. It was energy and matter and scale and proportion. That was the lens that I was writing this lesson through. Did I cover cause and effect and patterns? Absolutely. Because what we love about cross-cutting concepts is that as a science teacher, we already do them. We are already putting reoccurring themes and concepts into our lessons so that we can get our kids to focus on what we want them to focus on. And focusing on one or two allows our kids to really fine-tune how we're getting them to interact with the content. Now we start looking at patterns and cause and effect, matter and energy. So there are a lot. So when you think about the content that we're teaching, we really can think about all of those pieces as we're integrating that into our lesson. But we need to really focus on one or two to be very intentional about the content that we're doing. So why do we do that? Why do we focus on one or two? And why are we taking those one or two concepts and really making sure that our kids understand the lens that I'm designing my lesson through? And we do that because we have to have kids make sense of the work. We need them to understand what that content is saying so that they can gain conceptual understanding. They also need to understand that it's going to provide the whys between it and that it's going to be used as a tool to focus student thinking and my teacher questions that I'm going to ask. And that is a big piece. That is probably the main part of why we use reoccurring themes and concepts, is to focus student thinking and focus the questions that we ask our kids to answer in the classroom. And then again, it's a lens that we ask our kids to view, and then it's going to lead to how they explain the phenomenon. And so when we think about those 7 cross-cutting concepts, like I said, you guys have all of those are absolutely correct in terms of what I asked kids to do. And there are 3 big groups of reoccurring themes and concepts, and they're organized how and by why students use them and how they're making sense of the world around them. So patterns are used to provide evidence. This is how we ask our students to make sense of the world, make observations. They are using this lens to figure out the world around us. And that pattern is key because that's what we do. So those of you who put patterns in there, absolutely correct, because we have to use patterns in order to figure things out, even though that wasn't the focus of my lesson. The other group is causality. This is where you're going to look at cause and effect and those relationships, how things work. And then lastly are going to be those systems. And this is going to be matter and energy, forces, how things change and affect interactions within a system, inputs and outputs, all of those things come together. And what I love about these when you're planning, patterns can be used with anybody. Because again, it is the lens at which we focus and that we make those observations to help us seek meaning. So as you're looking this over, I'm going to have Amanda drop the code in the chat, and then we'll finish up some slides so that you guys can get and continue with your learning for today. So I'm going to have Amanda drop that code in the chat.
Thanks, Jodi. Yes, so you should see the code up on the screen right now. And remember, you want to go ahead and record this code because you'll need to submit it at the end of the day for your attendance. And really, we haven't had any questions come through on the chat. Just a lot of great participation and people loving the modeling and looking at these RTCs or cross-cutting concepts, and a great model of how it could be used in class.
Thanks.
Absolutely. All right. And I guess if you do have questions, now would be a good time to go ahead and add them in the chat. Because we still have a few minutes left after we finish the code here shortly. And then, yeah, we can answer any questions that you have then. So I'm going to go ahead and take away the code, and it's all yours, Jodi.
All right, I'm going to go back and reshare my screen. All right, so you guys been looking, so these are the 7 cross-cutting concepts and how we as teachers can make sense of that information. And again, patterns can be used throughout everything because students need patterns to make sense of the world around us. And so when you start thinking about, again, in our last couple minutes, as you go back and maybe rewatch the video, look at the things that we've been talking about, I want you to think about why is it important to focus on just 1 or 2 during the lesson, and how is that going to change your instruction? Because it is very, very important to be intentional about which reoccurring themes and concepts you're going to use when you're lesson planning. And with that, I'm going to give you some tips on what you can do while you're lesson planning. So if you're working on a TEK and you found a Gizmo, you're looking at the lesson materials and you're figuring out how the Gizmo works and you're thinking about what I want to do, think about those cross-cutting concepts. That'll be the focus of our lesson. And the great thing about reoccurring themes and concepts is that you can already start getting your mind thinking about what that reoccurring theme and concept is because we understand the content. So if I wanted to focus on cause and effect, like cause and effect was going to be my reoccurring theme and concept focus for a lesson, what topics already come to mind when I say cause and effect? And I want you to drop those in the chat. What topics come to mind when I say cause and effect? Yeah, Newton's second law comes to mind when we talk about cause and effect. States of matter, force and motion, independent and dependent variables. So when you start thinking about which reoccurring theme and concept you want to focus on, we as science teachers already have in our mind what that information looks like, and we have to really think about how am I going to integrate that in, which questions I'm going to intentionally ask my students, which lens I'm going to intentionally ask my kids to look through. Yeah, seasons and earth. So when you start looking at cross-cutting concepts and you're looking at the topics that you're doing, some of them are already like they're just going to pop out at you and you're just going to know which RCTs you're going to focus on. And so being intentional about the questions that you ask and how you get your kids to process that phenomenon is going to be key to using those reoccurring themes and concepts. concepts. So when you think about those things and we close out, there are a ton of resources available for you in your Educator Hub or your Teacher Resource Hub. I didn't see any questions in there, but you guys, I'm your person. So if you need anything, just let me know. And what I want you to do as you go back and review and think about what you've learned today is to fill in slide number 2. What did you learn? Think back and reflect on what you've taken away from this lesson, how you're going to use the gizmos in your classroom, and fill in that L on your KW chart. And hopefully you were able to walk away today that you need to focus on 1 or 2 cross-cutting concepts at a time, ask very intentional questions to help students make those connections. And Gizmos is always available for you to use to help them with that learning. So again, thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you guys being with me today.
Great. Thank you so much, Jodi. That was a great session. And like you said,
sorry,
there's
yeah,
all kinds
Amanda,
of
all kinds of resources. Amanda dropped a link in the chat. I totally forgot. Thank you for remembering. There is another Google Drive that has resources specifically for cross-cutting concepts, like specific questions you can ask students, things like that you experienced today that you have access to. So
absolutely.
Yay!
Yes. Thank you again.
Thank you,
so
guys.
Yeah, I put that folder of resources. Everyone has it. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because for this next session, we don't have anything in this room. So right now you're sitting on this YouTube video. If you want to take a lunch break with us, feel free. If you want to find another session, but probably the easiest way to do that is if you go back to our website and you can just type in cfisd.net/DLC, and it'll take you to this main web page. And then if you click on the button where it says access the conference site, that will take you into our site or app for DLC. And if you click on the 724 sessions, you can just scroll down. So we're wrapping up the 11 o'clock hour. If you want to look for a session during the 12 o'clock hour, these are your options. So that's if you want to stay and go ahead and join another session, that's going to be the easiest way to see what's already available in this next hour. And I hope you find something beneficial. Please feel free to come back with us at 1 because we'll have another great session here. Thanks, and I hope you're enjoying DLC.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get us started because I'm hoping that you're here to learn about digital organization with Microsoft apps. With us, we have Stevie Frank. She is a digital learning coach in Zionsville, Indiana, and has recently been named one of EdTech Magazine's top 30 K-12 influencers to follow. So she has 14 years of education background. And just recently is coming from the classroom. She's earned her master's degree in literacy education and is always seeking to learn more about how to become a better educator for all her students. She's co-authored multiple publications in articles and books, presented at multiple EdTech conferences, appeared in podcasts, and serves as an education consultant. When she's not coaching, presenting, or doing all of that, she's also chasing around her 2 boys and marking travels off her bucket list. So if you've looked at the schedule, we've got 3 sessions with Stevie this afternoon that I'm looking forward to. Our first one right now is digital organization with O365, because I know I can definitely use more organization. So can you see and hear everything okay, Stevie?
I sure can. Thank you for the amazing introduction. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to have you here. So it is all yours and you can take it away.
All right. Well, sounds great. Well, hi, everyone. I love seeing that the chat is already starting to blow up. I know there's a little bit of a delay from the time that I'm speaking to the time that I see it, but I am always watching. It is always just very interesting to me. And I feel like it always helps me to kind of give back to me too. So keep the chat thriving. If it's a little bit of a delayed reaction to a response or a question, definitely know that I will do my best to get through all of them, as that is something that I really thoroughly enjoy. So thank you all for joining me. This is one of these topics that is near and dear to my heart because I thrive in organization. And I had to really learn that about myself to know that that was something that was really one of my strengths, but it wasn't something that just came overnight. And it was funny when I first started to create this session, I started to think about like, oh, well, this was like a little piece that I learned and a little piece that I learned. So I'm just thrilled to be able to share all of these little components with you all today in our time together. So as was already discussed, my name is Stevie Frank and I am a Zionsville employee located in Indiana. So I get to join all of you amazing Texas people. And I'm just so thrilled to be able to be asked to be here today. And I have been down to Texas. I went down like 3 times last year. So I did go to TCEA and that was a wonderful conference. And I actually went to Big Bend with my family. So part of my marking off my big travels has definitely been there. And then I also recently just went to Austin. So that was I'm like, okay, I think now that I've knocked off some of those places, maybe I can say that I've been to a lot of places in Texas, but I'm just so thrilled to be with you all today and to share some of the things that I have learned in Microsoft Office 365. So for those of you that are joining and are brand new to me, hi, I always like to say whenever I present with people, we're besties now. So anytime that you need anything, please know that you can reach out to me in any of my social networks. So I am pretty big in LinkedIn and also Twitter. So give me a follow if you happen to be into one of those professional learning networks as well. I always have to give props to my professional learning network because I would not be where I am at today if it wasn't for the other educators around online. So if you're not plugged into any professional learning network and a social network, try to get out there. It is the most inclusive and inviting environment. And there are some pretty bad places in Twitter. I am not a part of those. So I always like to give credit where credit is due. And that does look like part of my professional learning network. So I also have an Instagram and a Facebook, but I keep that for strictly privacy. Unless you want to see pictures of my kids all the time and nobody wants to do that. That one's just kind of reserved for close friends and family. So just a heads up on those, but I am definitely available on LinkedIn and Twitter. I also have put my website down there at steviefrank.com. If you are one of those learners, because I am, where you're like, okay, I want a copy of all of her slides because that helps you to remember, you can head to my website and then select on presentations. And I have downloadable forms of all of these. So if you happen to be a digital learning coach and you need to give a professional development to your teachers, feel free to use any of my slides, tweak them as needed. And it's available all to you on my website. I also like to look at that because sometimes when you get back into the school year and you're like, what was that thing again? It's helpful to kind of have those slides available at the ready. So,
hey, Stevie, real fast, are you intending to be sharing your screen right now?
I am. Is it not popping through?
It is not. It is not. I was like, oh, we're not seeing anything. So, I mean, we're seeing you.
Heads up.
Yes. So heads up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So let me go back to it and let's see how this goes. It looks like it's showing now.
It is. We're seeing an agenda with OneNote and Microsoft To Do. Okay.
Perfect. Okay. Well, let me go back a slide. Thanks for the heads up. I definitely appreciate it. Let me go back to my social media networks and everything. So now you can, okay, I'm seeing a nod. Looks perfect. So this is my social media aspect. You can find me on Twitter at StevieFrank23 and also at LinkedIn. Thanks for popping through. So I make sure that everything is popping through correctly. So I'm so thrilled to be with you all today. So again, here's my handle. If you need to head back to my website at steviefrank.com, please feel free to. That's going to be where all of my presentations are going to live. So let's go ahead and get into the agenda and into the real reason why you're all with me today, which is to take a look at how to get digitally organized. So my main goal for all of you today is to leave my session with an understanding of ways that you can help your organization in the Microsoft environment. Now, things that we're going to cover today that's on my agenda, but it might not be on yours. So if there's something else that you would like to see added in, please place it into the chat. I am more than happy to make this the most meaningful session for you. That's my main goal for today. So I am going to be taking a look at Microsoft OneNote specifically. Then we're going to talk about Microsoft To Do. We're going to talk about Microsoft Planner, and then we're going to talk about some tips and trick in Outlook. So these are a lot of different places that many of you might find yourself in daily. We're just going to kind of tweak each and every one of these. Now, before I get started, do know this is one of these environments that I have led sessions through Microsoft on each and every one of these topics for at least an hour. So I have spent an hour in Microsoft OneNote before in trainings, an hour in To Do. I mean, so some of these things might be like, we're going to go pretty fast. So hang on and do the best to ask any questions. Again, I'm here for you if you need anything. So let's dive into the first one. And one of my personal favorites, and I feel like I was just talking about this morning in our group. So we're going to first of all start with OneNote. We're going to first take a look at how to add content, create sections and pages within a OneNote environment. We're going to also learn how to use OneNote to compile and organize information. And then we're going to be creating a OneNote. So if you've never created a OneNote today, my favorite ways to give trainings is to get into the topics and into the places. And so we're going to do the thing. So we're going to actually click around and touch. So that's the best way that I learn how to learn. So why OneNote? So OneNote meets in a range of different digital needs that are actually out there. It helps to create simple, creative, and efficiently sharing any notes that you've taken. So for example, if you're sitting here in this session and you're like, okay, I've been to all of these really great sessions, OneNote is a great place to kind of house and organize all of that information. It also is a great tool to help with collaboration. So a lot of times you might have a shared notebook with somebody that you're wanting to share with either staff or you're going to even want to share with students. And so both of those components can definitely help with the collaboration. And what's also nice about OneNote, it is all in one place. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, well, where did I put that notebook? Or where did I write that down at? Or where is that Post-it note? It's stuck somewhere else. So that's what's really nice about OneNote and something that I definitely appreciate. So trying to think about OneNote and thinking about, okay, well, what can OneNote do and what is OneNote? OneNote is like that digital 3-ring binder. So that's the best, like, I always like to think about the tangible thing first, especially when I'm dealing with technology. And that link for me really helped me to put that together. So be thinking about your 3-ring binder, okay? That's another way to be thinking about what is a OneNote. So something else that I really enjoy about OneNote and to be thinking about again, like that tangible thing with the digital. So this is a screenshot of a Microsoft OneNote, something that I'm going to be using, and you're going to hear me say some vocab terms. And so these kind of connections are going to help you to make sense in the brain. So whenever I say a OneNote notebook, think about, okay, that is just going to be the binder, right? That's just going to be your 3-ring binder or Trapper Keeper, as some of us has referred to it as. I was part of the Trapper Keeper generation, the Lisa Frank ones. Yes, like that was very me. So think about that's going to be your OneNote. So that's going to be housed up here. You're going to see that little image here. You can have as many 3-ring binders, as many Trapper Keepers as you want. You can have one for PLCs. You can have one that you have just for specific classrooms. You can have one just for your professional settings. You can have as many 3-ring binders as you want. That's what you're going to see here. Then you're going to hear me say, we're going to be adding sections. Sections, and so you see right down here, to add a section, just think about it like adding a folder. So you can have as many folders as you want into any OneNote notebook. So you can have a notebook for the school year, which can have all of your student information. So a lot of times at the beginning of school, I had a notebook. So like think 3-ring binder, so one OneNote for each of my classes. So then I had a folder for each of my students. Inside each folder, I then had a page. So you can have these different pages and these are just like papers in each of the folders. So kind of break down that organization of a OneNote, kind of thinking about those more tangible things really helped me to understand OneNote a lot better. So things and ways that I use OneNote. So I'm going to be giving you a lot of different examples because I used it when I was in the classroom with students, and I use it a lot as a tech coach as well. So the best example and the one example that I've been using is saying, okay, whenever I was with students, every beginning of the year, I used to actually create manila folders for every single one of my students. Things that I put in those manila folders, parent contacts. If I had any other information about students, like, oh, I had to have this signed form for them, or there was this contract, a digital contract with this student. So that kind of information, or if it was just anecdotal records. So writing conferences, how they were doing in class. So I started to create those instead of creating those manila folders and then throwing them out every year. I just created a OneNote for all of my students each year. My students didn't have access to me because I didn't have the collaboration on. I will also give some examples of notebooks that I had collaborations on that students interacted with me along to as well. So those three kind of vocab terms you're going to hear me using interchangeably. So again, OneNote is like your binder. Then we have the section, which is like your folder. And then you have your page, which is just like your piece of paper that you have in. All right. So there are quite a few different types of notebooks, but there's three main ones that I'm going to have you be thinking about today. The first type of notebook that you can have or binder is going to be a personal one. So this OneNote is a personal OneNote that maybe you can use professionally, or you can even use for at home or any purposes that you have there. I use my personal notebook as well to kind of share with just information that I need for myself as a tech coach in my school district. When I was teaching in the class, I had a class notebook that I shared with students to be able to share information with them and have them complete assignments for me. I could see inside all of their notebooks. They could see inside mine. They couldn't change it, but they could see inside my notebook. And that is how I delivered or pushed content to each and every one of them. Then you can have a staff notebook. So with all of my teachers in my different schools, we have different staff notebooks available to them, where then they're able to use those notebooks with each other and they're able to share information. So think things like, okay, field trip information, lesson plans. I have entire grade levels that have all of their lesson plans shared in a OneNote notebook. So that way they don't have to worry about, okay, well, who has what lesson and who has what anchor chart. It's all right there within their notebook, their OneNote, and they can access and have access to it each and every year. So if they have a maternity leave come in, they just add them to their OneNote notebook, and then boom, they have all of the lesson plans. They have a year at a glance. All of that information is just housed right here, which is amazing. So that with organization helps so much. So why use OneNote? What's the big reason for it? What's the big push? The versatility with a OneNote is amazing. Students are able to, and you're able to, type, write, you can draw, you can even handwrite, you can annotate. You can even do transcriptions as well with OneNote. All of these things are available to you within OneNote. Instead of just having a different kind of binder, this is your one space that you can complete all of these things. It is multimodal. You can add images. How many of you sit at conferences at different times, like me at TCA was sitting there, I'm like, oh my gosh, that screen, that person talking right now, I need to take a picture of it. But if I just add it to my camera roll, I'm never going to go back there. I'm never going to see it. It's not organized. What I love about OneNote is there's an app that I have on my phone in OneNote. I just simply take my phone, snag a picture of it. I can type a couple notes next to that picture and boom, it is saved in my OneNote. So I can quickly add images for those. Or I don't know about you, but when people try handing me pieces of paper, I'm going to lose it. I'm in charge of 3 different schools plus the administrative office. So I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And sometimes people try and hand me pieces of paper and I'm like, that's cute. Like she's going to lose it here pretty soon. So, big thing that I love using it for is somebody will hand me a piece of paper. I'll grab my phone, snag a picture of it, and then boom, I have it saved in my OneNote. So I don't have to worry about where did I put that paper? Is it shoved to the bottom of my book bag? It's right there. You can also embed audio files, video files, Microsoft Forms also interacts with it well, files, and many, many more. What I also like about it whenever you add in a link on OneNote is it creates like a little image of it. So instead of just a link to the video, it embeds the YouTube video right into OneNote. So you don't have to worry about leaving and then coming right back, which is super helpful. It is also great with that collaborative piece. You can access OneNote anytime, anywhere, on any different device that you have. Okay, so that's one of those components that I just love. I use OneNote from it's an Apple talking with Microsoft, yes, but I use it with my Apple iPhone. I have it downloaded on my iPad. And then whenever I get to my desktop and I head to office.com, which we're all going to do here in a second, I can use it when any of those different places. And that is what is the beauty of OneNote. So I love that compatibility, that multimodal places. So how do I use it as a tech coach? So I love just giving different examples when it comes to digital tools. So one way that I love it is we are actually planning back to school time with my teachers. And so I'm a part of, like I said, 3 different buildings I support. So over here on the left-hand side, you're going to see this is my 3-ring binder. Okay, this is my OneNote, and I just called it Stevie at Zionsville Community Schools. Now, I have all of these different folders, and all of these different folders are helpful to me whenever I am a tech coach in my community schools, okay? So I have a mission vision that I myself had created as a tech coach. So this would be me like grabbing a folder, you know, putting the 3-ring binders in it, putting it into this big binder that I have. When I have different tech coaches meetings, this is where I keep a list of those meeting notes. Whenever I meet with academic services, this is where I put those meeting notes. What I also love about this is instead of me going to that meeting and going, now, what did we say we were going to talk about last meeting? I can quickly go into my OneNote and go back and just take a look at every single conversation that I had. And that is like, it pays itself back in gold, I think, with that regard. So whenever I am at one of my schools, which is Z West, I tag it ZW. And so I said back to school ZWMS. So some notes that I had to create was I was like, okay, I have to remember, because I don't know about you, but when I have a break off in the summer, like my mind is off, like she's on vacation, she's not hanging out. So I write myself notes at the end of the year to remind myself when I come back to say, okay, here's the things that I said that I was going to be doing. So I wrote back to school notes, and then this was what I said that I was going to do. Again, this is just one use case of how I use it. The next use case is how I use it as a tech coach is also from my iPad use. So there's been a lot of research behind a lot of times when people get laptops out, and especially whenever they're talking with people, there's still that kind of vibe behind it where the other person that's talking to you might not feel like you're listening to them if your computer or even if your phone is out. So when I go to a meeting with a teacher, my phone is always face down, and that's how I manage my technology. And if I have my iPad out with my iPad pencil and I'm writing in my OneNote, I notice that kind of gives the more illusion of like, okay, we're talking, we're chatting, and it's not necessarily as formal. So I don't know. That's one thing that I've been just kind of playing around with, and I've really enjoyed it. But as you see here, this is my handwriting. And so it easily comes right through as well. So that's one of the workflows that I love. Now, another way that how I use it is whenever I went to TCEA, I went to so many great sessions, but my problem is okay, I get back to school and then it's like, okay, now what do I do? And so what I loved about this was I was able to snag all of the different presentations from the amazing presenters I went to. So I grabbed their links, put them into my OneNote. So then that way, if I needed to refer back to them, I could easily come back into my OneNote, get that presentation, and then use it. This is absolutely something that I have done before in the past, and I still do. Now, how did I use it as a classroom teacher? So I taught 5th grade humanities. We were a 1-to-1 bring your own device atmosphere. And the ways that I used it was I loved the use of graphic organizers, but I didn't always love collecting all the graphic organizers. And I also struggled with at different times to see, okay, how well did they use the first graphic organizer that we use at the beginning of the week to the end of the week? Like I wanted to see that process. What I loved about OneNote was I would create a graphic organizer, and then I would push it out to all of my students. So as you see here, my OneNote, my notebook, my 3-ring binder was my humanities course in 2021. I had all of my students added to this course, okay? Then I had different folders or sections. So I had one for, we did an identity unit at the beginning of every single school year. I had a reading, I had a writing, I had a social studies. We did patterns of power for grammar. So you can see how these were all of my different sections, like different what we were working on. So when I did reading, I was like, well, I needed to give a list of character traits for all of my students, and I needed to give it to them. So I created a list of character traits. It was an anchor chart, and I put it on OneNote. What I loved about having that on OneNote right there was the fact that some of the times the students weren't in my class whenever they needed to know, or they weren't sitting within eye view of that anchor chart, and they could have access to this anchor chart that I had, but it was just in their notebook. And it was something that I pushed to them. And there wasn't any gluing, you know, I've done those notebooks before too, where I was like, okay, everybody, here's our notebooks. Let's all get these pieces of paper that I copied. We're cutting it out. We're getting the Elmer's glue out. We're sticking it on. Like, I just was able to digitally push it to them. Then they would create this graphic organizer for me. What I also loved about it from the component of a teacher was that I could quickly review student work, and it would be like me collecting everybody's notebook and then grabbing the one page that I wanted to from each of their notebooks. Now, I'm sure I'm not alone in this sentiment, but how many of us of teachers have drug home those 30 some notebooks in our big teacher bag? It travels with me, comes home, sits in my car. Maybe I take it on a little field trip into my house, but then I don't touch it when I get home like I probably should have. And then it takes a field trip back to school. Like, how many of us have been there? So that was something that I was like, oh my gosh, it was so clunky. What I loved about this component was all I had to grab was my iPad. I would grab my iPad, take it home, and then I was able to quickly review all of my student work with my Apple Pencil and just quickly go through it. It made grading easier, and I was here for anything that is helpful to grading. Another way that I utilized it was whenever I was having students create notes. So a lot of times whenever I would have like a theme lesson, I'm like, okay, we're going to teach about theme. And then I want them to, you know, create the book title with me. We're reading the book together, and then we're going to figure out the theme together. But I want them to write that part. That interactivity was something that I could also do from OneNote to have them work on. So the best thing that I love to do is to get into the tool and to try it out. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're all going to navigate to OneNote. If you have never navigated there before, this is how you're going to do it. You are going to head to office.com. Then you're going to hit the waffle. That's this guy. Yes, the official term is the waffle. I know, that's odd. Then you're going to click on OneNote. So I'm going to go ahead and model how to do that too as well. Feel free to grab anything into the chat, any questions into the chat if you have it. So heading to office.com, I'm already signed into my environment, and right over here, I see OneNote. If you don't see OneNote, that's one where you can, again, here's your waffle. Click your waffle. You can find OneNote here. And if you have any other, if you're like, I still don't see it, Stevie, you can go ahead and type in OneNote, and then boom, it's right here. So I'm going to go ahead and select OneNote on my left-hand ribbon band, left-hand side there. And now this is a part of all of the different OneNotes that I am a part of. So you can see a lot of these notebooks that I actually have, these are all like these different binders. Some of these binders were actually going to be binders that I had that were collaborative. So other people asked me to join their notebook with them to have some help. And then other ones that were just ones that like I had created. So I'm going to go ahead and go back into my OneNote availability here. And I'm going to select this button that says plus new. And I'm just going to create a brand new notebook. And that's what all of you are going to do alongside of me, hopefully. So we are going to call this 2024-2025 school year. Now, if you have another idea, you're like, you know what, I really needed a OneNote for all of my class, Stevie. That was a great idea. Feel free to create your OneNote over that. I'm going to go ahead and select create. And I'm keeping an eye on the chat. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. All right. So now that I am there, I'm going to move some things over here. All right. So now that I'm here, I'm also going to say, okay, now this is my notebook. This is my 2024-2025 that I just created. Now, if I click my caret, this is a list of where all of my notebooks live. So if you're like, well, where did those go? I just had them. This is where all of these go. So my first one, it just automatically created a quick note for me. Now, I didn't want that to be quick note. I wanted that to be something else. So I'm going to just simply right click or 2 fingers down. Mine's not working for me, of course, but I'm going to go ahead and select add a section. And then I am going to call this CFISD because this is the sessions that I'm going to be putting down notes for. I'm going to select OK. So now I have this Tech Coach conference, and then I can add pages for each and every section that I go to. So I'm going to select on here on my first untitled page, I'm going to go ahead and title it, and I'm going to say organization with Office 365. Now here within this session, this might be where you put some of your screenshots. So maybe you're like, you know what, Stevie gave me this website that she told me to go to that all of her stuff was going to be on, and that was steviefrank.com. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there. Then maybe Stevie Nicks. I actually was named after her. Fast fact there for everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and go to presentations. And now here I've got, here's the virtual presentation. Here's my Microsoft Office 365. I'm going to go ahead and click into it and say, okay, well, here's the presentation that I want to save. So I'm going to, oh, it's just really finicky with me today. Snag that. I'm just going to grab my link here, copy the link here. And then here is where I'm going to copy and paste it. It is just not playing nice with me today. Oh,
there's nothing scheduled today.
Oh, thanks, Siri. Really thought there was. So now I'm going to head back to my OneNote, copy, paste. And so now I've created that live document in here. So this is how I live and breathe all of the different places that I go and spaces that I go whenever it comes to different conferences. Then the next session that you go to, you can just simply click on add page and then type in the next section that you're in. So that's what's super helpful with all of this is that you're able to kind of keep everything there. So that is OneNote. That is the way that I use it as a tech coach and especially in at conferences. Now, I'm going to go ahead and head back to our presentation. Like I said, I give like an hour-long OneNote. This is just here's OneNote. I haven't even really gone into how to use it, but let's go into that real quick. So that was a way that I was just able to go through there, clicking off of it. And if I wanted to add anything or insert anything, that's when you go to insert, and I can insert a table, a file, a picture, a link, an audio sample, emojis, like this is unlimited. And I could go on probably for the rest of the section just on this stuff, but we do not have time for that. So let's head back to the presentation and we're going to go ahead and go. We're going to go ahead and start from here. So let's head back to our space where we last left off. So now here we are, and we're taking a look from, oh, it's not going to let me go from there. So now we have marked off OneNote from our file. So now we've got OneNote all figured out, hopefully. So now we're going to go to my next best tool, which is Microsoft To Do. And Microsoft To Do keeps me in my life like all organized to how do I know where I'm going and what I'm doing. So here's our agenda for what we're going to do with Microsoft To Do. We're going to talk about what To Do is, where to access it, most importantly. We're going to learn how to create a to-do list for you, share it, collaborate with other people, and then we're actually going to create a to-do list. So that's something fun that's going to help you to get digitally organized for your day. So what can To Do do? What's the point of it? It can manage all of your to-do lists and it creates it all in one space. Now, since it's Microsoft, it's also going to integrate into all of your other apps. Think like your calendar, Outlook, all of those spaces that you have. It's going to integrate with it beautifully, and also any Word documents or PowerPoints that you need to add. It can help you with grocery lists, travels, shopping, movies to watch, books to read. Anytime you go to actually write down something that can look like a to-do list, this is where you're going to utilize it. This is just the online version. So this just kind of gives you a little bit of a snapshot about what it looks like when you head to officetodo.com. And I'm going to, again, show you how to navigate there, so don't worry about that. But this is just kind of a quick look. What I love about To Do too is it also gives you like a little snapshot into my day. So when you log into To Do every single day, it's kind of like a blank slate for you. It will list other things off to the side here, and I'll show you here in a bit too, where it's going to say like, hey, you said that you had something that was due and it's kind of coming up. Do you want to add that to your to-do list for today? Or what do you want this to look like? So that's a way that it's kind of how it's brought down is to, or how it's organized or categorized. So you have my day. Then you have a component that says important. So, you know, on your emails where you put a little star next to it and you're like, where does that go? You can have them all siphoned here. So once you click on that, then you can see a list of all of your starred emails. Same thing with flagged emails. So anytime you flag an email on Outlook and you know how it auto-populates itself to the top, this is where you can go to actually see all of those flagged emails that you've ever flagged before. You can go through and say, did somebody assign something to me? So whenever you were in maybe Microsoft Planner or you were in a meeting and somebody said, hey, Stevie, you have this. This is now yours. This is where you can go to see that. Anything that you go to create down to your list, that's when you're going to see it auto-populate down here to the bottom. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of keep yourself organized with your to-do lists. Those are just the ways that Microsoft kind of has that set up for you. So where do you even access To Do? It is available on any device. And you better bet that I have these on all three of my devices too as well. My favorite one that I have is the mobile version. So the mobile version, there is an app. It is just called To Do. You can download it onto your phone and it will integrate with all of your spaces as well. The reason why I love it so much on my phone is I always have it just, you know, always by my person. But there's times that like, I'm at the grocery store and all of a sudden I think about, oh, shoot, I forgot to email that teacher about the thing I needed to do. So that's why I love having my phone nearby, because if I don't get it off of my brain, my cognitive load there, it's going to be on my brain for the whole time. And I'm going to constantly be thinking about it. And so that's another reason why I like it is it helps me to take it off my brain and off that cognitive load so I can focus on whatever else it was that I needed to do. So it's available on an app. It's also available on desktop, and I'm about to show you how to get there and what that looks like also on desktop. And it is also an app on your desktop. So you can also use it on your app as well. I've downloaded the app before too, so it just kind of runs kind of like Teams or Word or something like that. And it is available on Apple products too as well. I'm a Mac-based kind of person, love my Mac. My school, I actually use a PC-based version, but it is the interoperability of it all. It all flows together very, very nicely. So these are the creating the to-do list features. And so this is just kind of like exploding that screen up a little bit more so you can see it a little bit better. But this is where every day that you log in, it's going to start you with a blank list. And that's when you can say, okay, what do you want your day to look like? And then when it says add, that's when you can kind of add in those different to-dos. This is what the list looks like from your Outlook. So if you have the Outlook app, when you have this little guy right up here and it says, it has like the little star and it has, or the little square and it has a little check mark. So some of you guys should probably go to check out your app and be like, is that really there? Because it might have just gotten by your side. But when you click on that, you can have a calendar view or you can have your to-do view. So I've taken a look at that calendar and then that's when you can quickly go to your to-dos just to kind of see. So this is my actual to-do list. So if you see, I was like, okay, I need to plan for O365 organization. And so that's a to-do that you can have. I have to say the most satisfying part of it all, though, is when you're done with a task and you click your little button, it plays a little chime, and that is like, mwah, it is like so satisfying. Love it. So let's go and head there together so that you can kind of explore the tool. So you're going to head to office.com, hit that waffle, then you're going to click on to do. If you can't find it, you can just simply type it right there in the search bar. So let's go. So now instead of OneNote, we're going to head to office.com. I love the chat. Thank you for interacting with me. I did teach during the era of COVID and, you know, blank screens. So it's nice. And I'm used to that environment. But when I can get some love in the chat, I appreciate it. So thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that waffle. And then here I have my to-do. If you hit your waffle, you don't see to-do there at all. You can just simply, again, up here, type in to-do, and then you can head there. So once it starts to get loaded, this is, of course, going to ask me to get logged in, and it's probably going to authenticate me as well. And that is just what the beauty of having all of these fun little things here. All right. No, I'm not going to stay signed in. Okay. All right. So this is my actual school to-do list that I have. So these are things like you're going to see this live. This is going to be beautiful for you all. So at first, when it comes down, it auto-populates for me down to where it says Stevie's to-do list. So up here, some of you, when you first log in, it might even have you strictly to your My Day on there. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit for you all, just to make that a little bit more friendly to what you're seeing. So there, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. So as soon as you're logging in, I have it, you typically will just take you to My Day. Every time I've logged in, I've gone straight to my to-do list. So it kind of has learned that about me. So you can click on My Day, and then simply, this is where you can start adding in your tasks daily. I'm going to be honest. This isn't something that I use it with. I don't start every day with a blank slate because I start every day with a lot on my to-do list. So I created a to-do list, and this is just simply called Stevie's to do. So these are just things that I'm like, this is just my running list. These are things that I'm like, I pop in my brain or I leave a meeting, and these are the things that I have to get done from that meeting. So what I do is as soon as I'm done, I just simply add in whatever I need to. So we're going to add a task in, and I'm going to simply put on here, click the chime button. Okay. Once I'm done, I'm going to select add, and now it's added. Now, if I want to add some more things to that to-do list, so I'm going to click on it, and then it says I can add a step. So maybe I need to not just click my chime button. I have to plan for the chime. Okay. I can select add. So now you can even have your step-by-step variations to get to that one task that you really need to have done. You can also have a remind me. You're like, she's going to forget. I know she's going to forget. So let me click on remind me. And then you can choose a different time for it to remind you on. You can also add a due date to say, hey, this needs to be done by this date. It will show up on your Outlook calendar if you add a due date. That is beautiful. You can ask it to repeat. Maybe this is something that you have to send an email to teachers every 2 weeks, and you need that to come and remind you. This is going to put that. It says to add a category. You're probably thinking like, well, what category, Stevie? Well, in Outlook, and that's where we're headed next. In Outlook, you get to have things organized by your calendar as well. So you can have those, your calendar kind of be organized in a beautiful color scheme if you're interested in that. This marries with that. So when I go to different schools, I have different colors. And so that kind of helps me keep everything organized. And I also lead something that's called Zeke Squad. And then there's some things that I just need to do as like a mom or just life. And I call that just Stevie Frank. Cause I'm like, this just needs to be blocked out on my calendar because it's just my time. So this is also part of those categories, which is nice. Adding files. This is something that at first I was like, I'm not going to add a file to something because it just takes a long time. What I really loved about the beauty about adding in files is there's times where I go to complete a task and I can't do the task because it takes me so long to get the steps that I need to. So for example, if somebody attaches to an email and says, hey, can you clean up this PowerPoint for us or can you work on this? And I'm like, okay, well, I got to go find that email before I even start the to-do. If you just throw it here, even adding a file or even just creating it in the note, that is going to be so much better and you're going to be so much more efficient with your time. So a lot of times what I like to do with my to-dos is just try to get them knocked out. And so creating it all here in this one space really helps. So I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? I am done with that to do. So we're going to listen in. Hopefully it's sharing sound and it gives that beautiful chime. So satisfying. So I was that and am still that weird person that will add things to my to-do list just to mark it off later. So yes, that is a thing. And that is who I am. So moving on, there is one more app that I'm going to show you, and I'm looking at time and I have like 9 minutes. So we're just going to fly through this. Like I said, when I first started, I gave like an hour long in OneNote. I've given a session an hour long in To Do. So we are flying. The next one that I'm going to show you, and I'm not going to spend too much time because some of you might start to look in this and say, I really like this. And this is what I would love to do. And some of you might be like, man, this is a little much. But I'm going to show it to you because it's a great efficiency and organization tool. So that is called Microsoft Planner. Microsoft Planner is just like that. It is creating a plan for you to be able to complete whatever it is that you are looking at. So I'm going to get into, it's not logging me in. It's not letting me into my planner. Let's try that again. Signing in. Oh, didn't think I was signed in. Okay. So this is an example of a Microsoft Planner. So on this Microsoft Planner here, this is where you're going to be able to have all of these different planners, and here's what it looks like. So for example, when I was doing some tasks, so for example, I was saying, okay, let me play around in a different one. I'm going to set into this one, my tech coach one. So this was a planner that these are more like long-term plans, if you will. And so what it does is you will be able to add tasks or buckets of information. And these are going to be your more like long-term plans. You could use this as like a year at a glance as well. You can use this whenever you are working in a team and there's certain parts that need to go to certain people. That's what's super helpful. So on here, for example, I can go ahead and select on add a task, and I'm going to enter the task name and I'm going to call this planning. So once I select add task, I now have my planning task, but I'm going to go ahead and click into it. And now here's where you can get like really nitty gritty with it. You can say, okay, what bucket do I want? Or what column do I want it in? Do I want it under conferences? Is this professional development for Stevie, future for Stevie? So all of these were my personal planners. I'm going to say, I'm going to put that in future for Stevie. I have in progress. I've kind of started the planning process. I'm going to give it a priority. I'm going to have a start date. You can have an end date. When you create a date, it does sync to your Outlook calendar. So you'll get those little Outlook calendar invite and like kind of reminders to say like, hey, you said that you were going to have this thing done. You can have notes, you have a checklist, you can add attachments to it. One of the best parts of this, and what I think gives it its bang for its buck, is you can assign different parts to different people. So anybody within your school organization that has your Microsoft logins, all of that information will be right there, which is super slick. So again, all of those are going to be your different buckets. So a lot of things, and these are just kind of the ways that I use it as a tech coach, is things that I'm like, okay, I know I need to get to these conferences. I need to write out proposals for these conferences. So I have that. Professional development, I needed to get with Book Creator and provide professional development for them. Future for me, if I'm looking into these, I need to look into getting this certification. I need to look into getting LinkedIn. What does this look like? So all of these things are just kind of my more long-term components of it. So yes, it looks like I have 5 minutes. So is there going to be a code that needs to be taken in?
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code. And keep in mind, you need to go ahead and write this down, take a picture of the screen, whatever works for you, add it into your OneNote. Maybe a to-do, not long enough term for a planner. But this will be your attendance code for this session. So make sure you record that, because if you're new to DLC, we'll do attendance at the end of the day. and then you'll put in all the codes for today. And really no questions coming through on the chat yet, Stevie. So,
Great.
yeah. And I gotta say, I was intrigued by To Do because I'm a big fan of Planner, that I'm like, So I might have to play with that one.
Oh, I love that. Well, that one is more, I love Planner, but that is definitely one thing that I think it's like, you've got to dig into it to really, I think, kind of have it work for you. I work in a lot of collaborative spaces. So for me, it works really well, but that was definitely one thing that was helpful.
Yeah, because I haven't looked at To Do in a while. So
good. Well, keep me posted on your journey.
Will do. And it's all yours for the rest of the session if you want to share your screen again.
All right. And I think according to my time, it looks like I have 3 minutes left. Is that accurate?
You have 3 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
Fast and furious.
All right. Well, we can do this. We can do this, I'm sure. All right. So that is Microsoft Planner. And again, I said I was just going to touch base on it because it's just one of those components where, hopefully you use it. It's definitely a great utilization tool. But I want to make sure that you get your bang for your buck. So there are a lot of really great things that an organization for your everyday that is built into Outlook. And so those are ones that I'm going to kind of share with you today. Now, there is a really great link, and I'm going to throw this into the chat. Let me try not using my mouse. Yeah, that worked there. I'm going to go ahead and share this with you all. And this is going to be a really great space for you to take a look at. And hopefully that link worked. Let me know if it didn't. Hopefully that did. I'm going to go ahead and open this up for you because this just gives so many different, here's some really great ways to be tips and tricks for your inbox. That's super helpful for you. So since I only was like, okay, I've got 2 minutes, going through this is going to be amazing. Let me highlight some of my features. So having a focused inbox, you can decide to have a focused inbox, which what it does is it's just AI working in the background saying like, okay, these senders, so I'm going to have this in a focused email box. Other kind of spammy, salesy things, emails that you get regularly that just might be auto-generated, those are going to be located in your other folder or your non-focused folder. So that's always nice, and that's a way to stay organized too as well. You can also work with folders. So it gives you an inbox that says you have specific like junk emails, folders, drafts. I have probably 20 folders. That is how I do. And I am a zero inbox girly because a lot of times you might have like, okay, well, I have that email, but I have to know about this in order for it to go here. And so that's why I love folders is I didn't delete the email, but I was able to move it to some place where I'm like, I don't have to do anything with this now. I just have to know about it. And that helps my inbox stay, like I said, I'm a zero inbox girly. Unless I'm working on something, that's what my inbox is for. You can also have categories that are utilized. That's that kind of color system that I talked to you about in the calendar. That is super slick and just it gives it an at a glance view to say like, okay, this is everything and what it looks like. You can also have items favorited too as well. You can pin messages, you can flag them. Those are ones that I kind of was talking to you about too as well. So it looks like my time is up. I had such a great time with you all today. I know I've got some more sessions coming up, but it sounds like there's going to be, and there should be definitely a 10-minute break. So I will see you all back here soon, hopefully.
Thanks, Stevie. Yeah, you're right. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break and then we'll be back again with Stevie, same place. You can just hang out here if you want to come back to learn more about PowerPoint and beyond. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and run a short video. If you're staying with us, please get up, stretch a little bit, especially if you've been with us all day. And we'll be right back here in about 10 minutes. All right.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a Sci-Fair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new Sci-Fair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for Sci-Fair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame and then click on Applications. Then click on Updates. And if there are any updates, then you will have the gray box will be purple, and you just click on that and wait for them to install.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference.
All right. Well, it is time for the conference. And I'm hoping you're here for Stevie Frank and learning more about PowerPoint. If you weren't here for our last session, just a quick intro for Stevie. She's a digital learning coach in Indiana and has recently been named one of EdTech Magazine's top 30 K-12 influencers to follow. She has 14 years of education background and recently is coming from the classroom. She earned her master's degree in literacy education and is always seeking to learn more about how to become a better educator for all her students. She has co-authored multiple publications in articles and books, presented at multiple EdTech conferences, appeared in podcasts, and serves as an education consultant. When she's not coaching or presenting, she's chasing around her two boys and marking off travels from her bucket list, including some recent places in Texas. So for this session, we're going to be learning about PowerPoint and beyond. All right, Stevie, so we can see your screen. And you are good to take it away. Oh, you're muted. There we go. You got it.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for spending your afternoon with me. I greatly appreciate it. I am able to come here from Indiana, actually. So I'm so excited to be able to be a part of this. So thank you so much for everybody that is streaming and watching. I love a good live chat too as well. So if you have any questions, if you have anything that you want to add into the chat, please feel free. I'm also kind of monitoring it here to the side. My main goal for all of you today is just to leave this training with a good understanding of everything that's going on and how to use the tools. So please feel like you can use the chat to be able to communicate with me. I love a good live chat. Like I said in the last session, I'm like, you know, I taught during COVID and the blank screens on Zoom. I actually used Teams at the time too. So I am no stranger to that, but it is nice to know that people are alive out there. So thank you so much for spending, again, your afternoon with me. I greatly appreciate it. So one of my favorite tools and something that I use pretty much every day is Microsoft PowerPoint. So I'm excited just to show you kind of some ins and outs of PowerPoint so that you can really get to know the tool. So you're a little bit more savvy within it because it's something we use every day. So for those of you that are just meeting me for the first time, hi, we're besties. So I always like to tell that with people that whenever I'm in a presentation with is saying like, please reach out to me. Please know that I am more than happy to help you with anything that you need. So my role in my district here in Indiana is I am a technology integration specialist or tech coach. I'm also an education consultant and a learning specialist for Microsoft specifically too as well. So I come to you with a wealth of knowledge, and I always have got to give a shout out to my professional learning network, which I find on Twitter and LinkedIn. So if you have not given me a follow, definitely give me a follow and connect with me out there just to be like, hey, Stevie, went to your session, have a question about how to do this. How do I use subtitles again with PowerPoint? I am more than happy to help with any of those questions. And that's why I'm here. So I would love for you to kind of reach out, connect with me on that platform. I have also an Instagram and a Facebook, but it's boring stuff with my kids and sharing just with family. So don't worry, don't reach out with me on there. But Twitter and LinkedIn, I am pretty plugged in and share frequently about some Microsoft tips, tricks, and tools differently there. So I also have a website at steviefrank.com. All of my presentations are on there, including this one. So if you're one of those people that like to snag the slides and like to take a look at those too as you're going through and as I'm going through, please feel free to grab those slides. Again, those are going to be at steviefrank.com and just click on presentations. And that's when you'll be able to see this one. So today's agenda, let's jump on in. What are we going to be doing today? My biggest thing is to look at the why behind accessibility and some of those features and components that we're going to be talking about today that live within PowerPoint. We're also going to learn to empower students to exercise their independence through learning. So not only are some of these tools available to you as a teacher and educator, but they're also available to students too as well. We're also going to just get into the tools to gain that confidence. So that way, when it's time for back to school night and you're like, wait a minute, how do I do that translation feature for everybody? You're going to be able to gain that confidence to kind of help you out. So can't wait to dive on in. So here are some considerations of ways and reasons why you should be thinking about accessibility forward. The first one is to create a connected learning experience. Some of your students that you're going to have into your classroom and even some of your staff are going to have with a numerous amount of needs, and it allows for that creative, that connected experience that you have. They also build systems and structures that reduce barriers. So when you lead into a session or a lesson and you're, already kind of creating those inclusive environments, like I see on YouTube Live, the captions are going as I'm speaking. If that's just already part of your everyday, then that's going to reduce any barriers that anybody else that maybe needs those to be able to access those. What I also love about closed captioning too is there's a lot of people that are watching videos with no sound on. Me, right? So whenever I'm on Instagram or Twitter or TikTok, I'm like, please have this video have captions because I have the volume down so my kids can't hear it and I'm not ruining Moana watching it for the 10th time as they're watching it and I'm trying to get some PD on my phone. But I'm like, please have those. So not only does it help others, but it also helps facilitate some of that experience too, because we all can benefit from some of those really great accessibility features. It also helps to access timely data and meaningful interventions that can also occur too as well. They cultivate those lifelong skills and foster greater independence with our students. So the reason why I even gave that personal story about ways that I use some of those accessibility features is it removes the stigma away from accessibility features to only be used to those kinds of students, right? Or those kinds of adults. So if we're saying, hey, I really like having a dark screen, whenever I'm working, and that's an accessibility feature that I use so that it kind of helps my eyes. I'm right now using blue light glasses so that it helps my eyes and it helps me focus a little bit better. That's me using an accessibility feature. So I always like to add that caveat into there too as well, because whenever I'm in a classroom and I'm teaching in front of students, I like to mention some of those accessibility features that I also use that can also have other people using those too. So again, it removes that stigma of like, oh, only those kids are going to use those accessibility features. It also builds a foundation for experience with the appropriate hardware. So a lot of research has gone into, okay, who uses Microsoft? What businesses use Microsoft? Microsoft is the industry standard. And so if we're starting to use these accessibility features already with our students, teaching them how to use them, they're going to be successful business leaders as well in their future. Now, why else should you have these accessibility features? Is it lessens the cognitive load. So what is that cognitive load? That cognitive load is that frontal lobe part of the brain. So yes, we're talking about brains here, okay? So it's that frontal lobe part of the brain that has that working memory, that there's only so much that can kind of come into here at one time before, and when you go to sleep is when everything then moves into your long-term memory, okay? Science of reading taught a lot about this, okay? So when we have too much going on here with working memory, we're not able to learn as much new information. Now, if we utilize some of the accessibility features that are built into PowerPoint and Office products, like dictation, like adding audio files, like some of those components, that helps lessen that cognitive load, which then opens the door to be able to have more new learning experiences. So what's available in Microsoft? What does this look like? So we're talking about accessibility. You're like, now, okay, so now what's available? That's where I come in. So there is a lot of really great features built specifically within PowerPoint. I'm going to go over those. But because I have a captive audience, I'm also going to talk about a few other just like Office tools too as well that are available in also PowerPoint, but they're just kind of available everywhere. One of my favorite components is built right within PowerPoint, which is the use of subtitles. So why would you ever need this into a classroom? So if you are teaching in a classroom and you have a student with a visual impairment and they can't really hear very well, or they can't see very well, they're going to sit towards the front of the class. But then if they're sitting towards the front of the class, maybe they can't hear you very well because you're teaching over here. If you're using those subtitles, that's going to help them. If you have a student with a hearing disability and they can't hear very well, using those subtitles is really going to help. It also is going to help too as well for students that maybe don't even have those issues, because how many students, and this is an interesting fact. So whenever I was just teaching into a middle school classroom, there was a video that was being played in the, a teacher's classroom. And I was just kind of coming in, and all of a sudden one of the students was like, hey, can you turn on captions on that video? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, well, this is a new ask. So then I asked some of the students and I was like, how many of you do this too? And like 3/4 of their hands raised. So this is definitely a new generation of kids that are here for the subtitles and here for the closed captioning that I don't know. I didn't realize that that world was out there, but this is again, adding that inclusive environment into that. There's also a really great translator component too as well. And I'm going to show you where it's at also in PowerPoint. That's going to be a little bit easier than just kind of showing you that screenshot. There is also something that is absolutely amazing, and it is called PowerPoint Live. So not only are having subtitles really important to have with your students and with families, but what I love about Translator PowerPoint Live is that it gives live translations into any language that the user says that they want. So for example, if I was to set this up, so whenever I taught this with my teachers for back to school night, for example, they had parents that were coming in and they were leading a PowerPoint presentation. Now, in my particular district, we have about 54 native languages spoken at home. That's a lot. So how are you going to create translations for each and every one of those families? So I showed them this tool and this was amazing. So as soon as they started their PowerPoint, like who they are, pictures of their family and all of that, then they ran at the very beginning something that was called a PowerPoint Live. So as soon as you start, it generates a QR code. I think I have that on my next slide. It generates a QR code and says, hey, go ahead and join. Once they scan that QR code on their mobile device, they can say, okay, I want this translated to Arabic. I want this into Spanish. And there's over 125 different languages that it actually translates to. So then once they choose their spoken language, they look down at their device and then it will say everything that you're saying translated into their language. It is written in closed caption. It isn't read out loud to them yet. And I say yet because I'm like with AI and everything, like we are there. But that is a really, really cool component. I wanted to give you a pro tip because if you're using this with anybody outside of your organization, they're in your school district. Pro tip, whenever you go to present live, you want to make it available to anyone. So it's going to generate that QR code. Again, I'm going to show you all these steps here in just a little bit. This is just a like, hey, what's available? But you always want to make sure that whenever you create that access, those codes, make sure that you do the code with anybody can join if you're doing it with family members, so they don't have to log in with Office 365. Now, there's something that is really amazing, and it is something that is called Speaker Coach. Speaker Coach is built right into PowerPoint, and what it does is it gives a coach to students or to you right before you are giving a presentation or students, and it gives you live feedback using artificial intelligence. Like, yes, this is already built into things that we're already using. Provides that real-time coaching feedback, and then it reduces learner anxiety and helps build their confidence. Now, I just showed this to a couple of students with an E&L background, and their confidence whenever they gave their presentations was far superior to anything that I ever could have imagined. They came back to me and was like, oh my gosh, Mrs. Frank, thank you so much. I had no idea that I was able to practice anything that I was saying and get real-time feedback. And honestly, as a teacher at the time, there would be times that I would hear a presentation and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was awful. How many times did they say, And I'm like, wait a minute. When did I ever teach that? When did I give them that opportunity? Speaker Coach can do that. So Speaker Progress will also give them these feedback on these different tools. It will say, how was their delivery? It will also be based on their content to say, how well was their content focused on? Let me go back. And then it will also give them feedback on how their audience was engaged. Like, that's amazing. So how does it do it? What it does is it looks for their delivery. So once they have their PowerPoint up, the AI kind of like reads through the PowerPoint presentation, and then it will monitor their delivery. It will give them an ideal range. So it usually looks for between 100 to 165 words per minute. So think about some of those students that really talk to really fast whenever they're really nervous, or some of the students that get really slow because they're kind of scared. So those components that are built into Speaker Coach are going to tag those different paces. So that's a way that they're actually getting graded or getting they're reviewed on whenever they're using Speaker Coach. Learners can also vary their tone of voice. So it actually does look for, like, did they take a breath? Or did they say words like, because they got nervous? So it will even give them feedback on saying, okay, yep, you had too many filler words. Like, let's try this out a little bit. So some of those components are just like, that's amazing. As I just say, that was not put in there. It also encourages learners to practice their difficult words. So it will say, hey, try that mispronunciations. It will give them that. It will also give them presentations on databases with those common words and phrases. It will also suggest alternative of words to use instead of those repeated words that they have. It also checks for, and this is amazing, insensitive language. So let me go back to that one because I feel like that one always gets me like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that it actually does. So it checks for insensitive language regarding disabilities. Was there age misunderstandings there? Was there gender, misgenders, race, sexual orientation? Was there anything that was insensitive about anything that they said? And this is an amazing tool for those students to use, and even adults. So there has been times that I've actually used Speaker Coach before I give a presentation, and I will get that feedback as well. It also maybe encourages them to use that alternative wording as well. It also gives them that audience feedback and engagement. It says, it even tracks their eye movement and says, were you able to stay engaged into this? Is this something that you are looking at or not looking at? Do you keep looking away? This was such an amazing tool. And again, when I was a classroom teacher sitting in the class and I would listen to presentations, I would be like, why didn't I use this? Like, I didn't know about it, but I was like, there was so much time where I was like, okay, you can't be looking in this direction if your audience is here. And so what's really great is to have that AI give them that feedback back about how well they are presenting and giving that eye contact. I just feel like that's huge. Another way that they are tracking that is it helps them gauge the physical distance from their audience too. Now, those are some of the accessibility features that were built right into PowerPoint. This is an accessibility feature that is just built into any Windows device. So what is also nice about these Windows devices is accessibility features, and not just Windows devices, but any device that students are using, showing them these accessibility features are huge. So for example, taking a look at their brightness. So something that I noticed a lot with my middle schoolers is I was like, their screens are so bright. They are looking at them so brightly. They're looking at their phones and everything is giving them that blue light. And I realized maybe nobody talked to them about blue light. Like, blue light keeps your brains up. They're looking at their laptop right before bed. They're not able to sleep well. So something that I did on, I had like a whole like, hey, let's just talk about being nice to our brains. And so what does that look like? So we talked about messing with like the brightness of your screen. Do they have like the orange glow with their screen? And so not only was this translatable to what they were doing in class, but a lot of them always took a look at their phones and started to change it to there as well. Because I was like, how many of you guys lay down for bed and you can't go to sleep right away? Like 15 kids out of 20 raised their hands. And I was like, that's the problem. Like, maybe we should talk about it. So again, these are some of these tools that we're using with students that I just think are just so helpful and that are available in any platform, any use that you have. So another way that I always like to use in accessibility that's available in Microsoft products is something that is called Immersive Reader. Immersive Reader is such a transformative tool. I'm going to model each and every one of these here in a little bit, but it is definitely one of those tools that it will read aloud any documents that students have. It will translate the documents as well. What is also very nice in Edge is Edge, also built right within Edge browser, will be able to generate a QR code on any single URL that you have. So if you just simply click on the website up at the very top, that URL where it's at, you click on a QR button, it'll QR code it. You can also have it read aloud. It will read their screens aloud. Our district has saved thousands of dollars because we had a screen reader tool whenever we just could have been having students access information on Edge browser rather than on a Chrome browser. So whenever you see that little symbol there, that means an immersive reader, and that can read aloud a screen for students, which is clutch. Immersive Reader is built into so many different tools, PowerPoint included. But what it will do is it will be able to read aloud, like I said, translate. It will also give grammar information about like different parts of speech within sentences. Like, this is an amazing tool that I don't see utilized enough. Now, whenever I taught about Immersive Reader, I taught about Immersive Reader to my entire class. I didn't just do it with a few students that had the IEPs or the ELL students. I did it with everybody. And I think that inclusive practice is core and a very important piece to make sure that we do with each and every one of our students. Dictate is also an accessibility feature. Dictate is also built into PowerPoint. Dictate is just saying, hey, here's what I'm saying, and it will write the words down. I model this with students too as well by saying, you know what, there's times where I need to do like speech to text because I'm running around somewhere and I just need to say it real quick. That's an accessibility feature. If we start to remove that stigma and we're starting to say, this is how I use this accessibility feature, whenever some students are like, wow, I needed to have my ideas dictated down, or I was going to have too much in my working memory and I wasn't going to be able to really organize my information. But now that I have all the words on my screen, now I can take that next step to organize it in and make those edits that I need. Like, that's going to be key. Accessibility checker practice. This is built into any Microsoft product as well. Whenever you go to any Microsoft product, any tool that you have or app, and you go to review and you click that little button that says check accessibility, it's going to give you feedback on whether or not your files are going to be accessible or not. What it looks for is it looks for things like those alt text. Do you have images without an alternative text to them? Do you have too much wordiness? Do you have not enough words? So it's going to check those accessibility features, because some of you on this call today might be like, I have no idea even where to begin. It's going to tell you and show you what to do. So those are some pretty big components. So I'm going to go ahead and begin the live demo. If you are one of those learners where you like to click around as well with me as I go ahead and get your screens up. So if you want to open up like a Word doc or PowerPoint document, something that you have, a file, even if you just want to start a blank PowerPoint document, you can. But now is going to be the time where I'm going to go ahead and start to show you through some of those different options that you have. So let me go ahead and navigate to office.com. I'm going to go to PowerPoint. And wanted to look for this one. All right, here we go. So now I have this PowerPoint opened up that I am actually presenting on. So I'm going to give you all just a second to kind of open up a PowerPoint. I love the active chat we have going on. Again, ask any questions if you have. Oh, I love that. I see it, T. Kinnison. I hope I pronounced that correctly. You use subtitles for the last 2 years and it's been a game changer for ESLs. I love that. My thoughts on Prezi versus PowerPoint. Rowena, great question. Or Rowena, again, please tell me if I said this incorrectly over in the chat. That is definitely, Prezi looks cooler. PowerPoint has more inclusive features built in. Question that I have to ask myself before I'm about to create anything is, what do I care more about? Do I care about how cute it is, or do I care about how accessible it is? And sometimes that answer will give you the answer that I go with. Love Prezi though. That one is fun, and it depends. If I'm in a staff development and I want it to be something fun, I'll do a good Prezi. But if it's, I don't know, I always went with PowerPoint. Or Canva. Canva has good presenter options tool too. I don't see any other questions. You have somebody from Chicago. Nice. I go up there to their airport frequently because they have a lot of one-ways there. Okay, awesome. I think I got all my questions. All right, so now I'm going to kind of show you some of those different features and where they live now that we're in PowerPoint in the demo time. So some things that the biggest one, let me first of all make my screen a little bit bigger. So this is also an accessibility component. If you're presenting something on your screen and you're showing students how to do it, playing around with how large your screen is and including cursor is also going to be an accessibility feature too as well. That's super helpful. So one of those major ones that I showed you was the dictate feature. So this one, if I drag my caret, I can actually say this is the language that I'm going to be speaking in, or you're going to say this is the native language that I'm speaking in. I'm speaking in English, US English. So once I hit my dictation tool, I'm going to allow my microphone. Oh, my microphone's already being used here, so I can't use it here. So this is going to be one where as soon as students are clicking inside of a text box that they want to have dictate, if they select dictate, if I wasn't using my camera here in Zoom, I could use it here. But then I would be able, everything that I was saying, it would be able to get out. Great tool, again, to kind of show students, like sometimes students can get intimidated by the typing component. This removes that barrier for them, which is slick. So now I'm going to go ahead and find my way to slideshow. And now I'm going to show you that speaker coach component of it. Okay. So where it says rehearse with coach. And again, let me back up because I went pretty quick there. I'm going to go to slideshow and then I have rehearse with coach. Now let me back up. Notice how I got on to PowerPoint. I went to office.com. I did not click the app. So if you click on the little PowerPoint button that you have down in your little Windows bar, that is not going to have all of these robust features that I'm telling you about. So some of you, if you're like, well, I'm trying to add it from the app and I can't find it, you've got to access these through office.com first. So that's a little pro tip there. So I'm going to go ahead and select Rehearse with Coach here. And it says that I have no mic access, but let's say that I did, and let's say that I was practicing with it. You're going to see this little screen here, and it says, Welcome to PowerPoint Presenter Coach. As you rehearse, we're going to give you feedback about how you're presenting. And at the end, you're going to see a numerical summary and then their suggestions. So I could say show real-time feedback. Again, I'm having some mic access with this one because I'm using my microphone in 2 different ways, but let me see if it'll grab it. I'm just curious. Yep, it won't even let me start rehearsing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and escape out of that. But that is definitely something that, and I am going to give you some playtime here in just a second. That is definitely something to play around with just to try to see how it looks. So that is how you access what is called search, or not search coach, but this one is called, oh, and I forgot to mention this one. This one is going to be your search or your speaker coach. No, it's not grabbing it. I was hoping I could get it there. Okay. So speaker coach, I can also click that button and I can also have it detect my body language. So a lot of times I've been there. I've been the teacher where I'm like, oh my gosh, they're like slouched over. They've got their hood up. And I'm like, why didn't I talk to them about this? This is part of that body language. It will give them feedback based on it. Like this is such a slick tool. So I'm going to give you a little bit of playing time just to play around with this coach. So again, heading to office.com, accessing any PowerPoint that you have. Like it can be any PowerPoint, even if it was shared, anything like that. And then go to slideshow, click on Rehearse with Coach. And if you want to make it a little bit more harder, go ahead and select the caret, select body language, and then select Rehearse with Coach. So I'm going to give you about 60 seconds or so. Place into the chat, and I'm going to mute my microphone. Place into the chat what some of your experiences were like. All right, I'm going to go ahead and come off mute. I'm seeing it coming into the chat of everybody kind of describing their experience of what it's like. I hope you had fun with it. I hope it's something that you're going to show your students. Again, please connect with me on social and just let me know how it goes. I'm always so curious to see like, do we do it? Does it happen into the classrooms? Because the teacher feedback that I've gotten from my particular school is just, it's pretty slick. So I appreciate that. So that is Speaker Coach. That is also something that is built inside of Microsoft PowerPoint. It's available to your students. It's available to you. So it's definitely something that I hope that you take advantage of and utilize. The next component that I'm going to show you is where do you go to check the accessibility of your PowerPoint? So under the review tab, if I select this button that says check accessibility, I'm going to go ahead and select that now. It's going to say like, hey, here are some errors that you have. So this said, I'm missing all text. If I click on the image, it says, hey, in this specific image, you don't have alternative text. What is alternative text? Alternative text is you saying, you describing within the image what exactly is in that image. Now, when you type it out, that's meaning that if anybody has like a screen reader tool or anybody has a translator tool that they're trying to utilize, if you have alternative text written down, it will help all of those different accessibility features work in. That's going to help all of your students. And it's, again, just kind of one of those practices that is just good to always have to help that accessibility component with it. It's also going to show you, here's a reading order. So it says, check your reading order here. Like, did everything make sense in my order? If you're like, what does reading order mean, Stevie? Down here, it gives you some additional information. And it says, like, here's some more information about what it means. And so it will give you kind of the breakdown there. It will also give you some tips and other things. These are it says review auto-generated text. What's amazing about Microsoft products is it will auto-generate alternative text and images for you. Let me repeat that back. What Microsoft does is it auto-generates alternative text for images automatically for you. So for example, it's just saying like, hey, double check if this alternative text is correct. So I'm going to select the text. I'm going to put 2 fingers down since I have a Mac, or you can right click if you have a PC. I'm then going to go to alt text, and it says a person sitting at a table. Description is automatically generated. Now I could just say not just a person. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to say Stevie Frank is sitting at a table. And then now I'm done. I'm going to say generate that alt text for me. And so now, or it can auto generate it there if I don't want to. I can approve that, or I can just say, you know what, this was just a decorative tool. I wasn't explaining anything in that picture. You can mark that too. So those things just kind of help those screen reading tools and help those translation tools. So those are those 2 components. The next component that I'm going to have you play around with here in just a little bit, but you know what, I take that back. I'm going to have you guys play around with that accessibility checker because it's slick. You can open up any document. So if you have a Microsoft Word document, if you still got your PowerPoint up, awesome. What I want you to do is just check the accessibility in it. Go to review, click that button that says check accessibility, and then see what it comes up with. I would love to hear about it in the chat. So once you're there, say like, wow, I didn't realize that I should have included alt text, or wow, I didn't realize that the readability of this didn't make sense. It didn't flow well. So share what that experience looks like in the chat. I'll give us about 30 seconds.
Hey, Stevie, we've had a couple of questions in the chat.
Oh, what's going on?
So one of them is about the little carrot next to the speaker coach.
Okay.
Any suggestions if that's not appearing?
That's interesting. I'm wondering if it's a licensing thing. So I'm wondering if that is something that you have to have a certain specific license to, and why I have access to it and maybe your school district does. That also might be something that might be turned off at the IT level. That could be a component of it as well. I also am a part of a lot of beta programs. So there's times that like I get to review things, but body language has been out for a while. So that's why those might be a couple components, but great questions. Thank you for asking.
Okay. And then we had another question from a speech teacher looking for a way for students to submit their online coaching report. So, I mean, I'm guessing you can take a screen grab, but is there something better?
Yeah, that would be my, the screen grab would be the best. Now, now we're getting into, and I believe if I understand from your school district, do students have access to Microsoft Teams?
Students do not have access to
Okay.
Teams in Sci-Fair.
I didn't think so. So there is something that is called Reading Progress. It is available in, or not Reading Progress, Speaker Progress, and it is available in Microsoft Teams, and teachers can kind of create assignments and have that be like a speaker coach, and then they can get all that information back. But the workaround from that is going to be the students grabbing a screenshot of that and then sharing that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But yes, I completely understand the Teams being like, you can only live in so many environments.
Yes.
Okay, I'm loving the feedback. I'm hoping that everybody is doing well with their taking a look at all the different accessibility components and taking a look at some of those documents. Like, it just kind of gets you to stop and think about, okay, is everything that I'm creating, is that going to be friendly for students? And is that something that I need to do? So I hope that you enjoy that one. So that is those different components. Now, the next thing that I want to show is going to be, let me see here, because I'm not seeing it directly, and sometimes it moves. Interesting. Okay, so this one just changed on me. What I'm trying to show you is how to do one of the coolest components that I think is, and I wonder if I have to switch tenants in order for me to see it, because this might be a licensing thing. So I'm using a personal Microsoft account, and I'm wondering if the translation feature is something that's only available. The one that I was like, if you have this, then this is going to allow like your parents to be able to have that access. So let me switch tenants real quick and see if that works. All right. Is it going to let me get in? Okay, good. All right. Now let's check this out real quick, because it should just be under slideshow. It is. Okay, so it was a tenant thing. All right. So now that I'm in the correct tenant, I'm going to be able to show you something that I think is such a big, this is called PowerPoint Live. This is one of those things where when I showed my teachers, like, it was like jaw dropping. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. And I can't wait to show it to you. So it looks like it's still loading the presentation because it's switching back and forth between my tenants. But whenever I click on this button here that says slideshow, I have a couple options here. This was that subtitle one. So if you're like, well, how do I get subtitles to show up? If you under slideshow go to always use subtitles, it will show you, and it will even be specific into like, well, where do you want your subtitles? Do you want them to be on the bottom, on the top? Do you want them to be below your slides? So I will go ahead and show you kind of if I have that on the top. If I click on there, whenever I am presenting, so you have to be presenting in order for the subtitles to work. But let me move them maybe below, because maybe they're distracting up top. So I'll go ahead and click on present. And I'm wondering if it will grab my voice, because my microphone's being used here. So I think that's kind of what's going on here. It's not able to use. So that's going to be your use to be able to always use your subtitles. Now, here's the guy that I'm just like, this one is the bang for the buck. Present live. This is that pro tip. If you are using this with families that are outside of your organization that don't have your and then your school district website, this is where, like, this is such a key thing. When you click that caret, you can make this available to only people in your organization. So it's going to be everybody within your school. If you're using this with parents or people outside of your school, that's when you need to select anyone. So once I selected anyone, I'm going to select this button here that says present live. Once I select present live, it's going to take it a second to generate that QR code. Now what it's going to do is once it generates this QR code, and all of you are more than welcome to kind of play around with this so you can experience what it's like from the user component of it. So what it's going to do is it's going to generate that QR, and it's going to say like, hey, what language do you want this to be translated in? So I'm going to play around with it too. So just from any mobile device, I'm going to open up my camera, snag my QR picture with it, and then I'm going to click my button on there. Now, as soon as it gets started, at the very bottom of my screen, it will give me the option. It'll say like, what do you want the language to be? Mine was automatically in English, but something I'm going to do is I'm going to make it to, let's say, French. I just went up to Montreal this summer, and that was a lot of fun. So now everything that I was saying would have been translated. But again, is it going to allow my microphone to be used? It looks like I've got a couple people that are joining. Now it's taken mine a little bit. I allowed my microphone, but again, since my microphone is being utilized here, I don't know if that's used. Let me try to turn off maybe my microphone here and see if that helps. All right, this is such a bummer. I'm not able to utilize it because I'm using my microphone in Zoom. So it turned it off here. However, if this was something that I was utilizing, you would be able to see in live time what that looked like with the different closed captioning. So this is the part of the demo that I would love for you to try it out, and you can scan your own QR code on there as well. But as you're seeing here, it kind of gives you the presenter paused it. So it gives you kind of that live component and that live feedback from there too. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select end session. Once I end this session, it is now then going to pop up on your screen and say like, hey, rate the presenter, give her, how many stars do you give her? And then you can give me your stars. It will even break it down to giving me the feedback, like how was her slide design? How was the speaker skill? How was the content? Any other comments? Once they fill everything out, this will come to me via email, and it will just show up in my district webpage. It's in my district email. Like it is very a slick thing. So this is the part of our session that I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put myself on mute so you can kind of play around with it. But let me first give you the steps of what it looks like to head here. So again, I opened it up in office.com. I'm going to go to slideshow, present live. Now, people, again, here's your pro tip. You click your caret. If you want anybody outside of your organization to be able to join, you can click anybody. If you want them to be able to log into Microsoft, so you're like, they have to log in, that's what I'm going to be doing, then you can go ahead and click on only people in your organization. Once you're here, select present live. And then this is where this will generate this QR. So a lot of times if like, especially with my teachers that were hosting back to school nights, I also utilize this with some of my teachers that had multiple languages of E&L students that were like more of like our level 1s, level 2s, like they had just entered the country. And so they were just now needing some of those translations pretty live. They just went ahead and generated this. And then students had iPads. They would simply scan the QR code, and then they would be able to see every single thing that was being said, being seen that translated. So that is how you get there. I'm going to give you guys some time to kind of play around with it, and I will be watching the chat. All right. So, yep, I was about to say, I think I've got 5 minutes. So, Amanda, I'm going to go ahead and let you share your screen and let you share about how the teachers need to get their attendance.
Awesome, will do. So I'm about to put up the attendance code. And again, like all the attendance codes today, make sure you record this. You can write it down, take a picture. We're going to open up the attendance forms at 3 o'clock, but keep in mind, you want to submit all your codes at one time for the day. So make sure you record this code so that you get credit for this session. And really, I think you got all the questions in the chat, Stevie. People are loving these features. They're really powerful. Yep, there's lots of, yeah, that's a cool feature.
Yeah, I'm seeing those come through too. I'm loving them. And the best ways to do them is just to try them out. Like, and that's why I gave you multiple times just to kind of try things out because it's just helpful. Just to kind of play around with them. I don't know. Is there something that you saw that really kind of like piqued your interest at all?
Well, absolutely. I love the live captions.
Good.
I wish there was a Texan setting, but that's where I'm like, oh, well, that's how we say that word. That may not technically be correct. But yeah, and I find myself saying after I start thinking about the ums with presenter coach.
Isn't that funny?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just one of those things that I don't think about that I probably should, but once I start thinking about it, I start counting.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it is still yours for another 3 minutes.
Awesome. Well, I see that. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on chat because I just want to be here if somebody has a question. I've only got like 2 minutes and I was just going to kind of allow for some time for me to be here live. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be sure to make them into the chat, or if I see them live within the next 2 minutes now, I'll make sure to give that answer live. Love the interaction. Great. Thank you for coming, Tina. I appreciate it. Candace, you're welcome. I just love sharing about this information. It's just kind of one of those things that I really love the powerful tools that we're already using. It's just kind of learning them a little bit deeper. I always appreciate.
Well, and kind of like you, I wish that your microphone will let you connect 2 places at once, because that translation where each person can choose the different language is so powerful.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It was one of those components that I was just like, whenever I try to do live demos, I'm like, okay, well, technology can only work as well as it can, sometimes, but
that'll definitely be one worth practicing. Yes.
It is. And that's why I give this time, because sometimes it's like, okay, now what do I click? What do I do? What does that look like? The more and more you use it, if it just becomes part of your like common practice, the first back to school night that I used it, like I was a nervous wreck because I was like, oh my gosh, I have all these parents in here. What am I doing? And I practiced it with my students beforehand a few times, but it was still a little nerve wracking. But once I did the first time, the second, like now it just kind of became just standard practice. And, whenever my teachers would come into my sessions, I would always use subtitles too. And it was just kind of that leading by example experience that I think is super helpful. So
nice.
You've been teaching PowerPoint for years, Mark, and you've never seen, that's what's amazing about PowerPoint. So thank you for taking the time to spend some extra time in here to learn some of these different features. I love that.
Well, and I do see one question in the chat, Stevie. Are language translations only available for live, or can we embed in the closed captions?
Great question. It isn't only available in live. So that is one of those components. What is also nice is, it doesn't answer that question, but it's also kind of an interesting workaround. If you're ever needing a transcription of somebody's presentation, or if you're presenting and you want a live transcription of it, if you create a PowerPoint live, it will give you a transcription in your email. So how I've seen the workaround is like you grabbing all of your transcription and then utilizing built into Word, it has the translation features in there. Then you can translate everything that was written down. So that's just kind of a little bit of a workaround.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I show that we're time up and I want to make sure that everybody gets up and stretches. I am a former yoga teacher, so I'm all about moving and making sure that we utilize and move that body. So do a couple stretches on your way, and I will be talking about Adobe Express next. So I hope to see some of your faces coming back into the room.
Absolutely. And Stevie's, I mean, she can take over my job now. She's got it. So I'm going to run a quick little video. Please, if you want to learn about Adobe Express, hang out here with us. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CyFair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CyFair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for Sci-Fair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your class link? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame and then click on Applications. Then click on Updates. And if there are any updates, then you will have the gray box will be purple, and you just click on that and wait for them to install.
The EdTech team would like to thank our...
All right, so thank you for joining us for our 3 o'clock session. If you have not been in here with us yet, we have Stevie Frank returning for a session. And she is a digital learning coach at her school in Indiana, and has recently been named one of EdTech Magazine's top 30 K-12 influencers to follow. She has 14 years of education background and just recently is coming out of the classroom. She earned her master's degree in literacy education and is always seeking to learn about how to become a better educator for all of her students. She's co-authored multiple publications in articles and books, presented at multiple EdTech conferences, appeared in podcasts, and serves as an education consultant. When she's not coaching or presenting, she's chasing around her 2 boys and marking off travels from her bucket list. In this session, she's going to be sharing with us about Adobe Express, which is an all-in-one editor. All right.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I am trying to share my screen and it's been working all day. And then now I'm just getting a blank screen here. So I won't be able to go full screen with my presentation, but I'm glad that I'm able to actually be able to show somewhat of the screen. So hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be able to join with you all today.
We're seeing YouTube right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering if
Let
you
me
have
try.
multiple screens, maybe?
I do. Thank
That
you
gets
for
me.
that.
Yes,
Let
yes.
me grab this one, see how this goes, and maybe.
There you go. That looks, yep.
Perfect. Now let me try my present screen because it was black for me earlier. Is it black for you?
Oh, it is black.
Yep. Okay, that's okay. All right, so I'm at least able to do from this side here. So, okay, that is all right.
works.
Hi everyone. It's so great to see you in the chat already. I love a good live chat. So if you have any questions or comments, or if anything's going on and you're just kind of like, hey, I want to just share out, would love to hear from you. My main goal from you all today is to leave this session and to feel like you have a good understanding of how to use Adobe Express, or at least how to get into it. So if there's a question that you're like, if I just would have the answer to this, throw it into the chat and I will do my best to kind of monitor the chat as I'm going through with this. But there's a lot of you and there's one of me, but I've been able to kind of handle it okay. Okay so far. So thank you so much for joining my session. I know I was up against Claudio Zavala Jr. For leading an Adobe Express. So definitely make sure that you check him out. He is so much more knowledgeable and more amazing than I am. So if you haven't checked him out, I believe he's going to be presenting as well for everybody. So I'm just going to kind of be like an entry level here. And so I'm so excited to be able to meet with you all today and to talk about such an amazing and transformative tool known as Adobe Express. So I'm so excited to be able to be here with you all to chat about the all-in-one editor. So a little bit of information about me. Yes, I am a digital learning coach and I come from Indiana. So I am so excited to be able to join from you. I am actually a digital learning coach or technology integration specialist for my district. I oversee 3 different schools, and then I also have a space in the academic services offices as well. So as I explain it to people, I'm like, I'm everywhere and nowhere. So if I have never presented with you, I always like to say, hi, we are besties now. And so I like to always make sure that I am going to be a part of your professional learning network. So for you, that might look like, me working with you and trying to like answer some questions that you might have. But then that also might mean that you use this presentation with your teachers or with other people that you have an experience with. So all of my presentations are available onto my website. So you can head to steviefrank.com. You'll be able to see where I have these sessions specifically, and you'll be able to select where I have this specific session too as well. So please utilize this information. I am very active on X and LinkedIn, so I do have my handles down there too as well. I am just all about a good, strong professional learning network, because I would not be here for you today to be able to explain my not only love and admiration of Adobe Express, but also the transformative ways that it impacts education if it wasn't for my professional learning network. So because I knew different people and I was able to plug in with those people, I was then able to kind of go with this, like, okay, wow, now I saw how this amazing person used Adobe Express. Let me grab that idea. That's what's so amazing. So if you're not plugged into a professional learning network on social media, give it a try, give it a shot. You can start with me with a follow, and then I will absolutely hook you up with some amazing people and amazing presenters that are also around too as well. So something that I love about Adobe is they have such a strong connection with their teacher community and their educator community. And so I was able to, last summer, I was actually able to fly to New York City and to listen to Scott Belsky, which is the Adobe's Chief Strategy Officer and Executive Vice President of Design and Emerging Products. yes, I had to read my screen because I was like, that is a title. And so what I heard him say really transformed the rest of my school year and how I led as a tech coach. And he shared, in the era of AI, what are you going to create? What's your process? And so I was able to hear him then. And then I also was able to listen to him virtually because Adobe sent a lot of ACE innovators into, I'll talk a little bit more about that amazing community too as well, to San Jose, California, to their Adobe offices. And I also heard him speak on creativity. And so all of that to say, whenever I left ISTE, which is the biggest ed tech conference in the world at Denver a couple months ago, I was thinking, it was only 1 month ago, it feels a lot longer. I was really able to walk away with the importance of creativity, where now in the era of AI, since it can streamline so many things and so many things that we're asking our students to do, where we need to be in is in the space of creativity and generating ideas, and then also in that reflective piece. Now, thinking about that, how do we create lessons? How do we create that component for students to be able to create in our classroom settings? And that's where I have just fallen in love with Adobe Express. So our agenda today is going to be me kind of explaining some really great different tools and something that is called their all-in-one editor that you're going to be able to utilize with students easily. I'm going to get you into the tool because that's the best place for you to learn, play around with it, break it, see what happens. And then that way we'll be able to all leave with a good understanding-ish of what Adobe Express is. So here are some really great tools that I love about Adobe Express is it works on any device that you have. So a lot of schools have started to adopt Chromebooks or tablets even. And yes, there is going to be an app in beta that's actually out and we're practicing and trying it out. So you're going to be able to create different things in whatever tool that you have available at your school. What I love, and when you hear me say all-in-one editor, it just simply means that if you're creating a video, if you're creating an infographic, if you're creating a presentation, anything that you're creating, it can be in Adobe Express. You don't have to go to another tool or another, component or somewhere else where you're just like, I don't know where this is. It's all available right inside of Adobe Express. So you can have those quick and easy steps to be able to have those transformative tools for students. So this is just a quick look at the dashboard. Again, I'm going to show you some of these slides, but really the big thing is we're going to get into the tool and we're going to try it out. But this is just a quick little view about what the dashboard looks like. So as soon as you get into Adobe Express, you're going to see here one of their biggest things. And yes, this is where we're going to be at in a little bit. But it's going to show you animate to audio. They have these really great like AI components that I think makes Adobe Express stand out from some other ones and some fun ones that they actually have. They also have the compatibility to create a video. So students can create videos. I even had an entire classroom of kindergartners creating a video. We were using Adobe Express. Now, did I have every single kindergartner logged in? No. Did I have groups of students logged into Adobe Express and helping me with things like removing background and adding text and adding voiceovers? Yes. So when we can start at such a, transformative age and such a young age as like kindergarten in creating videos, I then had my fifth graders creating their own videos of any topic that they wanted to. And they had a great time at it. So those are some of those components and some of those things that we're gonna be needing. We're gonna be taking a look at. You can also use it as a digital whiteboarding feature. So it has where you can even have students creating an image or just doing any drawing. The transformative tools that you can actually use with digital sketchnoting is so transformative. So somebody who I admire greatly, Manuel Herrera, he and I do different presentations together, and he always talks about the power and impact that sketchnoting has on the brain. And a lot of times, some students are just going to process things a little bit easier if they can sketch it out. It gets it off of their working memory, off of that frontal lobe. So then that way newer information can be able to freely flow through. So creating the space for them to be able to say, hey, let's just have a brainstorm real quick and throw all of your ideas on this whiteboard instead of saying, write down a list. That's going to kind of remove some of those, barriers for students that maybe wouldn't want to create that list for you. But because they get to draw it, that's going to open a little bit more doors. So they have a great drawing feature too is available. Another tool that I absolutely love is their ability to create a web page. So when we talk about students as tomorrow, and especially in the era of AI, and what are we asking students to do to show academic success? Like, here's my standard. How are they getting there? And how are they showing that they know the thing? Having students create a web page for their ways to say, okay, I actually know what this specific type of dolphin is, and here's all my research, and I threw it into a web page, and I have AI image generated images in here, and I also have some different files and different places for you to go. Where did I get my information from? Those are not just like 21st century skills, like those are what students are going to be able to be asked to do for their tomorrow. So again, you're going to hear me talk a lot about this. And I think, again, that's why I've fallen in love with Adobe Express is it is a platform that students can actually do the things that we know is just best practice, right? We're not just asking them to regurgitate information. We're asking them to create something and create something new, which is just so transformative. What I love also about them is this is just kind of like a little screenshot of what it looks like to create that web page for students. So they get to go on there, they get to play around. In my school, they create a web page as their newsletter for their school. So I support the middle school, and instead of just having this like, boring PDF document that says like, okay, here's everything that we have, they actually have created a web page, and then they have pictures of what's been going around on the middle school. They have different hyperlinks, different buttons added in, and that is their newsletter that they share out with parents every single week. So those multimodal uses are amazing. I'm going to go through animate to audio with you here in just a little bit, because that's what I'm going to ask you to create, mostly because it's the most fun. But this is one of those components that I'm just like, there's nothing else out there that I know of that makes this available. So what is animate to audio? Animate to audio is where you get to choose any character that they have. You get to choose the background that is of your character, choosing the size that it comes in, and then you are able to hit the record button, record your voice, and then it will use AI generated to be able to move the mouth of the character that you chose in whatever background you chose. And then that is going to be, it's going to move the mouth of the character. Such a cool thing. So that is one of those things where I know Flip went away. It is sad. I am still very sad. Many of the people that actually worked on that team were close friends of mine. So it is definitely near and dear. And I'm not saying this is a replacement. What I am saying is that not all of my students really enjoyed having their face on camera. I taught middle school too as well. And so that's part of the schools that I support. Some of the kids were like, I don't really want to show my face. So trying to get them to use a camera, even when I was like, you can turn it off and do mic only and Flip, they were just like, okay, something new. So I actually showed them animate to audio, and I did this in a group of 8th graders, and it was in an English, not an ESL classroom. It was a Spanish classroom. And that was their way to practice Spanish, using their new language that they have just acquired, and they loved it. And I'm talking like 8th graders that I was like, I don't know if they're going to like this or not, and I was the nervous one. I came in and I taught this lesson, and I had every single student running to the sides of the room to hit the record button, and it went beautifully. So that is just one of the things where, again, I know we've all been mourning the loss of Flip, but this was a great alternative for students to be able to still amplify their voice and to still share about their process. What I also love about Adobe Express is that interoperability. So whenever I taught this with students, I'm like, how have you thought about like, how do they make that TikTok reel? Or how do they make that Instagram reel? Or how do they make that YouTube video? How do they have the text flying in and out? Like, how does that work out? A lot of them use Adobe Express, or they use tools like Adobe Express. And so all of a sudden I have just, boom, my students are interested and they're engaged, because I just said, what they heard is like, I'm going to be a YouTube sensation. And so whenever you try to connect with something that is meaningful to students in their world too, like that's huge. So a lot of times when I'm talking to students, I'm like, okay, if you're going to create a video, like a video is going to look different, like let's say in, a YouTube video is going to just look a little bit different inside of a YouTube short than it is going to be inside of a YouTube video or, regular video. They're like, oh, okay, like I know what you're saying. And so again, kind of utilizing that is super helpful. So that interoperability is huge. There's also easy access through other integrations that they have. So something else that I love about it, they have those Google SSOs, those sign-ons, where students can just click a button, it can get them in, and it's easy to go and easy to roll. They also have, and this is another reason, I keep talking about how much I really enjoy Adobe Express, but this is definitely one of those components where their quick access to educator forward materials is amazing. So again, there's other tools that are like Adobe Express, and it is difficult to find stuff that speaks education and speaks educator. And what I love about Adobe Express is built right into the tool. There's this little button down here on your dashboard, and it says Educator Resources. And you know what they have there? They have templates. They have lesson plans. They have the videos to even show students how to do the thing. And it's all built right within. And so those are some of those components that I'm just like, that is amazing, because a lot of times it is the stigma of like, okay, if I don't know how to teach it really well and I don't know how to do it really well, how am I going to teach my students to do it? Like they've thought about those things and they've started to add those videos in, which is super slick. I am going to show you some of those unique EDU templates that they have. And also something that they talked about, and I saw somebody talk about this in the chat, their creative community is absolutely amazing. It is definitely one of those communities that it gives back a lot to not just me as a professional, but just me as a human, and it kind of pours into me as well. So if you're ever interested in being a part of like a professional learning network where you're like, I want to be around other educators that kind of think creatively or that will give me ideas and kind of launch me off, like this is that community for you. So you should definitely give it a shot. So I'm going to go ahead and get us into demo time. So while I'm rolling on this, I'm going to give you some time to kind of get Adobe Express opened up on your end too. So then I'm going to be explaining my click-throughs. So you don't have to worry about having my screen up. You can have me minimized. And then I will kind of talk to you through the clicks. I'm also going to take a second to kind of take a look at the chat and see if there's any questions that are pressing and that need to be chatted about. So let me look there. Oh, Christine, hi. I know you've used Adobe Express so much, and the Animate to Audio are obsessed. I love that you shared that. Thank you. All right. So go ahead and navigate yourself to Adobe Express. And then your screen should look something like mine. And I know they're doing some dashboard changes. So some of us still might have the more legacy version. So if yours looks a little different, that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. And I'm going to be saying kind of, again, talking you through each of the steps and each of those clicks that I'm taking also as well. So you can also follow along. The first thing that we're going to start off with is just simply how I teach it with students too as well, and how I teach it to staff. So I'm going to go ahead and anytime that I'm going to start something new, I start with the plus button. This is kind of a side note. And I love the dashboard, but something that I notice is it can be a little overwhelming because you're looking at it and you're like, okay, what do I do? What's all of this? Like, what is this component? What does this look like? Like, there's a lot that you can click on. You're like, I just need to start something just to kind of play around in the tool. These are just kind of like launching points to say, like, here's just different tools that we have. And here's little like ways to get started. That's just right here on the dashboard. So the best tool that I've utilized is if you're about to add something in, just click that plus button. And then now you're going to start to have some options. So the first thing is if you're going to be creating a presentation. So think like PowerPoint or something like that, you can create it here in Adobe Express. If you're going to create a poster, a video, the web page, do a drawing, that's that digital whiteboard that I was kind of talking to you about, infographic, a flyer, a worksheet. Again, if that gets us still a little bit too nuanced, and let me increase my screen size too, so I can make sure I get everybody to see as well. Again, if that gets a little too nuanced and you're like, I just need to get into the thing just to click around and to play around with, I always like to just click on like portrait. So this is just kind of a place, it's going to give you a rectangle. It's going to just give you a space to kind of start with. And then from here, then the next best place to do is templates, and it automatically takes you to templates. So that's what's nice too, is it just automatically is like, okay, here's where we're going. Here's what we're doing. So once you click on templates, you're going to notice there is a lot of different templates that you can choose from. Now, the filters that already kind of start on are ones that they were just like they're global ones, and that's just one that you can kind of choose from. You can even have it filtered by the abstract, or saying like avant-garde, or it gives you like different, I don't know, they call them styles, I call them vibes, but it gives you different vibes that you're kind of looking for. You can also do it by mood. Mood is something that I know, like I even had to teach my students about, especially being a reading teacher. I was like, wow, I have to say like this was a dark kind of mood and something of that sort. And so that helped. You can also make sure that you do it by type. So what kind of templates are you looking for? It'll get it there. A lot of times what I describe to students is, okay, you can just go ahead and start to type anything in and everything is editable. So you're just looking at how is the information, how is it organized? So for example, if I was going to be creating an infographic on how to save the world, I'm just going to go ahead and type in world and see what populates. So now I'm looking on here and I'm looking through, oh, look, I've got this one. It says Happy Earth Day. I was like, great. I wanted to talk about how I wanted to save the earth. So I'm going to go ahead and select that template. And this is where everything on this template is editable. So if I want to edit my text, I just simply click on the text. I can double click, and anything that I now type, I can edit it. So if I'm like, you know what, that thing wasn't on Friday, April 22nd. That wasn't when we're going to celebrate it. We're actually going to celebrate it on April 30th during the school day. So I can type that in there. Now let's say that this image, I was not liking this image. This image was just a little stale to me. I can then go ahead and click this button that says replace. I'm going to select replace, and now it automatically generated said world, because it was like, well, this is a picture of a world and you might want to replace it with another picture of a world. And I'm like, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Perfect. So then once I select world, I'm going to notice that I have all of these different images. Now, something that, and again, I have this external conversation with students too, and I feel like this is helpful. Sometimes when I add a lot of pictures, I notice like I don't want a picture. I just want a picture of like the world. I don't want an entire photograph of it. So a lot of photographs can be distracting. So I'm going to go ahead and come over here to my elements, and I'm going to go ahead and now select world. And now I have all of these different elements. So I'm going to select on a design asset, and now I just have a world. So it's not going to be distracting to my viewer or to my reader. It's going to be more enhancing of what I wanted to do. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that picture. And now I'm going to go ahead and select the world. I'm going to drag my sidebars here, make it a little bit larger. What I also love, and something hopefully you're seeing come through on your screen, it has like those little pink bars, and that's going to show you if it's perfectly centered. I like to also explicitly teach that to my students too as well, to say like, hey, this is what those lines mean whenever you're going through it. So now that I've got there, but oh, that's not my website. I need to change my website name. So I'm going to have them head to steviefrank.com. That's when they can put a donation in to help save the earth. And so now I've got my poster and I'm ready to go. Now, let's say that I want to layer this. And this is where, when part of this, I said, this is going to be your all-in-one editor. Let's say that I want to make this a quick video. So I'm like, you know what? I want it to be kind of cute. I want it to be a GIF. I want to make it like an Instagram reel. So this will be my poster. And now I'm kind of thinking, I kind of want a video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this image. I'm going to come down here, and I have this animation button. Once I click on animation, I can say whether I want it to bungee in. And so now if you notice, once I selected that, all of a sudden I now have my video layering tool that opens up, the timeline opens up right away. Also on top of this, I can add audio. So all of the audio, and this is where you don't have to worry about, and what's nice about Adobe Express is it's not going to pull in audio that isn't going to be copyright free. Okay, so everything is in the Creative Commons. You don't have to worry about those components. So it gives you all of these different kind of vibes. And you can say, I want something that is uplifting because we're saving the world. So something that's going to give it a little bit of an uplifting. Corporate uplifting. Okay, I think I shared audio. Let's see if this comes through. Okay, so what do we think about that one? Throw it into the chat. What do we think? Little too good? Or a little too corporate? I'm feeling it's a little too corporate. in. And so now what I just did is I added a little bit of animation to my image, and I added some music just with a few quick clicks. So now what I just did, and what I just opened the door to my students to do, is instead of just creating a poster, and I feel like I'm here for posters, love the posters, okay? Not saying that they're bad, but sometimes posters are stale. It's a little bit more 2D, and some of our students, and especially the languages that they speak, are going to be social media. Students know TikTok, they know Instagram, they're knowing like they don't really know Facebook, but my generation did. And so some of those components, they're like, that's kind of the language that they speak. So if you're saying, hey, if you're trying to get the word out about this, what should we be creating? We should be creating social media content, right? So I do see the question that asked about where was the animation part. So I'm going to show something different too as well on here. So let's say that I wanted the date to kind of dance around, because I was like, you know what, this is kind of important. I'm going to come down here. So I just select an image or select anything. I'll select this one, scroll down to the bottom, and then I'm going to see this button that says animation. Once I go to animation, I can have all of these different options for how it moves. So I can have it drift in, I can have it drop in, I can have it rise in, I can have it slide in. So I really kind of liked it drop. I like it sliding in. The drifting in is just kind of a good vibe. I like that. So I'm going to go ahead and select drift. Now, here's where you're going to get your more 2.0 kiddos. So some kiddos are like, okay, this is cool. I lead a tech leadership group. I lead one at each of the schools that I'm a part of. So that includes the middle school. In the middle school, I had like 35 kids that are on here. I do see Christine Morgan on here. I know she led a tech leadership group similar to this, what I'm talking about. Hers was just 100% Adobe Express. So I'm still like nerding out on all the cool things that she did. Something that I did with mine, we went over a lot of different other tools too. But a main tool that we went over too was Adobe Express, because of all of the interoperability that it had. So what I showed students to do is I'm like, some of your students can be like, okay, this is cool. And what else can I do? So I say you can have it drift in, and you can also have it drift out. So instead of it just coming in, you can have it come out. Now, Claudio Zavala is also somebody who looks like, again, he's going to be presenting here at this conference. So excited. But something that I heard on one of his YouTube channels videos was whatever you have it come in with, whatever animation, you want it to leave that too as well. So I'm going to go ahead and, so drifting in and how it leaves, I'm going to have it drift out. Okay, so it drifted in and now it's going to drift out. So I'm going to kind of show you what that looks like. So I'm going to hit my play button. Now it left. So that's just kind of like, again, a 2.0 thing. And some of your kiddos might like really attach to that and be like, oh, this is great. And I'm going to do all the things with it. And some of your kids are going to be like, I'm okay with the poster. That's what's great about Adobe Express. Some of your students can pause right here, and then some of your students can keep going, and you can kind of show them some of the things. So I keep going with this all-in-one editor. I'm going to describe a few more things. Your stuff is files and projects and everything else that you've created within Adobe Express. Something else that I'm going to show that I love about this is a productivity tool. I actually needed to sign a contract on a PDF document. Some of you are like, oh my gosh, Adobe PDF, of course, like that makes sense. You can edit PDFs inside of Adobe. Amazing. So I did that. I was able to put my signature on here and then save it, because I was like, oh my gosh, if I have to print this out, sign it, scan it in, like that's a thing. So I just did it right here. So that's what's also amazing about it. So that was within my stuff. If you need to upload any files, I feel like there's a lot of other tools that allow you to upload it, but it's like for a cost. Adobe Express is completely free for education and educators. So if you're interested in some of these things, you're like, yep, it's all free. It's all right here without any additional fees. The templates I had already shown you, because this is where it took you as soon as you got in. And then I'm going to take a look at media. This is where I've shown you the videos. Like you can do different videos. You can also do a voice recorder. So let's say that you're having students create this video, but you're like, I'm wanting them to talk in the background too. You can do that. If you're like, but if the music's going on at the same time, Stevie, how am I going to do that? If you just simply click on this, you can turn the music down to this. And then that way it's like not overbearing. I did this again with kindergarten students because they were like, okay, I really want this like cool music in the background, but then I want our voices to be on it. Like we did the thing. So that was really cool. So then media is also with photos, text to image. So a lot of people are leaving, like whatever interface that you're in, it's like you have to leave it to go to the AI text to image generator. This is Adobe Firefly and it's built all within this space right here. So again, how did I get here? I went to media and I went to photos. Now, when I click this button here that says text to image, I can determine like how big do I want my picture or my image that I'm going to create. I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what, I want a square. And now this is where I'm going to describe what I'm wanting my students to create or what I'm wanting to create. Now, ways that I've done this in the classroom, I've literally been sitting next to students who were trying to go through all the images of an eagle. So they were trying to create like excitement about parents coming to their eagle event that they were having of showcase night. And they were like, I'm trying to get them interested in it. So I was trying to look for a picture of an eagle. And I was like, why don't you generate a picture of an eagle? And they were like, okay, that's even cooler, like that. So they were able to describe what they saw. What I loved about this was instead of them just like mindlessly scrolling, which how many of us mindlessly scroll, I was like, use words. You are creating something in your brain, and now we're putting words to it, and we're putting descriptive words, because the more descriptive you are with your language, not only is that just better writing skills, but then that's going to be able to create the better image you're wanting to generate. That like is translation into like what's best writing practices, right? Like, I don't know how many times I was like, put more adjectives, put more adverbs. Like we were even highlighting all the adjectives in their essays to say, do we have enough? Like this is going to do that. This is really going to help that. So using colors, objects, location. So on this, I'm going to say, create a world with different types of people holding hands around the globe. Let's see how it goes. Something that I love about Adobe Firefly too is you can really be nuanced with what you make it look like. So what do I mean? Style, you can upload a document, an image, not a document, but an image to say, I kind of want it to look like this. So if you're like, this is kind of the vibe I'm going for, you can add that in. Like that's super slick. Content type. This is where you can, do you want it just to be auto-generated, or do you want it to look like a picture? Do you want it to look like a graphic? Do you want it to look like a piece of art? I always like looking at graphics. I just think they're more fun to kind of look. And then they also give you different styles. So they're like, what kind of vibe are you looking for? Are you wanting a neon, digital art? I'm just going to go ahead and keep all of those off and just to kind of see what we go. And I'm going to select the word generate. Now, I always, whenever I give presentations and AI takes a minute, I always give this like, this is what it was like when I first logged into AOL, the internet, for the first time. So throw it into the chat if you were like, I totally know what you're talking about, Stevie. Like, that is how I felt too. Like, I had to wait to get online. I also had to keep my fingers crossed that while I was in that dial-up period, that nobody would pick up the phone. Because if anybody picked up my landline, it would knock me off and I was no longer on said internet. So throw it into the chat. Give me some, if you're like, yes, Stevie, like I remember that. So AI image generators, they're going to get faster. It's just right now we're in this fun spot. So we'll have, yes, everybody's here now. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and select generate more. And so as you're seeing here, all of these different people, like all of these images are, to me, so much more meaningful on this poster because I created it. It's also so much more meaningful to me as a teacher because I realized a student had to type in exactly what they were creating in their brain rather than just that mindless scroll. So I love that. What also you're going to notice is I added diversity into my prompt because I asked it to create different types of people. What I like about it is it understood what I meant. So what do I mean? So let me make this a little bit larger. All of these different types of people meant different skin tone, different religions, especially in like this image generated. I see somebody with like, is that not necessarily like a hijab. I think that one was a hijab, but you can see different people with like different hair, different textures. And so it really kind of takes into that diversity. So anytime you use an AI image generator, you need to make sure that it's being trained correctly. What is also nice about it on the Adobe side is that everything is going to be safe for kids. So it's going to be safe for your students, safe for your children. And that's something that's extremely important to me with being a part of the tech team, is we need to make sure that those images are going to be okay. And that's something that you can do. This is also something that if your school district is not ready for the AI world and they want to turn off the image generators, they can do that. So your school has the control to make it fit with exactly what they're wanting it to look like. So I can go ahead and add in my image there. And so that is just, again, all within their all-in-one editor, which is amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and go back. So these are those different components. Something else that I love about it is you can remove background. So how many times do you put pictures on things and you're like, oh, I got to remove that background, but I got to do it in this app and then go here. Like you can do all of that right here in this all-in-one editor. So this is also where you go to add text. So if you want text to be added in a different component, you're going to select that button right down here. You can also, I showed you elements and what that looked like, but they have different design assets is what they call them, to have some different like funsies to kind of add into it. Different grids are going to be a better place to start. That's going to give you your kind of like templated version of having those different lines within it. Brands is if you are kind of working as a graphic designer and you're like, these are the fonts that I want, these are the backgrounds, those sort of things. Like you can add your brands in here. And then there's a lot of different add-ons, like different apps that you can add on here too as well. So that is Adobe Express all-in-one editor. I hope you were having it kind of like typed out to, or kind of open off to the side. This is that exploratory time where I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to play around in it, break it, ask me questions into the chat if you need some help to get out of it. But this is that exploratory time that I would just love for you to kind of have that time with today, just to kind of play around with the tool. So I'm going to mute myself. So if you want to kind of play around with some of it, feel free. And I can't wait to hear about it into the chat. So a question was asked, and this one is going to be Elizabeth. I believe you had asked this about questions about animations where you can get like kind of nuanced with it. And I think it was a way, can you get it to reverse, like slide in from the other side? Okay, so I love this question. Once I select my image, and you can do this with images, you can do this with text. Once I select that, I'm going to scroll down a little bit to the bottom to animation. Once I go there, I can say, you know what, I want this to fade in. Okay, so I'm wanting that to fade in, but if she was asking the question, like, can I have it come from the right or the left? This little button here is the edit button. And then this is where it's going to say your duration. So like, how long does it go? And what's your personality? Is it smooth, kind of going in? But that's how it's fading in. Now, if the question was, how's it drifting from the left? If I want it to, I hit that little button there. Again, like those little lines with the little dots on them. If I select that button, that edit button, again, then play around with the duration. So how long do I want that? Do I want it in quick? Do I want it in? And again, it even gives you the energy. So like, this is how nuanced you can be. I'm wanting it. And again, I think your question was, can I have it come from the other side? So yes, you can. And then you can give it personality. You can say, I want it smooth. So like, it's just, I don't know, the vibe of it is amazing. So the creators, the engineers that are a part of Adobe team is just amazing. So that is to answer your question. You can get like nitty gritty with every little tool. Adobe Express to me became a way for me to kind of have a creative outlet to just have fun. So whenever I had to work on an Adobe Express project, I created videos for some middle schoolers of like an entry, like, hey, welcome to middle school. Here's everything you need to know before you open your locker for the first time. I created a video and I looked forward to it. I was like, okay, great. I get to get on my computer, sit down on my couch and like play around with all these little things because it was fun for me. And I didn't really see myself as a creative person. Honestly, I was like, oh, I'm not a creative person. I am a terrible artist. I let my first grader son like thrive in that environment. Love that he is. I was not. But then I like met Adobe Express and I was like, I think I'm creative. I was like, I didn't think I knew about this. So yes, I hope you're able to kind of find that too as well. I saw that Canva was asked about and answered. Let me take a look at this.
Well, and Stevie, feel free to add in your 2 cents. I just know that in Sci-Fair, we set things up a little differently, but I'd love to know your thoughts as well.
So great question. We have both open up in our district too as well. We have Canva open up as well as Adobe Express. Whenever I am creating my own personal content, there's a lot of times that I like using Canva. I like using Canva for presentations, for example. Adobe just got presentations, so I actually have played around with it a lot. And then I also like to use some of that. When it comes to but it's funny, I say that and then I'm like, I don't know, but I kind of like Adobe Express with some things. I think our world is better with both. What I have loved about Adobe Express, especially with students, is their creative community with students and educators. So what do I mean? So let me back out because that was perfect timing of this question because this is what I was about to show. So I'm going to head back to my dashboard and notice over here where it says educator resources. I'm going to select educator resources. I don't need Adobe Express to send me notifications. Educator resources. These are all right here. So all of these resources are saying like, here's lesson plans of how to do it. I have been a part of the Canva community and I did not get a lot of resources like this. When it also came to me as a digital coach and we had some issues with installing of Canva and like pushing it out, if we had a question, we would get a response back like, oh, well, it's free. What do you expect? And it's like, okay, Adobe was a lot more responsive with us. So I appreciated that. But for example, and something I was going to share was they have creative challenges. So every month they put out a new creative challenge and they're like, hey, here's something really cool that you can have students do for their mid-year reflection. So they give 5 minutes, I see. Thank you. So they give a learning objective. They give you some tools that you can utilize. But then what I also love about it is when you click on the thing, it will actually they have created videos for students to do it. So they're like, here's exactly how you do it. And they showed the kids how to do it. So I'm like, that was less stress off me. And, now Adobe's doing the thing that, it said it was going to. So that's kind of my opinion on that one. But, do what's best for kids and do what you think is best because you're the expert in your class. And I see that we had like 5 minutes left. So Amanda, I know that there's a very important code that needs to be shared.
Yes, thank you, Stevie. So I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code. And just like the other ones from today, just make sure you write down, take a screenshot, somehow record this code because you'll want to submit it very soon after we finish. Don't leave the session because we're not done yet. There's still going to be some more great learning, but you'll submit them all to a form. And if you have not done that before, hang out after Stevie finishes and I'll show you where you can submit those codes and go through it step by step. Because kind of like, Canva and Adobe Express, we've got lots of options to put the codes in, and one's not necessarily better than the other. It's just what works for you, and in the case of Classroom, for your students. So make sure you write this code down or take a picture, and then once we finish, I'll show you where you can submit all of those for today's attendance. But don't run away yet.
All right, I'm adding some great links into the chat. This was just what I was going to end with and what it looks like to be a part of like the Adobe Educator Forward and like why I liked it. There is the link to their monthly challenges. And if you're not interested in the monthly challenge and you're like, you know what, I use it all the time as just like a template for students because they have the videos in there. When I was able to listen to their last session, they had a summit where they invited a bunch of educators out. I was able to attend virtually, but there's talks that they're actually going to put these videos inside of Adobe. So then students are going to be able to within Adobe say like, hey, I have this video that shows me how to do the thing. Like, that's amazing. But I put that link into the chat just so you can kind of keep an eye on that. And then I also put Claudio Zavala Jr. He's amazing. He creates so many YouTube content videos about how to utilize the tools. I have given his YouTube channel to students and she has created Her school's, what am I looking for? Their weekly video production that they have of like all the announcements, if you will. So she's been able to like listen to all of his videos and then be able to like create the videos. Like it's phenomenal. I don't know, he puts it out every, I think it's Tuesday, if I'm thinking correctly, but he puts out a new video of just like, hey, here's something that's new and innovative. So definitely worth the subscribe button, in my opinion. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you found this. Okay, good. I'm like, okay, good. Check mark. If I can make anything seem simple and easy, like that's my goal. So thank you so much for putting that. It means a lot. Good. I'm glad that you're not as intimidated. That's awesome. That's like music to my ears, because that's hopefully what I'm hoping for and helping for. And then before I go, I'm also going to put in some self-paced links on here. These are just self-paced modules that you can go through just to kind of help you to understand Adobe Express a little bit better. Again, sometimes when it comes with different digital tools, like it's like taking the pressure off the teacher. The classroom teacher is something that Adobe Express understands and is working on to make sure that it's not all the pressures on you. So those are some great asynchronous materials that you can do. Honestly, I do a lot of them from my phone because I have seen Moana probably 10, 15 times and I don't need to see it a 16th time. And so I'll just have it up on my phone while my kiddos are watching it. And I'm just kind of able to get some of that PD in, if you will, while watching Disney with the kids. So.
Well, great. And Stevie, those links are not coming through in YouTube. Can you put them in Zoom and I'll copy them over?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I want to make sure everyone has access to all the good news
Me too.
and great resources.
Were any of my comments working, I wonder?
The comments will work, but anything with an active link will not.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So you'll see the Adobe, the edX is their professional learning platform. So that's that link that just popped up in the chat.
And then the YouTube one is Claudio Zavala's.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for catching that. It's been so great to have a room monitor.
Absolutely. It's been fun. You know, I get to see the updates and learn at the same time, and tips and tricks and all that fun.
Yeah. And I didn't even get to
we'll
show
have one
animate
more.
to audio. So hopefully that's, so much to learn.
Well, and I love animate to audio. Like, it's just fun.
It's fun.
I mean, there's not a lot of places I can pretend to be a narwhal,
Or unicorn or
Well,
an avocado.
I mean, choose your favorite,
Yeah.
Okay. So feel free to hang out if you want to, Stevie, if there are any more questions.
Okay.
But so far I'm seeing thanks and wonderful sessions and all of that.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just so that everyone can see how to do the attendance.